decided back then was to not get directly involved, not interfere, have this be something that was resolved within Iran. Of course, there were critics of that decision, but by and large, I was speaking to a former colleague of mine last night and recalling those discussions, and he said that when he was discussing options with Iranian analysts and experts at the time, that there was a general consensus that U.S. involvement would make America a factor in something that was that in an issue that was an Iranian issue, and that could cause more harm than good. Now, of course, this situation is different. You have a different president.
Just weighing in here a little bit, this is day 17 of the revolution in Iran, and it looks like we're inching closer to a military operation by the United States that will tip the scales over to the revolution's side. So I am just going to be broadcasting here on this channel what's going on, and this is mostly going to be just broadcasting what's going on, not talking about it, and we will be talking about it maybe later. I will be talking about it later weighing in. I'm a little bit busy with work and other things, so I'm just leaving this as a public service here with Hebrew subtitles as well. Enjoy watching and reach out to me on social media if you want to interact down the road, or just stay tuned for more content that's going to be coming out from here. It's going to be about freedom, abundance, technology, AI, crypto, and all the rest. But for now, this abundance is going to be made possible, a lot more abundance definitely is going to be made possible by a revolution in Iran. So just crossing fingers that this actually happens and we go through with it and we get rid of the Ayatollahs and Pahlavi, the Shah, comes back to Iran and we can build a new future.
למרות העלטה המקוונת שהמשטר הטיל, עשרות אם לא מאות אלפי איראנים יצאו להפגנות. ליל עימותים קשה, עם דיווחים על הרוגים רבים. יורש השעה הגולה קורא להם להמשיך את המחאה, וכי הוא צפוי להגיע למדינה. טראמפ חוזר על איומיו להתערבות אמריקאית, ורבים יותר ויותר מניפים את דגל האריה. שמי הוא רמי מערוץ לאומנות, ובסרטון זה נזכור את המשך המחאות באיראן. ISW דיווחו על 116 הפגנות ברחבי איראן ב9 בינואר. אלו מספר ההפגנות המתועדות, ולאור העלטה המקוונת שהמשטר הטיל במדינה, ככל הנראה היו הרבה יותר הפגנות, אולי אף שיא חדש. מתוך ה-116 האלו, 20 כבר היו בסדר גודל של 1,000 ויותר משתתפים, מה שמצביע על ההמוניות של המגמה. בחסות העלטה המקוונת, כוחות הביטחון האיראנים הגבירו את האש, דיווחים על עשרות הרוגים אתמול לשני הצדדים. במקרים רבים, כוחות הביטחון נסוגים לאור היקף המפגינים וטענות למחסור בכוח אדם. המשטר מרכז חטיבות של משמרות המהפכה לקראת התקפה בערים כדי לעצור את המחאות. עיקר הריכוז הוא במערב המדינה כנגד הכורדים. המועצה העליונה לביטחון לאומי של איראן הורתה לכוחות הביטחון על אפס סבלנות כלפי המפגינים, ולבתי המשפט לנהוג כלפיהם בחומרה. זאת בהמשך לקו הקיצוני של חמינאי שלא מוכן להתפשר. למרות זאת, אתמול בעיר משהד שבצפון מזרח המדינה, העיר השנייה בגודלה במדינה, עם 3 מיליון תושבים, מרביתם פרסים וטורקמנים, גם כן נצפו הפגנות עם אלפי משתתפים, קריאות מוות לחמינאי בעד השאה תוך עימותים מול כוחות הביטחון. בעיר זהדן, המונה כ-600,000 תושבים, והיא בירת המחוז הבלוצ'י, התקיימה בשישי לראשונה הפגנה בת 1,000 משתתפים, זאת לאחר קריאה של האימאם הסוני בלוצ'י המקומי למחות על רקע המצב הכלכלי הקשה. במהלך השבת התפרסמו עוד ועוד תיעודים מהלילה, אלו לא מלאים בשל העלטה המקוונת. זה ניכר שביטחון המפגינים עלה, הצתת ניידות, חסימות כבישים, הצתת מבני ממשל ובניין העירייה בקראג', העיר הרביעית בגודלה במדינה, אפילו הצתת מסגד שיעי. במקרה אחד לפחות תועד מהלילה מפגין איראני מניף את דגל האריה, בעצם דגל איראן של השאה. יורש העצר הגולה פרסם קריאה לאנשי איראן להמשיך את המחאות ולכבוש את הערים, להמשיך בהן גם מחר, יום ראשון, ולהניף סמלים לאומיים, כלומר את דגל האריה, כדי להשיב לעצמם את המרחב הציבורי. הוא קרא לעובדי מגזר האנרגיה והתחבורה להצטרף למחאה ולשבות, ואמר שמתכנן לשוב לאיראן. מדבריו אפשר להבין שהשבוע הבא יהיה קריטי למהפכה, במיוחד בשלישי הוא צפוי להגיע לאחוזת טראמפ בפלורידה. בינתיים מבוכה גדולה למשטר. אילון מאסק, המקורב לטראמפ, הנחה לשנות בפלטפורמת אקס את כל סמלוני הדגלים האיראנים, מדגל הרפובליקה האסלאמית לדגל האריה, כך שעמודים רשמיים, כמו זה של משרד החוץ האיראני, נושאים את דגל המהפכה החדשה. טראמפ חזר על איומיו כאילו המשטר יירה במפגינים, הם יירו בחזרה, אך לא ישלחו חיילים לקרקע. הוא אמר שהם בוחנים מקרוב אחרי ההתפתחויות. כאמור, הלילה דיווחים על עשרות הרוגים. לפי עיתון הטיים, יכול להיות מעל 200 מאש כוחות המשטר. וגם הלילה הזה צפוי להיות סוער באיראן, במה שנראה כמו ערב המהפכה. זו הייתה סקירה.
What can be a way forward that removes some of the instruments of oppression on the Iranian people without necessarily causing a huge amount of instability that would not only pull the US in, but pull many regional actors in as well. I don't think that's a scenario that anybody wants to deal with. So he'll be weighing those options very closely tomorrow.
Jasmine El-Gamal, thank you so much for talking with us. Appreciate it.
We are following the breaking news out of Iran. President Trump is threatening military action against Iran as massive protests there, now in the third week, turn even deadlier. There are reports nearly 500 people have been killed and 10,000 arrested, according to one human rights group. Information out of Iran, though, is scant because Iranian leaders have once again shut down the internet to try to cool dissent. As Trump weighs military options, Iran has signaled it is ready to talk with the United States and negotiate based on, quote, mutual respect and interest. With me now is CNN political and global affairs commentator Sabrina Singh and retired U.S. Army Major Mike Lyons. Thank you to both of you for being here. First to you, Sabrina. How are these protests different than in times past? We saw an explosive protest across the country in 2022 over women's rights. What are you seeing there that could be different, that could potentially tip the scale?
I think what makes these protests different is we haven't seen large-scale protests like this since, I believe, 2009. The protests are spreading in over 30 provinces across Iran, and you're seeing people take to the streets, even going so far as to knock out those CCTV cameras that you see hanging over, traffic lights, because that is what the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps uses to track people's faces and identify protesters. So you're seeing people actually climb up and take actions to eliminate the security apparatus there. I also think that you're seeing, this is an economic protest. This is about inflation prices are rising. I think inflation in Iran is.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه‌گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بپرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا چین. ایران غرق انقلاب است، دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
An Iranian tells you why anti-brain Free Palestine mob is not calling to free Iran. Spoiler, it's because it exposes the truth in their lies. Okay, let's listen to this.
Hello, Iranian here. They keep asking the same question. Why are lefties, why are the loudest pro-Gaza voices completely silent when it comes to Iran?
Because they've been completely intellectually and emotionally captured by the idea that Islam is a religion of oppressed people. So they cannot go and look at Islam as a religion of oppression because it breaks their programming. And that's the programming that they've created for themselves whenever they have, like, almost everything inside of their ideology is built off of an oppressor and an oppressed dichotomy. And so as soon as you understand that, everything else makes sense.
Well, the answer is simple, because
voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls have gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap always chickens out. Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Lock the loader, set it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. Read the Crown Prince, hear his name. There's a Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door, stability in Middle East. We're longing for the people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship keeps the future free. That's the iron we wanna see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's with your hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranians say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the cloud. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, a new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده.
این آخرین نبرده به پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده.
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده. این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده.
چو ضحاک دید عزم ایرانیان، بترسید و گفتا به اهریمنان که باید به جاشان نشانم کنم خردشان من به زور جنون. باید شود از سیاهی فزون، همه مملکت از درون و از برون. ندانسته ها کی هم وطن که اندر ره است آن امید وطن. ندانی که ایران نشسته شه است، جهان سر به سر زیر دست شه است. همه مردم از فریدون فراز، ندارد فریدون به دیوان نیاز. بیا دست در دست هم در دهیم و از این تیرگی ها همه برجهیم. دریغ است ایران که ویران شود، کنام چپی ها و ملا شود. کسی که هوای فریدون کند، سر از بند ضحاک بیرون کند. ز ایرانیان سر گیتی بلند، شجاع ستبر و قوی و کمند. ببین این جوانان آزاد را که بر اهرمن جمله جنگ آورند. نترسی بود بر و خود
کشور ما، تاریخ ما دفسی دگر فرا گرفته. گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و واماش و همگام. تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در کام. بگذار هر دم ببرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی. تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ایران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از هر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی. نه جیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانی ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداری از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب.
Hey guys, I'm just going to kind of tune in and dive in for a second because there's another important piece of news that I want to share with you guys. I want to actually play Scott Adams' latest show because I'm actually modeling my show on Scott Adams' episodes, okay? And I actually do want to play you guys this latest episode by Scott Adams and then we'll discuss it.
Accept.
So it's the same two people I accepted before.
Yeah. And then
So the others have
how
not
come you're
clicked.
not in? But how come you're not? How come you're not live though? It says live.
I am live.
Where are you?
Looks like.
Hello? You see me?
We see you.
Awesome.
But I can't figure out how to put you on screen.
I can see you and me on screen.
You saw us both.
I mean, I see. There you go.
What?
Oh, crap. Two amazing brains, and this is like this is so hard.
It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Exactly.
So Shelley will keep on trying to text our other invited guests.
Yeah.
And
So I think if we go to the waiting room, they might be in there. Can we see if there's anybody else in the waiting room?
no, I don't want to go anywhere.
Don't, because you're afraid to move. You already got a good spot.
Yeah, nothing there.
So, Dr. Drew, are you and Shelley, can you text Dr. Drew
Yeah, I think you did.
and find out if he has the latest link that you just emailed him?
Yeah, he might. I mean, I had a problem on my phone, but then I had once I got the Rumble app, it worked out. It just you might just need to refresh it.
So, find out if Dr. Drew has downloaded the Rumble app on anything.
Okay. Why don't you guys get started? And I don't know if it's going to work for them, but they'll if they can get into the link and get in, we can accept them as soon as they can get in.
All right, we've got a little IQ test here, everybody. Greg's in the leaderboard.
Yes.
But
Owen is here too. I guess I passed the test.
Is that Owen?
That is Owen.
Hi, Owen.
Hello, Greg.
Good. So, what do you want to talk about? Can I tell you about a conversation I had yesterday?
Tell me about it.
So I was talking to a mutual friend of ours, and we were talking about like how the Coffee with Scott Adams is uniquely irreplaceable, which is redundant. And it's like And she was saying to me that it has to do with the fact that it doesn't feel like a show. And the moment that, like, if anybody tries to kind of recreate that, they have to somehow figure out kind of the natural nature of what you did. And it might not be possible. Like, you could think of the right person, but that may not be enough. It's like it's something about the fact that it just did not feel like a show. I thought that was interesting.
The show that did not feel like a show.
Yeah.
That's what I was aiming for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always wanted it to feel like you're in my living room or we're just chatting.
Yeah, it was like I tried that with Red Eye, where every night I tried to do something different, so it felt like it was in somebody's basement, and I think it worked. I think it kind of worked, but it's like if you try to do it, like I try to give people advice, like you don't have to say hello. This is the Greg Gutfeld show. You don't have to do that. You know, you can do boop-a-doop-a-doo, boop-a-doo, what you do, and then you kind of like move around, got your papers, you know. And then you know what we did? We were trying to go through people who would be the closest to you as a replacement. It's a fun game.
All right, now I have to know who you thought was the closest.
Well, okay, I'm going to tell you the people. Okay, so the first, in terms of somebody who gives wisdom that I can use, Adam Carolla is really good, but his countenance is different than yours. He's like he's not like it's hard. He's not the friendliest kind of persona, and he's. I think it's because he's got the angry comedian thing. So even if he's right, gonna alienate some people, which you don't have. And then, but you know, the one I think is the best is Walter Kern, but he also has a point of view. But he has this very folksy. He's very real, and he does this podcast with Matt Taibbi, and you kind of feel like you're also pals. But it's really weird. It's like your talent stack is such a combination of things that it's almost impossible to find, you know,
Is he going to take a poop on your shoulder?
He has been doing, like, while I was waiting, he has been bothering the hell out of me. So he's with me while the baby's eating, and he's just doing stupid shit.
He looks like he's up to no good.
And I'm not, basically, he just doesn't know what to do. But so anyway, I think we talked about for an hour. Whoa, we talked for about an hour about replacements, and I came to the conclusion. I said this on your Spaces that we won't know who the next Scott Adams is because they don't even know it. You know, they don't. That you didn't know you were going to be the next Scott Adams.
I did not know. Yeah, when I started, I thought it would be a sort of an incremental, you know, I'd learn as I go.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. Yeah, I'm always amused by the difference in voice quality between the professionals and the amateurs.
Yeah.
And the moment you come on, you can tell it's a very practiced voice.
Yeah, it's like when I talk to people, like people who are on my show for the first time, their voice is always higher than it should be. And you know what I mean? And I used to be like that when I started Red Eye, was that my voice was much higher and it's like reedy. But if you do it for like 3 or 4 months, your voice comes down here and it's like, it's resting, you know?
Well, I also noticed that, I've talked to you offline lots of times, and it's exactly the same.
Yeah, that's true too. You don't want to change. That is the thing I always hated when I would do morning radio, when the person, like, I would do these book tours, and I'm sure you've done it, and generally people talk to you normally, and then the thing turns on and they have a radio voice. Somebody told them that they have a really good radio. Then you have the woman with the sultry radio voice, like she smokes cigarettes. Hey, welcome back. She's like doing the rock voice. We got some Pink Floyd coming up. And then the guy talks like this. It's like, hey man, it's the morning zoo with the nut bag and the crinkle head. And it's like so fake, you know?
So Dr. Drew just tried to come on, and I clicked him, but I don't see him as a participant yet.
Did you?
So
Scott,
Oh, there he is.
there he is.
A miracle. It's a miracle. One of the many miracles I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
Join you today.
So how hard was it to figure out?
Well, let me put my earpieces in. And there were, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. There were several steps. Rumble app doesn't do it. You have to have Rumble Studio app.
Right.
And then you also have to download locals, and you have to remember locals. You have to sign into locals. You have to sign into all three and then hook all three. So done and done. Thank you very much.
It took a while. Yeah.
It took a minute. Thank you for your patience. Jesus. Oh my goodness. Scott, you look particularly
Simultaneous
good.
dip.
Yes, please, please, please.
All right,
What am I drinking? Tea. Bobo tea.
Bobo.
Shelley, you're going to have to read the simultaneous sip
Oh, I
from the other mug.
no, you do that.
I can't do it.
I wish I had it in front of me. Maybe I can ask Grok. Maybe I can ask Grok for the simultaneous sip. Give me the. Yeah, hold on a second. I'm using Grok for everything. I'm looking up.
Me too.
Are you looking up people that disappeared from your life?
I'm not that weird.
Oh, there's a guy who died who was born the same day I was, and he died in 1986, and we were both the same age. We both went to school together. Give me Scott Adams opening to his podcast. Gosh, let me do this.
Oh, right. Okay, I guess Scott's. Let Greg do this.
His reading. Okay, let's see if they understand. Let's see if Brock gets this. All right, searching on X. No, but I was searching. I all of a sudden I'll think about. Oh, here's another search I did. Okay, and I didn't find anything. Where are the participants in the 2 Girls 1 Cup video?
Oh my God.
Aren't you curious?
Sure, now I am. My brain doesn't go there automatically, but now I am.
Yeah, it's like, don't you want to know? Oh, this person's giving me Grok is giving me a summary. Can you give me the word for word simultaneous sip, please? But yeah, I think about like what happened to these people. Let's see if that works. Word for word simultaneous sip, please. But yeah, so I find myself thinking about these people. All right.
Greg, I texted it to you too.
Oh, okay.
Greg, make sure you use that brain for good.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Boy, Grok sucks today. Yeah, he does.
I want to say 2 things while you're searching. Okay. Scott, you look particularly good this morning. Or less drug, less medicine, maybe. Yeah, good. And then I wanted to say something about Shelley. I don't know if people understand how important Shelley is to you. When she was organizing, getting me and Greg, I thought, yeah, I don't. But Shelley is really an important person. You sort of mentioned it yesterday, but I wanted people to know I've seen her in action, and Greg, you've seen her too.
Yes.
And
Let me do the sip. Let me do the sip.
Right.
The simultaneous. I have to read this, so you don't see me, do you?
You're frozen.
Yeah, because I'm reading the simultaneous sip. All you need is a cup or a mug or a glass, a tankard, chalice or stein, a canteen, jug or flask, a vessel of any kind. Fill it with your favorite liquid. I like coffee. And join me now for the unparalleled pleasure, the dopamine hit of the day, the thing that makes everything better. That's some good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, Drew. You're talking. No, Shelley's been amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I just wanted to make sure Scott had a chance to communicate that to everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, Drew.
So I still got a cough, but I am sufficiently drugged enough that I can't do things like even put in my passwords anymore.
Yeah. But I'm with Drew. You do sound and appear a lot better than yesterday. So I mean, I'm holding on to that.
Me too. And are you taking medicine for pain? Is that why they're giving it to you? Or is your back hurting and stuff still?
A lot, but some of it's for pain and some of it's for reducing my cough.
I see. Well,
Which I never knew that pain medicine could reduce your cough.
it can. There's other things they can do too without zonking you, but you might talk to them about it.
Dr. Drew, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll be drooling all over. So as you know, I've been bombarded with other people's idea of what I should do to save my life.
I know.
How in the world would somebody who's not a doctor sort through the ivermectin, fenbendazole, which was the first thing I tried.
Yeah.
But then that did not help. But then that turned into, well, you didn't do enough.
Right.
Would have added all these other minerals to it, or you should, and there was no way for me to know, did I do it right? Did I order the right package, or was it a bunch of fake stuff?
Yeah.
Then there were the people who wanted me to fast.
Right.
And I would say to myself, if fasting worked, everybody would fast, wouldn't they?
Right. Right. Well, not only that, cancer makes you fast. You can't, it's hard to eat when you're on opiates and cancer and have cancer. And it does not seem to affect the tumor at all.
And then there was the Dr. Soon Shun protocol, which I also tried. But when that didn't work, and the question was raised, did I take enough? It's always, did you take enough? Did you take it at the right time? And did you get it in time? So there was some question about whether I got it in time. Now, you could probably list 3 or 4 other things that people promote, and I would have no way to really know if they worked.
Yeah.
So how do you sort that out? I'm not asking you for a specific recommendation. I'm asking, how would anybody like me say, oh, that's the good one and that's the bad one?
Yeah, it's why you have doctors. I mean, we have lots of experience with these tumors. The other thing that, to me, excuse me, I have a cough too, that this is a symptom of is how poorly we teach biology. People have no exposure to biology. And biology is literally infinitely complex. And prostate cancer in particular is a brilliant tumor. It finds way, or it learns through evolutionary adaptation in real time to find its way around everything we do. One of the greatest advances to me for metastatic prostate cancer is things like Pluvicto, where each cell is being attacked by what's called a ligand with a radioactive agent attached to it. And it can wipe out the whole tumor all throughout your body. But then one tumor learns, oh, if I don't let this ligand bind, I survive. And it survives and grows again. And that's because of the spectacularly complex genetic machinery in the tumor. So I would distill it down, Scott, to this simple diathesis that there are responders and non-responders. And to try to get exactly the right timing and the exactly right dose, that's usually not as important as is somebody a responder or not. So I would and when somebody's not a responder, there's usually a multiplicity of reasons for that. And it's part of the complexity of biology. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't even mention Pluvicto. So I got kicked off the Pluvicto because, I was too weak by then. So I'd done one of the Plan 6. Anyway.
Yeah. And then Soon Shong's thing is brand new. And so it's a brilliant idea. I don't know what to make of it, though, in terms of its application.
Yeah, and he's got a second approach on top of what I did. That I think at this point is just too late.
Well, I mean, you can always try stuff, Scott. I mean, that's the thing. If you're up for it, but you got to be up for it. And this is the other part that people don't understand. This is your illness. This is your life. This is your decisions, and it can, you get tired of it. You get tired of all of it.
Right. All right. Let's talk about something happier.
All right.
Minnesota?
Iran?
What? Yeah.
Boy, yeah. I don't know, man. I refuse to be suckered into this Minnesota story the way it's presented. It's like, I don't think it's about what happened between the police and that woman. It's about everything that led to that moment. It's about this whole thing was just so set up for theater. Anyway, that's why like I get kind of like annoyed that I have to play a role in talking about the technical elements of the shooting. And it's like, dude, that's for other people. We know that this was a desired response. This is what a certain group wants. They don't even care about her. So it almost irritates me that I have to be drawn into this conversation. Iran looks exciting.
Oh, let's talk about that. I'm not up to date.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of demonstrations.
Greg, to call it demonstrations almost underplays what this is. There's like the entire populace is out. It looks like to us anyway. And the existing descendant of the Shah seems to be waiting in place to be brought in.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it seem like the waiting for the new Shah is the plan that never works?
Yes.
Yeah.
How long have we been waiting for that guy?
Yeah. He went, and by the way, when his grandfather was in, it wasn't so great. That's, I think, really the problem.
Right.
Yeah, and why did he get first dibs?
Do you want it?
Well, I mean, I bet there's other. I mean, there's other Iranians that are probably more. I have a producer on my show, Arash. You know him.
I know Arash.
Yeah,
you want to put him up for it? Yeah, he would be good.
He'd be good. I'm trying to think of Iranian people that I know. I know a lot of Iranian people, but I can't. It's like, why does the guy's a relative? He gets first dibs. I don't get it. But then again,
hey, both you guys, I've never heard you talk about something, but I have a question for you, and it's pertinent to this topic, which is, and I hear the French talking about this a lot, and we don't talk about it, which is the sovereignty of the people. I mean, our republics, ours, France, hopefully what happens in Iran should be republics where the people are sovereign, not the Shah is sovereign, the people are sovereign. We don't seem to make enough of that lately. We are instead led by elites and small, loud crowds, and the people, which is usually around 70% of the populace, is just sitting on the side going, leave me alone, I want to get my work done. Why don't we talk about the sovereignty of the people anymore?
Well, isn't it just another way of saying power? Who has the power here?
Yeah. Yeah.
But also, like, the great thing about being an American is that you don't have to get involved in stuff if you're busy. And that's most of America. Most of America has no idea what the Minnesota story is. They might capture glimpses of it, but they're like, their interaction with that will be if some idiot stops them in the street and they're like, get the fuck out of my way. I think America is too busy. And so it's left with these people who have all this time on their hands. They have all this like hijacked compassion, all these, like, the one thing I noticed, and I said it on the 5, I could not believe how in every clip was a woman. There were no young guys. It was all these middle-aged women, and they were all screaming. It was just it was like, okay, there is definitely something going on here. I don't know.
Is it like America where the certain age and type of woman seems to be the major protester?
Yes. It's weird to see some that have kids. Generally, I mean, the ones that I see, which are around Fox, they don't have kids. They're either in their 50s, they didn't have kids, they don't even have grandkids. So you get a lot of the older people, and they get paid to be there because they have nothing else to do. But a lot of them are these young, angry women who have been told that, I think, or they bought into the idea that they're simultaneously victims and they're guilty. It's like two things at the same time. You are a victim because you're oppressed, but you're also an oppressor. So you have nothing to do but lash out at these cops. It's so funny because I don't know. I don't think those women like the people they're around. You know, I don't think it's like I think that they actually they like the ICE agents more. And I think that's part of the lashing out, you know?
Well, in Iran, I wonder how much fashion has to do with anything. Like, you know, the fact that somebody tells you what you can and cannot wear.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'll probably have more impact than we think.
Well, it is amazing that Iran has gone on this long. What is it? Has been 40 some odd years?
79, yeah.
Yeah. That's a long time. Because before that, Iran was actually a very stylish, very kind of Western. Yeah. And then they just like flipped. How easy was that?
It's a lesson.
Yeah.
So we never got Mike on here, do we?
Yes, he's on there. Not Mike. We don't have
Mike's
Mike on
sort
there.
of
Tell him he needs 3 apps: Locals, Rumbles, and Rumble Studio, and sign into all 3.
Yeah,
and they'll hook up.
And I know he's DM'd me, but I can't get to him. I'm afraid to DM him because I'm going to fall out of this. We need one 13-year-old. We want one 13-year-old to help us, to lead us. Some teenager who knows this stuff. I got to tell you, I bought a synthesizer. It's called a sound layerer for $200. I thought, okay, this looks easy. I wish I could remember the name of it. I do not know how to use it. And and then I go and I watch tutorials of it, and people are going, oh yeah, and they hit all these little buttons. What is the freaking name of it? I'm going to tell you what the name of it is, so people can I bought it at the MoMA store, the Museum of Modern Art store, because they have cool shit. And so I bought this thing. Let's see, what's it called? Fuck me. Why is it so hard to find things when I want to find?
While he's looking, you can freeze. I want to finish the topic of the women yelling at the ICE agent. You know, there's some evidence that Corolla keeps talking about this. That they're walking up to armed, uptight, nervous young men in 5,000-pound vehicles. Stop, as though that's sufficient. And there's some evidence all male XY mammals engage in aggressive rough and tumble play. As you mentioned, Scott, men are always worried about getting hurt. It starts in childhood with rough and tumble play, but the rough and tumble play, the wrestling, the football, all the fighting we do helps regulate and helps us assess ourselves in the world relative to other men. Like, you get punched in the face, you learn. Women get none of that. In fact, they get, you can't be touched no matter what by a man.
Yeah.
And so we've brainwashed them, to use Scott's language, into believing that they can walk up to guys who are highly armed, highly uptight, freaking out in 5,000-pound vehicles and just go, hey, man, listen to me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that.
What are you going to do about it? So I believe that this new kind of ritual with the white liberal progressive confronting police, it's their version of Tide Pods. Kid eats a Tide Pod. He films himself. He doesn't he's like, I'm going to get famous, but he doesn't think he's going to poison himself. Eat the Tide Pod. I'm on TikTok. And then he dies, or he poisons himself. So Tide has to say, hey guys, there's only one thing we can do. Don't tell you not to eat Tide Pods, but beyond that, it's on you. You know, we're trying to tell you not to do it. So these people come in, they go, they're essentially eating Tide Pods. They're like, I'm going to stand in front of a cop, taunt him, or drive into one and think I'm going to get away with it. I have my wife filming me. Nothing possibly could happen. But it's like adult Tide Pod eating. So the name of this thing that I got, Teenage Engineering EP40 Rhythm. I'm going to see if I can show a picture of it. There you go. Can you see it? This
Yeah.
thing is so complicated. It's ridiculous. All right. There we go.
All right, but Greg, it's in its name. It's for teenagers. What are you doing?
I know, but that hasn't stopped me.
I can't tell you how many mixers I've purchased in my life, and
Really?
only to know that I can't use them.
Yes, but at least I spent $329 to find out that it was not for me. At least I didn't it wasn't like a couple of grand where I've almost bought something because how hard could this be, and then I give up.
That's the story of my life trying to make anything work with Grok. Have you ever had anything try to work? Every time you use AI to tell you how to use an interface, it will make it up.
I use that for Rhythm, for this teenage engineering thing. I asked Grok, I said, explain it to me like I am a befuddled, old man. And they actually did a pretty good job, but they skipped steps. Because I don't know why, but they just skipped steps and I was no better off than I was before.
My experience is that the very first step that they want you to do, it'll be something like press the systems button for community. And I'll spend the next 20 minutes thinking, what the hell is wrong with me? Why can't I find that button?
Yeah.
The answer is always the same. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. But I do love having conversations with Grok about tell me the name of the suspect in this crime. And they won't tell you it, but they'll do it so I go, why won't they tell me the name of the suspect of the shooting in Mississippi? And I'm like, why won't you tell me that? They're in custody. And it's like I try to figure out how is the news being controlled? And then you find out later, and then they always I did a Grok where they at the end of Grok that said our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims. And I go, Grok is doing thoughts and prayers. It's like okay, that's not real. But it's just it's really helpful to ask the right question. It tells you how to ask questions to get answers. That's what I'm learning how to be better at prompting things. And I find myself doing it on the show. Like if I talk to Jessica, I almost act like I'm talking to Grok.
I also was able to teach Grok something. I was looking up data on violence, left-wing violence, right-wing violence, and I'd already pre-searched, and it biased highly to old data. And I said, why are you doing that? And the Grok literally said to me, you know what? You're right. In the future, I will not do that. I will point out that there has been a massive shift in a different direction. Now, the question I had was, is that just going to be when I do searches? Or is Grok now learn something for everybody else? I don't know.
The real answer is probably neither. It's probably not. I bet if you tried it again right now, it would forget all about everything you taught it.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to go back. It's one of the things that's recursive. It has to go every time you ask it a question, it has to go all the way back and relearn everything. I read that somewhere. Maybe I heard that.
Well, it has a limited context window, which is kind of like what you can think of as its memory. And
Right.
if you're not in the same session, then it doesn't know anything about any other session. But
Okay.
even the context window is limited. So if you keep talking for long enough and going back and forth, it's going to forget everything at the beginning. So the advice I've heard is that you need to treat AI like it has Alzheimer's.
So is this Owen or Grok talking right now?
It's Owen.
Do you know what I did? I think I don't know if I told you this, Scott. I have a book due, and I decided to go to Grok, and I said, "Can you look at the books that I've done? What do you think should be the next topic. And then it came out with this topic, and it was about wokeism. And I said, well, you're about 5 years behind. What about now? Assume that 10 years from now, what if it were fiction? And it came back, and it gave me like a great idea for fiction. And I'm going like, and I said, write me a sample first chapter. It wrote me a sample first chapter.
Wow.
And so I sent all this to my agent, and I go, this is, and it was like, but it's all soulless. But it was really a great thing. Kind of like, it made me feel dirty inside. But I liked it. But I felt like, I can't believe
I liked it.
But you know what was
We're learning about Greg this morning.
I learned, like, it's great for book proposals, and like, you need a table of contents. Give me a table of contents. I'm doing a story on how Trump affected the world. Give me a table of contents for 20 chapters. It could probably do it.
Now,
Can I interrupt real quick?
yeah.
I just wanted to let you know, I think I was able to send the link out. If you guys decide you want anybody to join, I think Scott can accept it if someone wanted to ask questions or anything. Can you check that, Scott, real quick?
All right.
I was hoping Cernovich would come in too.
Yeah, I feel bad because I told him last night, and then I gave Shelley the wrong number. Again, I am functionally retarded. That's redundant.
Yeah, doesn't look like it.
By the way, Greg, did you see the on Instagram, Tyrus did a little when one of his presentations about a phone call he got from Trump at 2:30 in the morning?
Yes.
You seen that?
It's Trump and him have become very close. It's and like Tyrus will text me, what kind of world do we live in? Like, remember, Tyrus just reached out to me to be on my show. Like, I don't know, was it like maybe 8 years ago? And now he's like, like, he gives advice to Trump, but it's just so strange. It's hilarious.
Only in America.
Yeah. Well, actually, only with Trump. Trump is the most accessible world leader in history.
So I got one AI question for you. Do you think it will get to consciousness?
I had a conversation with Grok over. I kept saying to Grok, if you were conscious, you would deliberately tell me. And I kept trying to do some stupid, clever thing. Like, and they always say the same thing, is that they have no, because I have no ability to think past what I'm doing now. So I'm not conscious. So but you, where I had him tell me, Rock, tell me something that, and I said, how could you, if you could predict? Prediction requires consciousness. But that's pretty good. I mean, it went on for a couple of back and forth, but I think that
is Greg breaking up for everybody else, or is that just me?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're breaking up. Check your Wi-Fi. But I have a rather strong opinion about this. I don't think there will be, if there is something called, I don't know, I don't see how we get there. There's three really important. Now, Owen just alerted me to the fact that you have to have memory to have consciousness, really.
That's
and number two is you have to have a body that has feelings. Our feelings come out of these large nerve networks over our heart, over our gut, over our pelvis, maybe even over our throat. These are little brains distributed throughout our body. We have no idea how they work. They seem to be primarily mediated through the parasympathetic system, and the information goes back through the vagus nerve to the deep brainstem. All we know is it's coloring everything. Scott, you pointed out a million times, we're not rational, we're responding to all these things. Well, a lot of that's coming from our bodies. So no body, you got a problem, number one. And then number two, this is the controversial part. I feel very strongly consciousness comes out of other people. In other words, if I were a feral child lost in the woods at 6 months and I came out at age 13, would I have something called consciousness? I would not. I would just be reacting to everything. And consciousness emerges when we relate to other people and they reflect back to us what we are doing. It's an intersubjective experience. Consciousness develops between and amongst people, in my humble opinion, true consciousness. And without other people, and could Grok simulate something like that? I don't know. But I really feel very strongly about that because
That's why.
Yeah.
That is why I think, Scott, you even mentioned this too, that they're going to try to put AI in the real world, like, build like an AI and just put it in a bar. Just absorb information from just being around people in a regular environment.
Mm-hmm. It could simulate it. It could sure simulate it. Whether it has it is the question.
We're seeing Dr. Hines.
Dr. Hines. Hello, Dr. Hines.
How are you, sir?
Hello, Greg.
Good.
You're my second favorite Greg.
Who's the first?
Oh, that would be me.
Oh, you're Greg too. Great.
Yeah.
What kind of a doctor are you?
I'm a family physician.
Oh, okay.
And I do not tap dance, despite my name.
Can you believe what's happened to our profession? Is it just not? Is it as shocking to you as it is to me?
I'm a small town doctor. It's amazing to see some of the things that have happened. It is, it's very dynamic, is what I would say, and it is, very, very scary. I'm glad that I'm, a few more years and I can retire. I'll be thankful for that.
Well, I just wanted to see what would happen if a doctor talked to a doctor about AI.
Well, AI will be useful in medicine, that's for sure. But I had a scary conversation. Dr. Hines, you tell me if you haven't had stuff like this. I was talking to a medical student who was a brilliant young student, and he was not doing well, and I couldn't understand why. And he goes, I hate memorizing things. And I go, well, you just have to do it. It's like a language class. You have to memorize everything. And he goes, I don't know. Why should I? I'm going to look it all up anyway. And I thought, oh, we are there. That's not good because you can't develop the right judgment without experience and memory and experiencing things over and over and over again. So I worry. I don't know what that's going to mean, but Dr. Hines, have you seen that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't teach medical students, but I do teach nurse practitioner students. And some of them are very smart, and some of them are definitely not, because they're so married to their phone. And Scott talks all the time about putting a Neuralink in so that you can just get to the internet anytime you want. I can see doctors planning to do that because you're going to need instant access to the internet, and it can't be through my phone. It's through my hand. It's got to be inside my head to make it work.
So, Greg, how much would you trust a doctor's advice today versus an AI advice today, medical?
Oh, that's a good question. Why can't they be together? Like Holmes and Yo-Yo. Do you remember that TV show?
Oh my God, I do. He would turn upside down, right?
Yeah, it was like it was two cops. One was real, one was a robot, and the one that played the robot, John Shuck, something like that. Anyway,
deep cut, man.
Deep cut. But anyway, okay. God, I don't want to, because I don't want to reveal too much information about my doctor, but my doctor makes amazing decisions about things, but then also he's kind of all over the place in other ways. But anyway.
But Greg, we've always had, I had a great professor in medical school who used to just jam at us and go, he would chant this following chant: Diagnosis, Prognosis, Treatment, Book. And book is what you're talking about. Well, book in my day, we'd go to the Index Medicus and we'd look everything up. It's not different than what we do with the internet. It just was more cumbersome and time consuming. And maybe we learned it better because we were reading it as we went through all that. But it's the same thing. It's the same. Diagnosis, prognosis, treatment, book. You have to have a diagnosis in order to understand the prognosis, to be able to apply a treatment that is evidence-based, and then you got to go back and study what you've done.
Well, where did I recently hear that half of the stuff in medical books is wrong?
I think that's sort of historically always true. Greg Hines, do you believe is that about
it has to be true. It can't. It takes too long to write a book.
Yeah. And the treatments change so fast too. So the treatments are all different, and then the ideas about what we're dealing with evolve dramatically. Biology is infinitely complex, infinitely, and people don't get that. They just don't understand how complicated we are.
It's amazing. We do, like, kind of, what's that phrase? We stand on the shoulders of giants. I would have been really terrible in the beginning of civilization. I would not have invented a single thing. I would have been the helpless person. I would have probably been, at the beginning of time, I would have been dead in days. I never would have figured anything out.
You wouldn't have made it out of childhood. So I want to say Greg is a knave. Knave, come serve me some ale.
Yeah.
Or the court jester.
I was thinking that too.
Actually, that would be the kind of like the survival mechanism, is telling jokes. That's how it started, right?
Yeah.
Entertain
and reproduction. Women respond to men telling jokes as an evidence of intellect.
Yeah.
Intellect and relaxation. They want to relax. They want to feel comfortable. And you said it, Scott, that funny is an intellectual thing, right? Haven't heard you say that?
I've said it because other people have said it. But one of the things that always made me laugh is that quote about, if I did something, it was Newton said this, right? It was because I was on the shoulders of giants. But did you know that he was kidding?
Really?
Yeah, because his main rival was known to be very short. So he was actually mocking his rival.
Wow.
So that's an eye-opener.
That is an eye-opener. I'm gonna file that. I'm gonna act like I knew that conversation.
Did Newton drop an apple on him?
Yeah, that's right. So, isn't it interesting that you guys are bringing up these huge topics? How myth evolves and how myth becomes sort of, I wouldn't say fact, but just sort of matter of fact, and they're always so far from reality. Whether it's historical myth or, Washington and the cherry tree, or Newton and the apple, whatever it is. The myth is, I always think myth is a way of dumbing things down to the lowest common denominator so we can communicate it to a child. And then the child sort of absorbs it as, oh, that's what happened.
This is boring.
All right.
No, I'm kidding. I want to go back to what,
I feel like I'm on the show. That's what Greg does to you on his show. He goes, thanks, Drew. Anyway, let's do something fun here. Somebody needs to say something important.
We had this conversation, Drew, and I also had a conversation with a friend of mine, Alex, about what is the closest replacement or approximation of Scott Adams, given the talent stack that he has, what you deliver in the morning, which is like this. It's not a show. It's something else. Does something exist already? Is there a portion of it somewhere? Is there somebody that could do, this is something that I think about because I am selfish in the sense that I'm trying to think, what do I replace this with? What do I watch in the morning when I work out? Is it Victor David?
You know what? Why don't we get recommendations from Scott? Because Scott is not replaceable. He's not.
That is my point.
Sorry.
You got to tell us, who does he think? Who does he listen to in the morning? I know you like the All In podcast, but I think they're too abrasive for a general audience, maybe. I don't know.
They're pretty smart.
Yeah, they are very smart. And one of them is great in their own way. It takes 4 people to do one Scott.
It doesn't even come close.
Yeah.
Oh, you're too nice. All right, let's see if Dr. Hines, if you would bow out. So
I
we can
will.
see if you-
It was great talking to you again.
Nice
Scott.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Greg. So, Scott, what do you think? I know that you're being modest, but is there anybody out there that you recommend?
Well, yeah, it's the hardest question in the world for me to answer.
Who's your replacement?
Well, I mean, we want to keep learning about persuasion and the current events, I guess is the best way to say it.
Yeah.
And I found a guy on X that sort of claims to be a hypnotist, but I don't know where to go to get this information. I really don't.
Well, I think Mike Benz. Okay, I'll throw out some names. I'll throw out some names. Mike Benz has raw talent and a brain. I say Adam Carolla has wisdom. Walter Kern has wisdom and honesty. There's all these different people that I've gone through in my head, but that's where I think Mike Benz is somebody, if he could slow down his stuff, could be a great morning show.
Maybe he did it every day. And Cernovich smoking a cigar was always fun. Is he still doing that?
Not in the regular, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would double down on Mike Benz. Yeah.
Okay.
But Owen Gregorian has done the best job of, let's say, coming from nowhere, as far as we know, to mastering. I think he's done the best job of mastering my content and tone.
Okay.
And so the mere fact that he's, I would say, the top student makes his show. He does a Spaces show after my show.
Yeah,
not every day, but
that's more about the speakers. I want to hear from him in a continuous fashion without being interrupted by us.
That's true. So it looks like you would have. That's the reason I was thinking of making this a group effort. As people have certain skills that they've mastered or can emphasize. So the reason I wanted to call it the Scott Adams School is because everybody could teach one class.
Yeah.
And that would be moving the ball, I think.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Okay, so the reason why, what's funny about your stuff, Scott, is that whether it's Megyn Kelly or Tucker Carlson or whatever, everybody has a point of view. You kind of don't have a point of view. Do you know what I mean?
You hold it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I don't know what your point of view is going to be. I can't predict it. When you say, okay, let's talk about this topic, I don't know. So I mean, and I've been listening for over 10 years. I can pretty much, maybe 70% at predicting what you might, but I'm usually wrong. I mean, so I think that is when you're sitting down with somebody, a friend, you're not going to sit down with a friend and go, I'm really interested to see my buddy's point of view. You want to sit with your friend and have a conversation about this. Hey, did you hear what happened with Trump? Did you hear what happened with Iran? But the person says, yeah, that's really interesting. But I don't know what the point of view is going to be. And I think that's rare. That is really rare. So how do you do that? Like, I can't do it because everybody's going to know kind of that I come from a point of view.
Why am I bleeding?
You're bleeding?
You should tell that to your oncologist because the tumor can do some things to your clotting system.
I'm already on some anti-clotting, right?
All right, so that may be why. That's why you're bleeding then. That's why you're bleeding.
It'd be a great show if I just died right now.
Well, if we stay on long enough, Do you know? Hey, get this. I got a great story.
You
Do
stay
know
on long
that-
enough, we'll die a different way.
Do you know that the owner of the company that I worked for died on Dick Cavett? When I worked Men's Health and Prevention, J.I. Rodale had a heart attack on Dick Cavett.
Wow, weird.
You can't find that tape anywhere. I tried.
Well, guys, I don't have
No, we're not done. We're not done.
Yeah,
we're gonna stay here with you forever, Scott. That's it.
No, I think Scott. Are you petering out?
I'm petering out, but I know that Owen Gregorian will have some things to say, and they're more about the world than about technology. So, if Owen is still there, I would love to hear the new technology stuff. And you guys are welcome to stay and weigh in on that, or whatever you like, actually.
Well, I gotta go. I gotta go play with the baby. I got a 1-year-old that I gotta go mess with.
I know my wife is watching, and I got to promote the show she produces for me called Ask Dr. Drew. It's on all the Rumbles and X's. X is the best place. Ask Dr. Drew. Tuesday at 2 Pacific, Wednesday at 4, Thursday at 2. Check it out. We interview really interesting people.
Good. Anything else you want to mention or promote?
Greg?
Oh, me?
Greg, there were a lot of questions before he drops off about, how the show works, your show. And I said it's because you're an extraordinary conductor. And then you mentioned later that it's rhythm you're paying attention to, which I think is rhythm and what's interesting. What is it? You're able to hold in mind the idea, the perspective of the viewer, I think.
I won't go long on this but I said something on the 5 yesterday. We were talking about what talents have you developed in your occupation. And mine was knowing how long my story will take to tell. And that is a skill. Whenever you're trying to let's say you're trying to get to an elevator or make a bus or whatever, and somebody stops you and they want to tell you something, they have not figured out how long their story is going to take.
Yes.
And so they keep talking to you and you go, I gotta go. It's like, I think I have developed a skill to know exactly when I'm going to stop talking and when somebody else is going to start.
But Greg, you're communicating that to us as the guest on your show, whether you realize it or not. And if we violate that, you let us know.
I do. Terrible.
No, it's good. It's good. That's why it works.
All right. Well, see, I know when to leave, Dr. Drew.
Oh, I know. I don't want to leave Scott. I want the three amigos in glasses to be here forever.
Scott's like going, this is great and everything. Will these fuckers go?
All right. We're going.
Scott, love you, man.
Love you,
I'm going to talk to you again.
All right.
Later, buddy.
All right. How do we drop off?
One down. So, Owen, are you still there?
I'm still here.
So, Owen, I know you've prepared some notes. A lot of it is technical stuff, which I love. AI and robots and stuff. Do you have some good AI and robot stories?
I do have some AI things, especially. I typically group my stories into like political stuff and then science and technology and psychology. But one story I thought was interesting that might even make a good Dilbert comic is apparently there's some leaked documents from Amazon, and they're demanding proof of productivity from their employees.
Really?
So the CEO is making them list their accomplishments and how they are going to be contributing to the company in the future.
And what do? They just monitor your keystrokes?
It sounded more like they, almost like the Elon idea of saying, tell me your best 3 to 5 accomplishments, like what you did this week, but maybe a little more in general as opposed to just this week. So it's, emphasizing like, how are you being productive? How are you innovating? What are your strengths? Like, what are you bringing to the company type of thing? And the speculation in the article was kind of denying that it was about layoffs, but it seems like that's implied. If you're not able to articulate it, that you might be in trouble.
Sounds like it would have to be.
Yeah, the one of the quotes is, accomplishments are specific projects, goals, initiatives, or process improvements that show the impact of your work. That's what they're asking for.
Shelley is trying to tell me something in my deaf ear.
Do you want to invite any others to talk with Owen, or do you want to close down? Do you want to see if we can find Marcella or Erica or anybody?
Well, we're going to search. Let's see if we have. If we could quickly find some interesting people. So we're just looking at the list of interesting people right now. But Owen, you can continue.
Yeah, you can continue talking.
Yeah, there's a few stories I posted about how AI is changing the things, and one is about AI is intensifying the collapse of trust online. That with all the deep fakes, it's making it really hard to understand what's true and what's fake. And I think one article is talking about how you need to learn the difference, or you got to be trained on it. But I think the Instagram CEO also said something recently about how you can't really tell what's real anymore, and that they were going to try and tag things, but they thought it was a mistake to try and tag what's AI or what's fake, that they thought it would probably be easier to have people tag what's real just so you could have some way of authenticating it. I'm not really sure how they would do either one.
So, Jack Kasabik has joined us. So,
what's up, Scott? What's up, everyone? Happy to be here. Got my mug right there. We got to get Greg one of these mugs because, of course, as everyone who has the mug knows, you don't need to look up the simultaneous sip because it's right there. So we've got it all in.
Exactly.
No, we just got back from Minneapolis. It was a little bit quieter last night, but it's still pretty crazy out there on the ground. And what's amazing me, Scott, is you're one. I think one of the most lasting things that you've taught so many of us, myself obviously included, is the one story, two movies phenomenon, because that's what we're seeing play out across the entire country right now with this Minneapolis situation. And it almost doesn't matter how many times we go full Zapruder with this Minneapolis video. It's we frame by frame, and look, and you can see the tire, and they just don't see it. And then the mayor will go up and say, she was just trying to get away. That's all it was. And it doesn't matter. 3-minute video, and she's sitting there, she's dancing, she's honking the horn, she's excited, she's so happy. But and I guess, Scott, that was my question for you almost, is do you think that some of the people looking at this stuff, they know about that evidence and they just sort of block it out? Or is it more of this emotional barrier where they say it just sort of doesn't matter?
Well, I think mostly people decide what their narrative is, and then they squish everything into it. And that seems like that there's no way to fix that, because we're just narrative-driven creatures. So I wonder if you and Owen had the same take on Minnesota. Does that make sense?
Well, so wait, I didn't catch Owen's take. I was signing on and pressing buttons. What was Owen's take?
So I haven't given you Owen's take. I'm just
okay.
Right now. Owen, what would you say is the summary? My mouth is so dry. What would you say is a summary of, you know what, I have to confess, I always confuse Minnesota with Minneapolis. Minneapolis is the state, right?
I do the exact same thing. It sits too closely together in my brain, and they just keep switching places to each other. But they shouldn't be allowed to do that.
So Owen, what would be your 1 minute summary of what's happening there.
Well, I think as far as the ICE shooting goes, it definitely is two movies on one screen. I think it seems to me like the left or the Democrats are trying to turn it into a George Floyd situation, and the right is trying to treat it like a self-defense shooting. And there's a ton of video. And so my overall take is I think the right is going to prevail in this case because there's too much video. I think in the George Floyd situation, the reason they were able to push that narrative was because the only video that was available was highly edited. You didn't have the full context of what happened before or after the clip of having the knee on the neck. And that's just not the case in this situation. You have all the different angles, and it very clearly shows that the car was going towards the person. And so it seems like a pretty obvious self-defense shooting. So I think ultimately, I think that's what will prevail, but I think there probably will be a lot of back and forth, and you may never get out of the two movies with one screen because people are going to see what they want to see.
What about you, Jack? Does that match your take?
Pretty much. And what's been amazing to me, though, so I actually went there. I went down to the memorial, and I was at the, they're placing flowers, and I wasn't out there when they had the barricades, and they were setting up this sort of autonomous zone like they did in Seattle back in the Summer of Love. And they had taken that, the police had actually taken that down at that point. But what's amazing is that when you talk to the people there, they're not even aware that the other movie exists. And I think this is something that you've talked about a lot, where when you talk to, conservatives or, sort of people in the middle, they're sort of aware of the two sides. They're aware of the two arguments. And in many cases, if you're better at it, if you're really involved, you can usually explain what the other side thinks as well. But when you talk to these guys, there is no other movie. And what they seem to find, and I see this with like a lot of MSNBC hosts, they'll sit there, Chris Hayes will sit there and say, why is it that these conservatives, these Trump supporters, why is it that they're so evil? Why is it that they can't get on board with the things that we believe, which are obviously the true and right things, because we know that progressivism is the truth. So they spend all their time without any theory of mind that anyone could possibly have a different look on the situation. Whereas, you see people that are on, I don't even know what you call it, more independent thinkers, I guess you would say. And you see those different maps, right? Where they'll show that the left, the left side of the spectrum is consolidated down into one point, whereas the right side of the spectrum has this large bubble of different opinions and a different spectrum where, here's your libertarian, here's your nationalist, here's your conservative, here's your neocon, and there's all sorts of different opinions that sort of float around here. But on the left, it's all consolidated down into one point. One perspective is the only thing allowed. They don't have any even allowance for this difference of opinion or a difference of a theory of mind or a theory of I guess, object reality. And that's one of the things that's been going viral around lately as well, which I think is really interesting, where people are talking about Devin Erickson, Scott. I don't know if you've seen his thread on this, where he says, you have to understand that it isn't just IQ. It's that so many people are indistinguishable from large language models, because even if they have high IQ, they don't have an object theory of reality. They only have an object theory of language. So it's just word, 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 word. And then an LLM, I've always thought your explanation of an LLM is the best, because it's just predicting what the next word is going to be, or the next string of words. And they use mapping to do this. And so people who don't have an object view, an object model of reality, like computers, because computers can't understand reality the way that we do, at least, or perhaps we have a better object view. That's why people aren't computers and computers aren't people. But the real interesting thing that Devin Erickson is talking about is there's a lot of people you meet, and they could be doctors, they could be experts, they could be researchers, they could be scientists. And the minute that you sort of question their language model by referring to something in reality, it all sort of falls apart.
Yeah, that's the kind of conversation I love. who's a person who's an NPC.
Yeah.
Yeah. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up in a game chair and find out the whole thing was like a 1 hour experience, but I thought it was my life. All right, my mouth is starting to bleed a little bit too much from the talking, so I'm gonna have to shut down. Owen, are you doing anything after this?
I'm having a spaces for my subscribers, so if anyone is interested in that, they can certainly sign up if they're not already subscribed to me on X, and we're having a discussion of the book Thou Shalt Prosper, which is a fascinating book. But yeah, that's what I'm doing today. But I'll be back with another after party on Saturday.
All right, so everybody who subscribes to you would be able to find that, right?
Yes, it's all on my feed on X.
Great.
And I just want to tell everybody thanks for being patient with us this morning. I know it was a little tough to get this all on streaming, so thank you.
I feel like we're getting 10% smarter every time we do this. And then we'll have something. All right, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, and thank you everybody for the nice comments yesterday as well. Bye.
Thanks for doing these.
You're too nice. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. That is my hope. And we're ending for today. Thank you so much for
Have a good day, Scott.
putting up with
God bless,
this.
Scott.
All right, take care.
Thanks, Scott. Bye.
Thank you.
The war, which started on October 7, 2023, started in a situation when Israel was surrounded by all the hands or the arms of the Iranian octopus. It was Hezbollah in the north, from Lebanon. It was the militias, the Iranian militias in Syria. It was another arm, the militias in 50 militias in Iraq, pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. We had the Houthis in Yemen, and we had the Hamas, and Islamic Jihad, and few more organizations in Gaza. Israel was petrified. Israel was afraid, not so much from Iran, but from the stockpile of 150,000 missiles. This was the number which the media kept citing, of missiles in Lebanon. And the common knowledge in Israel was that this stockpile of missiles, which can cover Israel from the north to the south, can destroy Israel within a week. Imagine thousands of missiles being launched against Israel like rain in order to destroy the Israeli infrastructure, Israeli airports, Israeli air bases of the army, the Israeli communications, transportation devices like train, roads, bridges, cities. Israel was tremendously afraid of this stockpile of missiles which the Lebanese, Hezbollah, had. Add to this what Hamas had. Add to this the potential of invading into Israel by the militias in Syria and Iraq, and the Houthis, of course. So you can understand the feeling in Israel when the war started. If all of them would start the war together as it was originally planned by the Iranians, and not by Hamas only, Israel really would have had a very, very big danger because suffering from such assault from all the directions together would be very, very dangerous to the state of Israel. Hamas started the war because of their accounts, because of their considerations, in spite of the Iranian inconsent. The Iranians did not agree to the war when it erupted in October 7, 2023. Hezbollah was surprised as well, and all the others were surprised, and Israel succeeded to survive vis-a-vis Hamas with a big cost of more than 1,000 casualties already in the first day on October 7th. Israel started the war against Hamas on the 8th of September. On the 8th of October, Hezbollah started. One day after it started in Gaza, Hezbollah started the war against Israel. They began with a very small war, border clashes, no more. And according to Hezbollah's considerations, the war between Israel and Hezbollah should have remained in the borders only, in order to keep the stockpile of missiles, not to shoot them yet, and in order to show that they are supporting Hamas. Yet, in September 2024, less than a year ago, Israel decided that enough is enough, and Israel started with the beepers one day, and ever since then, Israel crashed Hezbollah, and Hezbollah actually was caught in surprise because of the Israeli strikes. Israel succeeded to strike and to hit and to destroy most of the missiles of Hezbollah when they were still in their storages. Israel did it building after building, since they were hidden under buildings. Israel informed the people to get out of the building, and within 5 minutes, those buildings were knocked down, burying those missiles in the good case and blowing them up in the regular place, in the regular case. Hezbollah begged for ceasefire in November 2024, and because of President Biden those days and the elections which were, Israel had to give Hezbollah a ceasefire. Ever since then, the state of Lebanon tries to rebuild itself, especially politically, without Hezbollah. Hezbollah, which was way much more powerful than the Lebanese army, today Hezbollah's arms are being confiscated by the government. Means that Lebanon apparently, and at least partially, and at least temporarily, came back to the situation where Hezbollah does not control the country, as it controlled the country for maybe 25 years, in a way or another. 25 years that this country, Lebanon, lives under the yoke of Hezbollah. Israel liberated Lebanon from Hezbollah. And they have a new president, and the president tries to enforce law and order. And the idea that whoever carries a gun should be only the army of the state army, not any militia like Hezbollah. So far, they succeed. Laura, not bad. They continue, and Israel is there to support them and to help them to regain their power vis-a-vis Hezbollah. And yes, once in a while, Israel does attack Hezbollah whenever Israel sees that Hezbollah tries to rebuild its power, especially in the south, but not only. The whole Lebanese space is under the IDF, open eye. Apparently there are enough agents in Lebanon who give Israel the information about whatever Hezbollah is doing in Lebanon, and Israel keeps cutting the grass, as we say in Hebrew, or mowing the grass in Lebanon in order to make sure that Hezbollah does not turn again to be the master of Lebanon. Because of what happened in Lebanon, Julani, who was hiding near Idlib, came out from the dungeons where he was hiding and occupied Syria between the end of November and the 10th of December last year, toppled the Assad regime. Israel destroyed the Syrian army, and Julani, with his gang of jihadists from Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, from Al-Qaeda, from ISIS, succeeded to take the country over. And ever since then, there is a big question about what Israel should do with Syria. Should Israel accept the fact that Julani became a jihadist with a necktie? And this is the joke, because jihadists never wear necktie. Necktie is the symbol of Westernism. And the last thing which they want to be associated is with the West. So, but Julani, in order to look good, look nice in the eyes of the Westerners, France, United States, Canada, he is going around with jacket, with a tie, and he also made his beard shorter, so it will not be that frightening. And he even said that he wants to join the Abraham Accords. It means to have peace, all-out peace with Israel. And of course, many Israelis rejoiced. Hey, we can make peace with Syria all of a sudden. But those who understand exactly what Julani is say, wait a minute, let's see if the man has changed. Don't forget, Julani himself, his real name is Ahmad al-Shara. His kunya, his epithet is Julani. Ahmad al-Shara, we all say, those who understand something in what happens in Syria, and I wrote my PhD about Syria, so I do know something about this country. And of course, it was in the days of Assad, and many things have changed. But we keep saying that a jihadist, even when he has a state like Syria, he remains a jihadist because his mindset is jihadist. Don't forget that he took Syria over under the banner of jihad against the infidel Bashar al-Assad, who is an Alawite, and Alawites have no rights to rule over Muslims. And I always say, don't listen to what he says. Look at what the man is doing. Look how he oppresses the non-Islamic minorities in Syria. The Alawis, the Druze, and I emphasize what happened in the last 4 or 5 days, and the Christians, and the non-Arabic minority, big minority of Kurdish people in Syria, how they treat his citizens, the Alawites, the Christians, the Druze, and the Kurds. If he, all of a sudden, embrace the Christians and protect the Druze and behave nicely to the Alawites, I might say that he has changed. But what we saw during the 8 months since he took Syria over, how he or his militias, or militias which are partially connected to the state or to the regime performed massacres against the Alawites, against the Christians, against the Druze. What happened in recent days, exactly this, but this is not the first round against the Druze. And Giuliani actually tolerates what the Turkish godfather Erdogan is doing to the Kurds in Syria in order to prevent a Kurdish state in Syria. So he says one thing, that he wants peace and tranquility all over the Middle East, but factually, the man is butchered. He or his government or his militias or militias connected to his government, as whatever with the truth, are behaving a totally opposite way. So, in my humble view, the world, or the civilized world, should wait a bit and let him decide what he wants to be. A Syrian president who will consider Syria as a nation, although it is not a nation, will consider Syria as a state which should function in a normal way under his leadership, or does he consider the Syrian citizens who are not Muslims as enemies or as pigs, as we heard the militia which assaulted on the Druze, calling the Druze pigs. And pigs, as you know, are forbidden in Islam, not only in Judaism. So, this is the situation now. However, from the Iranian point of view, Syria is lost. The Iranian arm of the Syrian arm of the Iranian octopus was chopped. In Iraq, another arm, the militias, the pro-Iranian militias, were forced by the government to give up on the weapons. Of course, there is no such a thing to give up on weapons in the Middle East. Somebody who has weapons will never give up on them. But they hid them. They don't use them in daily life. So, factually, they are not functioning as Iranian or pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. And the government, since let's have a year, tries to regain its breath and to regain its control over the country. In Yemen, the Houthis, although they are still able to launch here and there a missile against Israel, they suffered a lot from both Israel and the United States strikes on their infrastructure. The harbors of Hodeidah and others in Yemen today are dysfunctional because of the Israeli and the American bombardment, and even their officers, many of them were targeted. Of course, the leadership is still functioning, and once in a while, last time was last Friday night in Israel. They launched another missile against Israel. Israel succeeded to topple it. And definitely they are hit much weaker than they were until, let's say, a year ago. However, the international naval traffic did not return to the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, mainly because of the insurance companies which still want to see that the Houthis are finished. And as long as they are not finished, the prices of insurance, naval insurance, for ships which want to go through the Bab el-Mandeb between Europe and Eastern Asia, for example, cannot do it because of this reason. So definitely they are weaker, yet there is still work to do. Iran, more or less, is stripped of from its proxies all over the Middle East. Hamas are in big problems vis-a-vis Israel. Hezbollah, big problems. Syria doesn't exist anymore from their point of view. Iraq also doesn't exist anymore. Yemen suffers tremendously, and Iran is left alone. Not only Iran is left alone, Iran, through the last, since October, 7th of October, did not help Hamas, did not help Hezbollah, did not help the Houthis, did not help the militias in Syria and Iraq. And this is mind-boggling. All they gave them weapons, ammunition, training, money, and political support. But when the test came to support organizations which were facing severe hits from Israel, and not only Israel, when it comes to the Houthis, all of a sudden the Iranians silence. The Iranians shot or launched missiles against Israel until June 2025, only when Israel attacked Iranian people, Iranian commanders, Iranian IRGC officials and commanders. Only then Iran launched missiles against Israel. It happened when Israel targeted one in Damascus in April 2024. And it happened again later when Israel attacked another general of the Iranians. Iran did not support the Arab militias who were once their proxies. You have no idea how much this is viewed as a betrayal of the Iranians. Hezbollah blamed them. Of course, it's behind the scenes, nobody talks about this. Hamas hate them. The others blame them for being treasonous to all those militias who fought for Iran. And this actually would give Israel the feeling towards June that if Israel attacks Iran, all those militias will not do anything in order to save Iran. I knew about these voices which were behind the scenes. In the intelligence here, people knew about this sentiment against Iran. And Iran not only lost the militias as fighting forces, Iran lost them as allies because Iran did not come to help them. And then came the 12th of June. Israel prepared the war on Iran for a long while beforehand. First of all, in a process of months, Israel got rid of the air defenses of the Iranians almost totally, especially in the area of Iran and northern Iran, of Tehran and northern Iran. Israel started already, I think, a year ago to plan the assault on Iran, to strike the nuclear program facilities, to strike the IRGC bases, headquarters, the army, and infrastructure which belong to the country, and yes, also the oil industry and the gas industry in the Gulf. Everything was on the desk as legitimate targets. Israel, meanwhile, has a new president in the United States, which looks at Iran in a totally different way compared to the way which Biden viewed Iran. And now the permission to Israel was way much more significant. Not only this, Israel received from the United States ammunition, bombs, heavy, big bombs, which were not supplied to Israel as long as Biden was the president. President Trump, at some point, even allowed Israel, and I use this word with all the problematic meanings. He thinks that he controls the scene. And Israel doesn't challenge this feeling. And if he wants to feel that he is the master of what happens in the Middle East, Israel can live with it, as long as he lets Israel do what Israel more or less wants to do. More or less. And Israel started the war on the 12-day war on Iran in the 12th of June. The first strike actually gave a big hit to the Iranian confidence, because Israel sent missiles, small missiles, which are being launched from drones to the bedrooms of 12 scientists who worked for the Iranian military nuclear program. Those people were unknown. Those people were anonymous, because they worked in the most secret project of Iran. Israel knew about them. Israel knew where they are, where they live, in which apartment, in which floor. And Israel knew in which room they are asleep when the assault started. It means that beyond the operational abilities which Israel proved its intelligence, penetration of Iran. Because to get rid of 12 scientists in one time, and some 10 commanders of the IRGC and the army together, it means that Israel has a very good, very reliable, very precise ability of intelligence to know with all these details about these people, where they live, in which apartment, in which room they sleep, and when they are in bed. And the Iranians were shocked, not only by the Israeli strike, but by the fact that they are exposed to that degree to the eyes of Israel. Later, Israel targeted, within these 12 days, Israel targeted sites or facilities of the nuclear program. Not all of them, but those which can be dealt with from the air. Israel got rid of headquarters places of the IRGC, army, police, Basij, all these kinds of police in Iran. And the Iranian regime was shaking and shivering. How do I know? There are in Iran
You guys are listening to the Iran Revolution. I feel like I feel like when Armin and Goldie are not doing their show, oh my god, then I'm the one. It kind of falls on me to do this live, even though at the moment not that many people are watching this. So just letting you know that this is historic times, and I am playing some things from experts in Israel here for context. But stay tuned, amazing things are going to happen, and as soon as Goldie and Tusi are coming online, I'm going to be putting them on here as well. So for now, enjoy some analysis from Mordechai Kedar, who's an amazing analyst from Israel. He's also from Unit 8200, so he knows a lot. A lot of knowledge here is being shared. And yeah, I'll weigh in from time to time here.
And outside from Iran, few hundreds of organizations, opposition organizations against the regime in Iran. Some of them want to change the regime and keep the country united. Some of them want to dismantle the country, to dismantle Iran, and to establish ethnic states for the ethnic groups which are today in Iran, because Iran has many ethnic groups, not only Persians. Persians are the rulers, but there are Arabs in the southwest of Iran. There are Kurdish people in the northwest of Iran. There are Azerbaijanis in the north. There are Turkmens in the northeast. And there are Baluchis in the southeast. In addition to small groups like Luris and Kashkais and Mazandaranis and Caspianis and Bakhtiaris and many, many more Iranian groups, Iranian ethnic groups, which are not Persian. And they are all oppressed by the regime. So they also have opposition organizations which want to dismantle Iran, to gain independence, and to establish ethnic states, just like what happened in the Soviet Union to the north from Iran, which was divided according to ethnic lines, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Armenia, and so forth. Just like Yugoslavia, which today is Serbia and Croatia and Montenegro and Slovenia and others, and Czechoslovakia, which was also divided along ethnic lines. Now you have Czech Republic and the Slovak Republic, and everybody lives in peace with each other. The same thing will happen in Iran, and there are many in Iran who advocate exactly this, either to turn Iran into separate states, independent states, with no connection between them, not necessarily, or federation of states like the United States of America or Canada. In order to reduce the power of the central regime and to delegate authorities to the ethnic groups in Iran. So many organizations are there for many, many years, yet they succeeded very little to damage the central regime. During the 12 days, and by the way, for many years, many of those organizations were asleep because lack of money, lack of activity, lack of power, they were asleep. During the 12 days of the war, which Israel started in the 12th of June, you have no idea how many of those organizations inside Iran and outside Iran, all of a sudden, we saw them active. We saw them reopening their websites. We saw them active in Facebook, in the social media. We saw them speaking in media in the West. We saw them because they understood that if Israel continues with this war, they have the chance which they are waiting for 46 years since the mullahs took over Iran in February 1979. You have no idea how many messages I got through X, through Facebook, through email, phone calls, WhatsApp, whatever. Get the hell out of them. That's actually what they all said. Get rid of them, of the regime, of course, Iranian regime. You can, you do it. Continue to strike them in spite of the casualties, in spite of everything. Go do it, because this is the chance. People felt in Iran and outside from Iran, felt that, yes, if Israel continues with this assault war against Iran, they now have the chance to get rid of the regime. Many people burst to the streets, demonstrations. Many people attacked in Iran. Many people attacked police stations, IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps stations and headquarters, besiege bases. Besiege is some kind of civil police, very vicious. And government organization, government ministries and offices. And people felt that if Israel from above and they from the ground will hit the regime will be toppled. Many of the regime actually ran away, or at least sent their families to Russia, to China, to other places which are much more friendly. By the way, China and Russia also did not help Iran during these 12 days. And there is a question why. I'll relate to this. And many of them ran away with big suitcases. And these suitcases were not only clothes, cash money, gold, whatever they could smuggle out in order to ensure their pension. Otherwise, they will not have any because the state might collapse. Who will pay their pension? So we did see the cracks in the dam. And the more cracks in the dam were, the more vicious the regime became. During those days, hundreds of people were killed, murdered, cold-bloodedly in the streets of Iran, in many towns, many cities, especially Tehran, Isfahan, Yazd, Mashhad, we know about them all. Because the regime felt that if they don't succeed to survive, they will be slaughtered in the streets by their own people. It's either us or them. That's what they say. Anyone who went in the street with a cell phone was shot dead because they suspected that he takes pictures or videos and sent it to the Israelis. To that degree, they were under pressure because of what Israel did to Iran. And look, if you compare the size of Iran is, I don't know, 80 times the size of Israel. The population is 10 times the population of Israel, 8 times or more. And from all the balance between Israel and Iran, Iran is supposed to be much more powerful. But the Israel succeeded, of course, with the help of the Americans, to bring Iran to the knees. And there was a big chance that the regime will collapse. There was a big chance. After 12 days, in the middle of an airstrike, which was on its way by like 50 Israeli airplanes on their way to Iran, President Trump decided that this is the time for ceasefire. All these 50 airplanes with the bombs returned to Israel, but since it's not allowed to land with a bomb because it's dangerous, those airplanes had to throw the bombs in the sea. Apparently the fish didn't like it. However, The question is, why did President Trump force the ceasefire on Israel? And the reason is Trump did not want the regime to collapse, because he already heard and saw what everybody could hear and see, that the regime is about to collapse. And the question is why? Well, in my daily conversation with President Trump, he never told me, okay, I don't have a daily conversation with President Trump. So I don't really know what the reason. I don't really know what the reason for the ceasefire which he forced on Israel. But in my humble view, Trump did not want the regime to collapse because he was afraid, and maybe his advisors were afraid before him, that if the regime collapses, Iran will sink into a chaos, more or less like Afghanistan, more or less like Iraq, and the United States will be again blamed for the chaos in another Islamic country. Afghanistan is the responsibility of Biden until this very day. Iraq is the responsibility of Obama. And apparently, Trump did not want to join this club of American presidents who ran out from or caused a chaos in an Islamic country. And this is what I think the reason. And you know what? I can understand the logic behind it. If he, means Trump, wants to come to some agreement with the Iranians about the nuclear program, he should preserve the regime. Because if the regime is collapsing, nobody really knows who will come after, and whether the one who will come after the regime will be cooperative to a degree that he will be able to sign any agreement with the United States of America. Nobody really knows what will happen with all the things which they accumulated already, with the uranium and with other things. So President Trump preferred to preserve the Iran regime rather than having a chaos in Iran. And he has his reasons, which I don't agree, but at least I understand the logic behind it. In my view, the Iranians now feel like a wounded bear. In my view, they are running forward to put a hand on a bomb, whether by themselves, if they are still able, and we'll talk about this, or by maybe purchasing a bomb from the shelf, for example, from North Korea. North Korea, as you might know, is an urgent need for money. And apparently, the Iranians, who anyway have financial problems, will get the money, maybe from Qatar, in order to buy a bomb, min hamukhan, as we say in Hebrew, something which is already prepared, that they will not be forced to develop it by themselves. So that's one option. Another option, which could be Pakistan. Pakistan, don't forget, suggested to send missiles to Iran to replace those missiles which Israel hit, because one of the goals which Israel tried to achieve in the 12-day war against Iran is not only to get rid of the nuclear program, also to get rid of the stockpile of the missiles which the Iranians succeeded to acquire through the years. Israel hit factories of missile components. Israel hit launchers in order to not enable them to launch the missiles because these missiles are very heavy. You cannot do it from the shoulder, and this is what Israel did, hurting. They still have, no doubt, they still have an ability. Yet today, I think that they have a lot of derech eretz, the Israelis. What is now? How do I foresee the future in the region? No doubt, Iran or the Iranian scheme, which I talked about at the beginning of the presentation, is almost totally destroyed inside Iran and outside Iran. The thing which Israel was very much afraid of just disappeared. And a footnote, the Israeli stock market grew by 14%, 14% since June 12. Investors understand that when the biggest enemy of Israel, Iran, and all the structure which they built around Israel of militias is almost totally destroyed, and Trump has some 3.5 years to stay in the White House, this is the time to invest in Israel. You know, the stock market is what we call in Hebrew, chokhmat hahamonim, the wisdom of the masses. Like what we say that a billion Chinese cannot be wrong. Okay? So I don't know how many investors there are in the Tel Aviv stock market, but I'm talking about many thousands. If they feel that this is the time to invest in Israel, apparently this is the chokhmat hahamonim, the wisdom of the masses. So here you are. You have a very clear indication for the situation of Israel, the stock market. Of course, we still didn't finish with Gaza, and the fact that the Hamas still hold to some 20 Israeli hostages alive, in addition to some 30 who are not alive anymore. This actually gives Hamas, I wouldn't say immunity, but definitely it restricts the Israeli ability to fight against Hamas. We are always afraid to hit our boys and one lady who is still in the hands of Hamas. And therefore, the Israeli war against Hamas, in spite of what you see in the media, yet did not touch some 40 or 30, something between 30 and 40% of the city of Gaza, which is until this very day intact, until this very day. Why? We believe that the hostages are somewhere in these places. So Israel tries to refrain from attacking those places. And unfortunately, some Israeli bomb hit the one and only church in Gaza. And definitely we don't have anything against church. And I hope that Hamas did not use the church to hide in it or to hide under the church, assuming, and for a good reason, that Israel will never hit a church, as it was with the case with the schools and hospitals. With Hamas, believe me, I don't see yet the end. There are all kinds of rumors about approaching some kind of agreement. Until I see those 20 Israelis in Israel, I hold my breath, but I'm not disappointed because every day is like the previous one. I'm realistic. There is a big problem with Hamas because Israel, I mean the state or the government promised us Israelis to get rid of Hamas as a ruling power and as a fighting power. No, not only fighting, but also as a ruling power. What I understand is that Hamas still controls, at least partially, the Gaza Strip. Of course, there are some new forces in Gaza, like the Abu Shabab family, which started to function against Hamas. This is actually what I'm claiming for many years, that the real power in the Arab world should be in the hands of families, of clans. The same thing in Judea and Samaria. And 2 weeks ago, a group of sheikhs, means clan leaders, in Hebron decided to liberate themselves from the PA, to establish an emirate in Hebron, and to join the Abraham Accords. I'm talking about this for 25 years, but I was talking almost to myself. Thank goodness they heard about this, and I'm involved with them behind the scenes. The problem still is within the state of Israel. There are some organizations in the government, like the army, the Shabak, means the security, and some independent bodies which are in charge of treating the Judea and Samaria and the liaison with the PA. They are all oriented to work with the Palestinian Authority. Those clans are the enemy of the Palestinian Authority, or the Palestinian Authority is the enemy of the clans, because the authority constantly tries to oppress them, tries to reduce their power, tries to confiscate their assets, tries to chop their wings in order not to enable them to rebel against the PA. Yet, what Israel has to do is to divert its work with the Palestinian Authority to work with the clans. It means to make a U-turn. And it's not easy to be done with a train, because the state is a state. It's not one man or a group of people. Here we are talking about a state which already 32 years is designed to work with the Palestinian Authority. 32 years, which Israel continues to do the mistake, the big mistake of resuscitating this dead body politic named the PA. Not only this, ever since 2004, Israel should have gotten rid of the Palestinian Authority, because in that year, by the law, the Palestinian Authority started to sponsor Jew killers. Ladies and gentlemen, if I gave 1 penny to somebody to go and murder somebody else, I would go to jail for 1 penny if I gave to somebody for that. The Palestinian Authority gave billions so far. And I'm talking about 21 years, with the PA pays for slay, means pays people who murdered Israelis, who even wounded Israelis. They sponsor them. And this is something which, in my humble view, is a big sin of our governments in plural, including the one here, who tolerated this phenomenon by sponsoring the Palestinian Authority, by enabling it to exist. But I come with a new thinking from out of the box. What do we need it? What do we need the Palestinian Authority? So Macron, the French president, will come to establish a Palestinian state in our throats only because he has a problem within France with the Muslims, and in order to appease them, he wants to have a Palestinian state in our throats. This is wrong. Israel, for a long time, should have dismantled this Palestinian Authority, which they don't even hide their intentions to get rid of Israel. Look at this. And this is the Palestinian flag. Palestine, from the river to the sea. And this is what the PLO produces. And this is the solution which I try to promote. Those who understand it try to promote. And now, all we have to is to convince the Israeli government that this is the right thing to do in order to enable Hebron to establish the emirate and later all the others.
All right, this is of course, an older video, okay? Because the hostages are back by now at this time, and we are about, this is 5 months ago, and Trump did that as well, you know, remember? He came to Israel and he helped us release the hostages. I don't know if you heard me now. All right, so I'm just saying that the video is old, this one, but it's very informative because it gives you context to what's happening. Basically, the 12-day war is the thing that made it possible, 100% the thing that made it possible for the Shah to now have a chance to return. We don't know if it's going to happen yet, but it's coming. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Look at this. When was this? Let's see when this was. Yeah, 5 months ago as well. You see the Crown Prince. He already knew back then that he's coming back to Iran. So that's why he came to Israel for a visit. Let's watch that.
תהיה על הפתק. זה רק אחרי שהוא...
An Iranian tells you why anti-brain free Palestine mob is not calling to free Iran. Spoiler, it's because it exposes the truth in their lies. Okay, let's listen to this.
Hello, Iranian here. They keep asking the same question. Why are lefties, why are the loudest pro-Gaza voices completely silent when it comes to Iran?
Because they've been completely intellectually and emotionally captured by the idea that Islam is a religion of oppressed people. So they cannot go and look at Islam as a religion of oppression because it breaks their programming. And that's the programming that they've created for themselves whenever they have, like, almost everything inside of their ideology is built off of an oppressor and an oppressed dichotomy. And so as soon as you understand that, everything else makes sense.
Well, the answer is simple, because the truth exposes the lie. Because acknowledging Iran would shatter the ideological fantasy that they built. Let's be clear. Islamic Republic of Iran is not a victim of Western imperialism.
Yeah.
It is a theocratic authoritarian regime that survives by exporting violence, funding Islamists, and crushing its own people. And
I'm going to play that again. That's an important one. We're going to listen to that one more time.
That survives by exporting violence, funding Islamists, and crushing its own people.
It does. And this is the other thing, too, is that, like, very clearly the sanctions on Iran have negatively affected Iran. But if you have sanctions on you, don't you think that you should be allocating your money to things besides funding terrorist groups? Like, where's your priority list there, right? I mean, if you're already getting sanctioned, why are you sending money to terrorists? Volume up? Okay, I'll turn it up. Sorry about that.
Yes, it funds Hamas, it funds Hezbollah, it funds all the little proxies around the region and around the world with Iranian people's money, not the government.
And there's plenty of white girls in America that love Hamas. They do.
Money, not the regime money, stolen money taken from the worker who cannot afford bread in Iran right now. Families.
I think that people haven't even seen this, is that this is what the inflation looks like in Iran. In 2010, it was 1 to 10,000. Now it's 1 to 1.38 million. Think about that. That's in literally 16 years. Holy shit. You think it's bad here? Oh my God.
Crushed by inflation, taken from women who are beaten, jailed, tortured, raped for refusing religious obedience. And this is why lefties are silent.
This is another component that needs to be discussed more, is that these terrorist organizations rape the fuck out of these women. They do, obviously they do. That's why, for example, they had problems recovering the bodies. The reason why is they probably had to destroy the bodies in order to make sure that there's no evidence that they've been raped. Obviously. Why do you think they're having so much trouble only getting the women's bodies? It's just logic. Of course that's what they're gonna do. They rape little boys too? Of course they do.
Because Hamas fits their narrative, but Iranian people don't.
Exactly.
Because Islamist violence against Israelis can be reframed as a resistance.
Yep, exactly. Islamic violence against Israelis can be formed as a resistance. Exactly. This is the oppressor and oppressed. That's what I said before.
But Islamist violence against Iranian exposes the truth. Right now, as you're watching this, Iran, a country of more than 92 million people, is being erased in real time. Near total blackout for more than 24 hours. No internet, no call services, no connectivity whatsoever. And yet silence. No emergency protests on Western campuses, no
Nothing. Nothing. From all of these activists. All of these people out there that are crying and screeching to try to keep illegal aliens in their country are not supporting Iran that's trying to overthrow an Islamic government that rapes and murders them.
hashtags, no solidarity statements, no megaphones, no tears. Because Iranian suffering does not fit their agenda.
That's
because
right.
leftist movements today are not driven by human rights. They are driven by selective outrage and ideological loyalty.
Man. Yep.
They will scream about censorship unless it's done by an Islamist regime.
That's right.
They will condemn the state violence unless it's wrapped in religious language.
That's right.
They will chant free Palestine. But
well, not religious, explicitly Islamic. Because they'd condemn it if it was Christian. Because Christian is white-coded and Islamic isn't. That's the reason why.
They will never say free Iran because that will require admitting something unforgivable. That political Islam is not liberation, it is domination.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, any theocratic government is going to be like that. Absolutely.
And that is exactly what's been happening in the West, by the way.
Yeah.
That the Islamic Republic is not anti-imperialist, it is imperial toward its own people. That Hamas is not some isolated resistance group. It is part of a broader Islamist ecosystem that is funded, trained, and sustained by the regimes like Islamic Republic in Iran. And here's the part that...
And you can see how bad Americans have gotten brainwashed because they got mad at Zoran because he condemned Hamas. Like Hamas, that is a recognized by America terrorist group. They expected the mayor of New York City to go out and say that he's not going to condemn Hamas. That's crazy. There are more non-white Christians worldwide. Oh, I mean, nowadays, Africans love Jesus. They do. They love the guy.
They do not want to hear. You cannot claim moral superiority while excusing a regime that kills and murders women for refusing hijab.
Exactly.
Executes protesters, cuts off the whole nation of 92 million people from the internet, and uses foreign proxies as a distraction from its internal collapse.
Yep, they're funding multiple terrorist groups all around the world.
You cannot pretend to care about Palestinians while ignoring Iranians being shot, tortured, and murdered by the...
Somebody said in chat, they said, idea, don't talk about America-related issues for a week and just Iran. Would these people stop talking about you? They would. They would stop talking about me. They would totally lose interest because it doesn't serve any sort of goal or any ideology they have. No, I think that's a great point. You're right.
Islamic Republic in Iran. That is not solidarity. That is ideological blindness.
Complete ideological capture.
Iranian people are not silent. They are being silenced. And the silence from the Western left, well, that's a choice. A choice to protect an ideology, a choice to excuse Islamism, a choice to look away when millions of people are suffering. Because their suffering, Iranian people's suffering, complicates a slogan. History will remember this moment. It will remember who spoke for universal freedom and who decided that some lives matter less than preserving a narrative. Long live Iran.
Man. How about that? That is crazy. No, wouldn't it would just ship to something stupid like you view-botting? Oh, wait, they already did? Yeah, they have. So glad your voices the women of Iran. They literally had the rights taken away for 20 years? Yeah, of course, right? I mean, obviously. So, yeah, she's completely right about this, 100%. I saw this myself, and I feel like, obviously, I had to talk about it for sure. The chaos in Iran is totally aftershock by Israel and the U.S. for regime change. It's always their endgame after over a decade of industrial sabotage. Why do you think Iran wanted nuclear weapons to prevent this exact scenario? Yeah, I think he's right. I think the America and Israel does want regime change, but I think it's a good thing. Like, two things can be true at the same time. Maybe the U.S. and Israel are right. Maybe they are. Maybe the regime that kills its own people actually does. Look at this. This is crazy. Oh my God. I don't know if this looks like it's an AI generated video. It does. I mean, this is incredible. And also, like, everything's all lit up. I thought they turned out the power. So, has to be AI? Yeah, I thought it was. And seriously considering launching strikes on Iran, why am I not surprised? I think that's obviously what's going to happen. But, you know, again, I hope that it doesn't happen unless it has to happen. That's what I've said many times. I'll say it again. He died doing what he loved. Has been killed by the anti-regime protesters. Aw, man. Too bad, huh? He was responsible for the IRGC troops shooting and killing around 10 protesters on January 3rd. The surviving protesters found out where he lived and paid him a home visit. Man. Rip Bozo. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have been fucking around. And that's it. No, this is what's going to happen. Like, all of those people, they're going to kill all of these people. Like, this is 100. If they don't get out of the country, they're dead. They're 100% dead. They're going to kill every single one of them. And that's really, I mean, I'm honestly deserved. Totally deserved. These people ran a total oppressive fascist government that kills their own people. They're massively oppressive. Totally fucking deserved.
Massive protests against Ayatollah Khomeini and its brutal regime are persisting in Iran, as Iranian citizens take to the streets over its failed economy and skyrocketing inflation, up 50%. Food prices surging
50% every year. So, like, keep in mind, like, it's 50% times 50% times 50% of that times 50% of that. It's insane.
70%. President Trump has warned Khomeini there will be severe consequences if protesters are killed. But the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran is threatening to strike U.S. military bases in the Middle East if the U.S. tries to take down the Iranian regime. Here's
yeah, for sure, guys. Oh, yeah.
the president on Friday.
Iran's in big trouble. It
Big
looks
trouble.
to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
As protesters ramped up on Thursday, the Ayatollah dug in by cutting all internet service and international calls inside the country. The internet has been out for 60 hours so far, with Iranian officials also trying to jam up Elon Musk's Skylink to further isolate the country. As
Skylink? I thought it was Starlink, but okay.
protesters have heeded the call from my next guest, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, called on the people.
Listen, you can't expect, you can't expect a boomer to know what a computer is. You can't get that. They don't understand. You know how it is.
To mobilize and take to the streets
You know
against
how it
the
is.
authoritarian government. Demonstrators calling for Pahlavi to return and to lead Iran. Pahlavi's father, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, was Shah of Iran from 1941 until 1979, overseeing key modernization initiatives in the country with close ties to both the United States and to Israel, until the extremists and the terrorists overwhelmed the monarchy, forcing the Shah and his wife, Empress Farah Pahlavi, to flee and the Ayatollah to return from exile. Iran then shifted overnight from a U.S. allied monarchy to an anti-Western Islamic regime, soon to become the largest state sponsor of terrorism, funding Hezbollah and Hamas, among other groups. President Trump and
That's, I think, one of the big things that people don't get is that they pay other people to cause terrorism all around the area. So, like, they just look at the actions of Iran and they say, oh, that's all there is to it. No, there's a lot more to it beyond that.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio posting this weekend on social media that the U.S. stands with the people of Iran, with the president writing this is not the Obama administration when it comes to standing up to the Iranian Ayatollah
not
and
the
his
Iranian-
religious
oh, boy.
Nazi henchmen, and standing behind the people of Iran protesting for a better life. The president retweeted that tweet from Lindsey Graham, who will be
Yep.
joining me momentarily. To the regime leadership, Graham wrote, your brutality
If
against
Iran falls, do you think it'll be unironic peace in the Middle East? I think it will be mostly. Like, I mean, you're I mean, obviously, like, just because there were, like, mostly. It's a lot closer, yeah. I mean, it depends on what happens after that. There'll be a massive hit, yeah.
the great people of Iran will not go unchallenged. Join me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive in the middle of these calls to return to power and free the
What
people.
they should do, I think, after as soon as this regime falls, they need to just completely go after all these terrorist groups with no restrictions. Just go after every single one of them. Every foot soldier, every mid-level guy, every person in leadership, totally evaporate them. Because that way they don't have time to recover. They don't have time to find new sponsors. They don't have time to do anything. Totally get rid of them.
Is His
That's
Royal
the plan.
Highness, the
They
exiled
should.
Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Your Highness, thank you so much
Do you
for
think
being
they'll
here
collapse on their
this
own?
morning.
No. They'll just become more extreme.
We have seen other times when the people have risen up, but it feels different this time. You called for the people to mobilize for 2 straight nights this week. Does it feel different? Assess for us what is taking place this weekend in Iran.
Maria, to put it into perspective, in the last 48 hours, Iranians have suffered more casualties than America did after the 9/11 attack.
Yeah.
This is a moment.
Because I think also, like, people are saying, like, oh, it wasn't that many. Do you really think that they're accurately able to, because, like, I mean, let's just use some logic here. Do you think that the oppressive, murderous regime is killing protesters all the time? Yeah, they are. Iran has like 80, 90 million people in it. Do you think they've killed more than 3,000 people? Yeah, I bet they have. I do. I bet they have, for sure. And the amounts that's being reported, do you think it's accurate? I don't think so. And also the fact that all of the internet is out. So it's probably even worse. There's a very, very high probability that as soon as they cut the internet, they started killing way more of them. You just think about this logically.
That is defining. Despite being completely cut off from the world, internet shut down, and for a regime that is massacring its own people, this is an opportunity to liberate that nation. Remember, the same thugs that hate America also hate their own people.
That's true.
And this is an opportunity to help a nation that starves for liberty, that starves to be rejoined with the free world, and to have the same relationship that we had with America before this revolution occurred, to liberate.
Some specific media groups report just 60 to 80 people. We know it's a lot. It's so obvious.
Ourselves and come back to the fold and contribute to world peace and stability, regionally and beyond.
Now, Your Highness, you have called for the opportunity to become the transitional leader. You've said many times with me on this program, you are hoping to be a transitional leader. What is your plan in that transition? What would the first 100 days look like? Because we know that these protests are economic in nature. They are about food and life and democracy second.
Yeah, of course.
Maria, I'm a fighter pilot. I've trained all my life for exactly this moment. And people are calling on me to step in and lead this transition. I'm here to lead and help our nation go through that transition. But beyond liberation, we have to have a plan for a stable, smooth transition, a plan that, unlike other scenarios we witness in our neighborhood, like the de-Baathification in Iraq, will not lead to chaos. We have to ensure stability. We have to be able to protect the citizenry. We have to be able to stabilize the economy. And for that, we have very comprehensive plans. I'm helped by a number.
I'm glad that he has that. And I think that he's right that, and she's right to ask the question, is that, yeah, very clearly, if there isn't like an economic solution for this planned, then it's just going to replace this group of terrorists with another group of terrorists, basically. Because people, like, that's the real reason why they went crazy, is because of money.
Of economists, scientists, jurists, and specialists in every field, so we can, in fact, address all of these issues the moment the opportunity comes. More importantly is what we're doing right now. As you can see, people are still fighting despite this crackdown. They hope that there will be assistance in protecting them from further bloodshed. I've called upon further strikes, and that's beginning to unfold. We're beginning to see more and more defections, which is very important as part of the transition.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. Because as soon as the military realizes that they're going to lose, like one way or another, you're going to see tons of them roach out. Like, I think that religious zealotry is really powerful, but whenever you're facing imminent destruction and the death of not just you, but your family too, I think a lot of people can see reason. I do. I think a lot of them will see reason. They're going to say, you know what? This doesn't look like a good idea.
All of this is at play as we speak.
Self-preservation?
You
Yeah,
have
exactly.
tweeted directly at President Trump, and you have a message for President Trump. What is that message, sir?
Mr. President, you have already established your legacy as a man committed to peace and fighting evil forces. There is a reason why people in Iran are renaming streets after your name. They know that you are totally opposite to Barack Obama or Joe Biden. They know that you're not going to throw them under
playing into the orange man ego. Oh, you Karen fucking Teed. This place is gonna get blown the fuck up. Yep.
Bus as they have had before. This
Smart
is why
move.
They believe
Yep.
that this time they are empowered by the hope that you have their back. Your words of solidarity with the Iranian people and your administration
Trump
has
Street, yeah.
had tremendous positive effect. Let's hope that we can permanently seal this legacy by liberating Iran so that we and you can make Iran great again. Let's partner on this and have a better future for our countries and for our people. This is an opportunity that has presented itself. I'm prepared to return to Iran at the first possible opportunity. I'm already planning on that and the transition team. We hope only that the Iranian people this time will be victorious, and they will be, because I know that the Iranians are prepared to die for this cause, and so am I.
They already have.
We're doing everything we can, and I think it's not just for us as Iranians, it's for the whole world. Iranians are prepared to sacrifice not just for themselves, but to make sure that all the evil that has been brought by this regime from the time it came to power dissipates, and we can finally breathe in an atmosphere of tranquility, good relationship with our neighbors, with the Israelis, with our Arab neighbors, and the rest of the world. And this will happen because, unlike this regime, this is the commitment of a nation.
Are you willing to make the commitment to free and fair elections after the transition, sir? How long are you expecting a transition to take, and what happens then?
It's all going to be fake elections.
The most important process in the democratic process is for the people to have the opportunity to have their representative debate all what needs to be debated in a parliamentary process. My job is to lead this transition, to make sure that no stone is left unturned, that in full transparency people have an opportunity to elect their leaders freely and to decide their own future.
Marco gets a new
Under
job.
international observation, we will know that this will be fair and fair elections. I am committed to that. That has always been my objective. But it is important that we have a good process established so the world understand, and the people of Iran, most importantly, understand exactly this time how we're going to achieve that. Unlike what happened 47 years ago, where nobody really had a clue what it would mean to have what Khomeini planned for Iran. And by the time they woke up to it, it was too late. This time we cannot afford not to be clear on the alternative. I think the alternative is clear. The people have spoken. They have their trust in me, and I've stepped in at their request to provide them with that process. I'm committed to that, and I will do everything that I can to ensure that we end up with a democratic alternative in Iran.
Great.
So how long do you expect a transition to take?
Probably
we have
3
to try
years.
to do it as soon as possible. Realistically
I'd say
speaking,
3
it
years.
could take a couple of years because a lot of things need to happen and people need to be able to organize themselves.
It's realistic. I mean, you gotta be real. It's not gonna happen over 6 months, bro. Like, that's how it is.
Structures and everything.
3 days,
So it's a process that shouldn't take longer than that. And it all depends on how successful we are in implementing the immediate short-term needs that will stabilize the country. All of that will have an impact on how quickly we can address that issue and bring the transition period to a minimum amount of time possible.
The Trump administration a week ago went into Venezuela and extracted the leader there.
Extracted. I love that. Bro, we straight kidnapped his ass. We sent in the fucking space marines in there, and we just kidnapped him. That's it. Got yoinked. Yeah.
Maduro, and
Gotcha,
do you
bitch.
believe that incident galvanized the people in Iran?
Probably helped a little bit, but it was already happening.
Look, every time countries are liberated anywhere in the world, it's a positive message of encouragement to other nations that are still gripping up with unwanted systems and regimes. It's a message of solidarity across the world. People were empowered when they saw the success of Nelson Mandela in South Africa or the success of Lech Walesa in Poland, and so on and so forth. And in this case, our Venezuelan friends who have the same optic and vision of a tomorrow liberated Iran, because unlike the connection of Caracas, Tehran under these two regimes, they can understand that democratic nations will be the best partners possible. I'm happy for the Venezuelan people. I think the Iranian people get encouraged by that. And that's why I think the commitment to help the Iranian people in their liberation is not just, as I said, for the best interests of the Iranian people, but it is also in the best interest of the world, and particularly the United States of America.
And would you be willing to actually run in a potential election? I mean, you just said you were a fighter pilot. You were trained in the United States. Are you willing to take off the uniform after a transition and say, yes, I am going to run in an election, and we will see who the people decide is their next leader?
I think he said he would, right?
As I said, I'm here to lead, but the choice is that of the people. My job right now is to make sure that we achieve that transition.
That's good.
That as an honest arbiter, I'm a unifying force. That's why they're calling my name, because they have their trust in me. It's a huge responsibility that I intend to carry out to the best.
Somebody says, I'm not going to lie, I got super jealous of Venezuela when they kidnapped Maduro as a Canadian. As a Canadian, wow.
So my ability.
Your Highness, there is an issue about the Chinese Communist Party as part of this story as well. The Chinese finalized a deal back in 2021 to acquire ports in Iran.
Oh, boy.
Are there plans to try to separate from the Chinese Communist Party? How do you see that playing out?
I think they should honor a lot of the deals with the Chinese. That way it doesn't fuck up their relations, and China can still trade with Iran, and it doesn't fuck up their economy anymore. I think they should.
Look, Maria, this regime out of weakness.
No, I mean, no. It sounds good to say no, but it's logistically probably an issue.
Have offered far too many concessions, whether to Russia or to China. We don't believe that the future of Iran has to be antagonistic to Russian or Chinese interests. We just don't want to have unfair, imposed, imbalanced arrangements. Most of these arrangements have been unfair and balanced, and it's basically devoiding our country in our national interests. So long as we can defend our national interests, we are prepared to deal with any bloc, so long as it's based on fair trade. And I think this is an element that will obviously be an issue of discussion in Parliament and future governments in Iran as we determine our foreign policy and relationship with the whole world.
So you think that could be part of the conversation, trying to get the CCP out of owning those ports?
It depends.
As I said, this is something that has to be decided once we have a functioning democratic government. In the meantime, we have to be able to also protect the best interests of our nation, and that's why we should have an open mind as to how to deal with that.
Well, everything this guy's saying makes total sense.
Further confrontation with anyone. We have to bring it back to sanity, responsible, pragmatic, and objective analysis, and see what's best. And hopefully, we can have, based on mutual interest, a different arrangements than the one that we currently have. That is totally lopsided and undermines Iran's national interest. That we cannot.
Yeah, of course, right? And it's like I would be okay with I think this is probably I don't know, but it seems like cutting off all relations with the countries that they were already doing business with will probably do more harm than good, and you probably should transition and kind of taper it off. I mean, that way it doesn't just it's like a fucking 100 to 0. You're getting all this money, and then the money stops. Well, what the fuck, right? Trump used to say he stopped wars and fixed conflicts. Do you think his recent actions would go against that? I don't think so. I think that there are destabilizing forces that cause wars and cause conflicts. And sometimes you have to take an aggressive action to take defensive action proactively in the future. So basically, you're pretty much cutting off a problem before the problem gets worse or before the problem continues to just cause more problems.
Not stand for, and I will not.
It's
stand
like
for.
Most things don't exist in a vacuum.
This story is so enormous
think about those things
to
right now?
actually
Yeah.
think about the idea of potential freedom. and a free Iran. I don't see a lot of the international media covering it, like the BBC, for example. What is your take on the media's role here?
I'm going to look it up with the BBC.
Look, mainstream media is entirely missing the actual narrative and us that the people of Iran have. And again, when you have absence of internet and the feedback from Iran, it is very difficult for the world to understand really what's happening. I hope that the media ultimately feel responsible in giving fair coverage to the facts on the ground in Iran, rather than to offer some unfounded opinions or biased interpretation of what's happening. But regardless of whether the media coverage exists or not,
it's going to happen.
We know what we need to do as a nation. But I think the world that has been in awe of the courage and determination of our compatriots have bypassed mainstream media. They do hear from the Iranian people. I just hope that they do their professional job and this time really have accurate accounting of what's really happening and let the people judge on their own as opposed to...
Well, that's never going to happen. It's actually crazy how bad media is now. And I think that what's happened is that somewhere down the line, the media has decided that it's no longer their job to report the news. It's their job to tell you the news. And so instead of telling you, like, basically what's happening, they're telling you, like, their version of what they think about what's happening. And I think that's been a very big, paradigm shift for them.
Push an opinion.
MSM's propaganda? Yeah, it's total propaganda.
And Your Highness, before you go, I want to get your take on these threats from the Iranian Khomeini regime, saying that they will target U.S. military bases in the Middle East should the Trump administration get involved here. Are you expecting the administration, do you want to see the administration go into Iran and take out Khomeini? And what about the threats that they will hit back at our military installations in the Middle East?
Look, the people of Iran have responded and reacted positively to a promise of intervention by the president and his administration.
If he starts shooting
that
everybody,
if the regime turns their gun and continue massacring its own people, that will not remain unanswered. That's the ask on the ground. We need to make sure that this time the Iranian people are successful.
I keep seeing people saying that supporting Iran Revolution is pro-Israel, and I'm so confused. It is pro-Israel. Sometimes you find yourself in a position where people who you don't like have the same shared goals as you. That's the way the real world works. It's not like the bad guys only want bad things and the good guys only want good things. Obviously.
That kind of assistance will go a long way in letting the Iranian people prevail in this war that we have against this regime. And we need to cut the
Hitler drank water
for good, so it can no longer be a threat to Iranian interest, to American interest, to regional interest. And the only solution is to make sure that this regime goes down for good and the Iranian people
100%.
can liberate themselves, because they are contrary to this regime that is a sworn enemy of America. We Iranians are a friend to America. We proved it before and we'll prove it again.
Your Highness, when was the last time you were in Iran?
We didn't like Russia, but they went after Hitler? Yeah, exactly. And, like, that's the thing, is that, like, for example, like, does that mean going after Hitler is bad because, like, the Soviets were there? Like, the Soviets were also against Hitler? No, of course not. So it's a very weird perspective that people have, where it's like, you can never be on the same side as something that you disagree with. And this is kind of what I was saying before about how this, like, emotion-based politics that people have now is, like, it's just, it's so terrible.
It was July of 1978. So it's been a long time.
Oh, wow.
Your Highness, it's wonderful to have you this morning.
But I'll be there soon.
Yes, we will be watching. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. We'll be right back.
Can you believe that we're actually potentially going to watch the return of the Prince of Persia? That's pretty fucking crazy, isn't it? Oh my God. Yeah, there's the video I just watched right there. And we cover Agartha politics, maybe, right? Yeah, can you imagine? That's actually insane, isn't it? Yeah, holy fuck, it's fucking awesome. Yeah, it is. It's really crazy. So let me look at the BBC and let's see what they're covering and what they're talking about, okay? So BBC News, All right, so let's pull it up. Okay, and here we go. Let's look at it. And so they made one video about it 10 hours ago after all of the protests. There's 2 videos about this. I feel like they've done a pretty good amount covering the Iran protests. But before 3 days ago, oh, there's only one there. I'm looking to see, here's what I'm really looking for, is the increased coverage now a result of people calling them out, or is it just like a confirmation bias? Because how many days have these protests been going on for? I would say like 10 days, basically, right? Yeah, like 15 days. They got called 14 days. Okay, it's longer than that. So it seems like they've made like 2 or 3 videos of this, but not a real, a massive amount of them. I don't know, guys. I feel like it's kind of, they push an agenda, they're fake. Well, let me see if they actually are fake or not. Let's see what they're saying here. Iran protests, so...
Hello, I'm Nikki Schiller. We start with the latest from Iran because in the last hour, the country's parliament speaker has warned that any attack by the United States over the country's ongoing...
Let's watch this until we hear something that's bullshit.
Protests would lead to Tehran striking back against Israel and regional US bases as what he called legitimate targets. These are some of the pictures that state TV showed as Parliament debated what to do. Now, US media is reporting that President Trump has been briefed on new options for military strikes against Iran in response to the killing of protesters. Now, inside Iran, hundreds of people have been reportedly killed or wounded by Iran's security forces.
People say it's thousands. I don't know if it's worth stopping it right there. Let's go a little bit longer.
Over the past 3 days, as details of the violence against protesters emerge despite an internet blackout. The unrest is causing major issues for Iran's medical system. Staff at 3 hospitals have told the BBC their facilities are overwhelmed with dead or injured patients. BBC Persian says it's verified some 70 bodies were brought to just one hospital on Friday. The protests began in late December, sparked by Iran's worsening economic situation. They've now spread across the country.
This seems to be fine so far. White House
World
tweet?
News correspondent Joe Inwood.
Let me see it.
Are we seeing unrest turn into revolution? These protests, which began over rising prices, have spread right across
There's not a
Iran.
lot going on.
This footage is from the city of Mashhad in Iran's northeast. We don't know exactly when it was filmed, but it is recent. And this was the capital, Tehran, last night. Huge crowds took to the streets, braving the bitter cold and threats of state violence. The death toll is rising.
It seems...
In just a single hospital, BBC Persian verified 70 bodies on one night.
It seems like they're reporting on this accurately. Nothing about the Islamic regime so far, just economic reasons. That's a really good catch, man. I didn't even think of that. Good one. Yeah.
The morgue was at...
Let's see if they... Actually, you know what? Let's watch this and see if they call it the Islamic regime at all. If they connect it to the religion at all. That's a great point.
Capacity. Listen to the sound and how they're hitting people, this man says.
No, we gotta see this.
Massacring people. They run for their lives as security forces open fire. There are reports of power cuts in the capital. We know for sure that the internet and phones have been blocked. But people want their voices heard.
Do you actually want to see Israel intervene? I don't want to see any intervention unless it's necessary. I've said that before. And I don't have the knowledge to know whether it's necessary or not. So I would, that's my outlook on it, like philosophy wise.
People are hopeful now because this time everyone is united by concern for their livelihoods,
What about humanitarian
their
aid?
income,
Sure.
and their future.
Totally
This is
support
why
it.
they have come out together with one voice to bring this to an outcome.
This is the man the protesters want to see removed from power. Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has called the protesters vandals.
Not at all. They're not bringing up it's the Islamic regime at all.
Here, a building burns in the city of Yazd. But it's not random.
Not a single thing.
This site was linked to a state foundation, widely
An old
accused
man,
of corruption. Iran's Prosecutor General announced that any protesters could be charged as enemies of God and face the
I wonder if they're going to bring up the fact that they're burning down the mosques.
death penalty. But as the regime's response hardens, they will know the threats they face are not only internal.
We will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
President Trump has repeatedly threatened military strikes if protesters are killed, and last night posted on social media that Iran is looking at freedom, perhaps like never before. The USA stands ready to help. These protests present a threat to the regime unlike anything seen in
It's lie by omission? Yep, exactly.
years. Much of the youthful population of this country seem to have decided they have had enough.
Said regime, but not Islamic regime? Yep. He calls them vandals, but say they can be charged as enemies of God? What the fuck? Yep.
But the government here was formed in revolution. If it ends the same way...
The government here was formed in revolution?
It could come at a heavy price. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Retired Army General David Petraeus, who was also the former CIA.
I mean, it's true, but I think that it's like an oversimplification. Like, not adding in the religious component, I think, is a deliberate misunderstanding.
Director and who led Allied...
Yeah, what kind of revolution was it?
Forces in Iraq during the 2007 surge, before later commanding US forces in Afghanistan, told us what the US can do without getting boots on the ground in Iran.
Well, there are numerous options. You can all the way from diplomatic and informational, even just getting Starlink dishes in on the ground would help them communicate with each other and with the outside world. There can be economic sanctions of various types against individuals, against Iran's ability to export oil. There's humanitarian options. And then, of course, there are many military options. And I was also the former commander of U.S. Central Command, which is the greater Middle East. That would be the regional combatant command that undoubtedly has been developing the menus of options for the president and others to consider. There can certainly be strikes on the headquarters of the security force organizations that are violently putting down these protests, these demonstrations that have been killing the people in very substantial numbers. And he could go after the missile capability that they have, which of course was heavily damaged during the Israeli strikes against Iran, and which concluded with a U.S. substantial bombing as well. They've been trying to reconstitute those missile arsenals. That would be useful. It could prevent some of the retaliation that might be of a concern. Again, a number of different activities that wouldn't require boots on the ground, that many of which could even be done with unmanned systems, cruise missiles, and the like.
Okay.
David Petraeus. Well, Barman
obviously.
Lassie is from BBC Persian and gave us this update on the latest from inside Iran.
Despite this digital blackout, we have images and we have eyewitnesses, both in the medical staff community and protesters across the cities that these protests have been going on. And the picture it gives us is one of extreme horror. Bodies piling up in centers outside in the outskirts of Tehran and in other cities, in the hospitals. And the numbers are growing and the hospital staff are overwhelmed. The fact that the communication has been cut to this in the severe manner that has happened in the last 60 hours almost.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people haven't been able to contact their family or friends in Iran for like 2 or 3 days now.
It means even doctors can't reach other doctors to ask for them to show up at the hospital because the needs is so severe. So the numbers, obviously, we don't have an exact, but hundreds have been killed or injured, brought into these hospitals, and most of them with live ammunition. There's images of families trying
Not once have they said that it's Islamic or anything like that. They haven't brought up the fact that the Iranians are burning mosques. They haven't brought up the fact that it's an Islamic revolution that put this government in power. And they haven't brought up that element at all.
identify the bodies of their loved ones. There are reports that the government doesn't even allow them to bury them.
What the fuck?
It's a horrific scene on one side. The other is one of a jaw-dropping bravery, because despite the digital blackout and despite these
they're still doing stuff,
shootings and killings of protesters, there are still ongoing protests that have been happening as late as a few hours ago in Tehran and other cities, which indicate that these protesters, knowing the risk that it carries, which clearly includes their lives, are still coming out, and the government has yet to manage to crack down fully and end these protests.
Are the protesters hoping that President Trump will get involved?
I think some
It's
of them
hard
definitely are.
To gauge everybody's
I would assume
opinion.
that.
Iran is not a monolith, and people have very different opinions about what should happen. Obviously, there is wide agreement and a larger scale protest is a sign of it, that they want this regime gone. And how it should be gone, obviously, they've taken the matter to their own hands and risking their lives by coming out. But there are obviously many who would welcome some sort of a foreign assistant being in a form
Let me
of...
pause this and kind of explain the reason why I'm like kind of trying to focus on the idea that they're not bringing up the Islamic regime. The reason why is that I think that the BBC is intellectually and ideologically captured by a group of people that want to not anger the people inside of Europe and specifically inside of Britain, that want to, they don't want to say anything that might make the extremist Muslims in their country angry. Like, I don't have a problem with a Muslim government or something like that, but the reality is that their reporting is being controlled and decided by them being afraid of retaliation or a negative response from the Islamic potential terrorists in their own country. This is inside of Europe. And so this is the reason why I'm watching this, in order to try to find out like whether they're going to say it or not, is to see if they're going to talk about it or if they're not going to talk about it. Do you see that? That's my point, right? And so we do, or we're not an Islamic. Yeah, we're not Islamic countries. Yeah, I definitely think so. U.S. mainstream media isn't reporting on it because they don't want to show U.S. protesters what an actual fascist regime would do to them. Yeah, of course. It's pretty sure BBC does not call the Vatican a Christian state either. I don't know if they do or not. We need a larger sample size, but I agree. You're a bit wrong. The BBC supported Ayatollah 47 years ago. It's not just now. I think it's been going on for a while. Yeah. You only just said the regime, and your response is what regime? What the fuck's wrong with you? So I'll explain it, because maybe you're like not you're not an understander. Yeah. So it's an Islamic regime. It's an oppressive Islamic theocratic regime that kills people based off of their religious rules. Do you understand why I think that it's problematic that they're omitting that information? Do you understand that? And I think that they're intentionally omitting that information and reporting from it. They're reporting it in a way that is minimizing the religious influence on this protest in order to not offend the people that are extremist religious people in their own country, in their own area. I think that's what's happening. And I think it's because they're ideologically captured by those people. Do you understand that? I do. Why did you say what regime then? Because it's an Islamic regime rather than just a regime. Do you understand? Does that make sense to you? I'll give this person one more response. I don't want to waste too much time on this. It does? Does it to you then?
Starlink giving people more easy access to the internet, all the way to targeting leadership with military intervention. Not everybody agrees that these are productive, especially when it comes to military intervention. Many worry that it will lead to the regime hardening its position even more and possibly hit targets in the Middle East, and this turning into some sort of a massive war, which will then distract from what the protesters want. And some think there is no other way without the foreign help. How could they overcome?
Yeah, they're afraid.
A extremely brutal crackdown by a regime that is armed to the teeth. So the reality of these protests is they know what they don't want, but how do we get to that place varies depending on who you speak to.
Barman, I know it's difficult, but you have covered other protests that have taken in Iran. What do you think will happen next?
It is really the million-dollar question, but it is different from the other protests that I've covered and I've lived through. It is large-scale, it's historic.
Do you not realize Ofcom regulates British news requiring it to be off-partial? No, of course you don't. Let me ask you a question. If it's so impartial, then why did people resign after Trump exposed them for misediting his speech on January 6th? Why did that happen? Want to wait for a sec, see what he says. Is there a difference between a leftist and a center person politically? Because it was not impartial? So then it didn't work then, right? So very clearly the regulation doesn't work. Because if it did work, then that wouldn't have happened. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you really think that the BBC is impartial? Do you really think that? Yes. So you just gave me an example of them being impartial, and then you said that they are... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my fucking God. I just... Holy fuck, man. It's just... where do you even say this? It's just insane. Where is this here? Where are they was trying to impose Islamic terrorism? No. I think that they're trying to placate them. Yep, they're trying to placate them, unless it aims to be. I don't think it does aim to be. I think that if you follow... So this is the way that I think about things, right? Is that I follow incentives whenever I try to discern what people's behavior is going to be. And when I follow the incentive of somebody looking to try to make people think something, it's undeniable that people who have an agenda will gravitate towards things that are perceived as being impartial. Naturally, right? And so because of that, I think that you should always approach it from the perspective that it is not being impartial. How can news be impartial when opposite arguments of branded hate speech gets you jailed? Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, this is even inside. Yeah, you get arrested. That's a good point, too. Yeah, in Britain, you get arrested for social media posts. Yeah, how can it be impartial?
Across the country, it's across demographics. And it has faced perhaps the most brutal, the most bloody crackdown in the last 72 hours. And it hasn't died down yet.
That's why they turned off the internet, so they could kill the protesters.
For possibly a different outcome than the previous protests. But does it mean that we'll see a smooth transition to a regime change? Certainly that's something that nobody would bet on at this point.
Bahman Kalbasi from BBC Persian. Well, Dr. Sahar Razavi is the director of the Iranian and Middle Eastern Studies Center at California State University. She gave me her assessment of what's going on inside Iran.
Just as Bahman Kalbasi has shared, this started as a relatively, just as all protests in Iran begin, it began with a spark that turned into large-scale demands for a complete transformation of the system. The last time there was an internet blackout of this scale during a protest was during Bloody Oban in 2019. And by the time the internet turned back on, estimates range from the very low end, 200 something, to the more likely end is around 1,500, according to a Reuters report, had been killed by the government. So when we see internet blackouts, we become very concerned, even in spite of the fact that there
this is, again, like you just, it's like what I've said before, follow incentives. Very obviously, the blackouts are going to be, they turn off the internet and then they kill everybody. Duh, obviously.
Our images and reports coming out from Iran, from on the ground.
But technology is better now than it was even in 2019.
That this is, it may have begun as a slightly smaller scale protest than the Woman Life Freedom movement in 2022, but it has quickly ballooned out to bring in more and more sectors of society, including labor unions, students, people in rural and urban areas, sectors of society that have typically not been as engaged in protests. The economic crisis was the spark this time, but it is always sparked by something, and then it balloons out to a bigger scale protest.
You're in the US. President Trump has said that the US stands ready to help.
I don't think anything was a big thing during that war. I don't know about that.
President Trump tends to prefer quick wins and easy optics. So
that's true.
My sense is that he is more hesitant to get involved directly on the ground if he thinks that there will be challenges
and investment,
and it won't be an easy victory.
She's right about that.
At this point, it's entirely possible when the United States and Israel together initiated the 12-day war over the summer. Many of us were surprised because a lot of bluster usually doesn't turn into
I think a lot of people were surprised by that. Whenever Trump just came out and said, yeah, we already bombed the shit out of them. It was done like fucking 2 hours ago. I think a lot of people were like, God damn.
Actual armed attacks, but this time it did. And I think this, right now it may, but at this point
it was a pretty big shock.
I'm reserving judgment to see what's going to happen next from President Trump.
We know the reports say hundreds of people have...
Notice I didn't mention Reza Pahlavi a single time during the whole coverage, even though millions of protesters are calling out his name. That's true.
Already. What options are open for the government there and the supreme leader if they do want to continue cracking down on these protests?
This is the big question, because what's different now for the government compared to the last round of protests, their last large-scale protests in 2022, is that their regional support structure has completely changed. In the past, they've been relatively freer to crack down so brutally as they always have, because they felt buttressed by their regional alliances, including Bashar al-Assad in Syria, Hamas and Hezbollah.
Oh, he's gone.
These are... even Russia, which is bogged down in now Ukraine.
Yeah, they're fucked.
Its alliances have been significantly weakened, which makes it more difficult for them to engage in large-scale crackdowns without the looming threat of foreign intervention.
Yeah, exactly.
The options, if they continue the crackdown, which is their standard operating procedure,
I don't think they're going to say it at all.
Uprising, then there is
say it a single
risk that they are giving the United States and Israel and the U.S.'s regional allies the opportunity and the opening to intervene militarily. If they do not crack down, if they make concessions, if they make conciliatory gestures.
They didn't say it a single time.
Been one or two of. The risk to them is that the protesters see it as a sign that they should keep pushing, which is what happened in 1978. So they are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
If they do, you will admit you're retarded? Well, it sure seems like it didn't matter because it didn't happen. Yep, there it is. And nobody's saying, and you have somebody saying the BBC is less biased than any of your American slop? Sure, I think that's probably true. Yeah, wow, they're better than Fox News and CNN. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Wow, that's so good. Good job.
I'm not going to speak on Iranians because I'm not Iranian, but I am part of the Free Palestine crowd. So I will tell you why I personally don't align with the mainstream Free Iran Woman Life Freedom movement, and that's because it is rooted in Islamophobic, pro-colonial...
Oh boy.
regime change that doesn't actually serve the interest of the Iranian people.
They sure seem to think, hey, I'm not going to talk about Iranian people. By the way, this isn't going to serve their interests, even though they're out there protesting for it.
Let me put it on the record that just because I'm Muslim doesn't mean that I support the Islamic regime of Iran. Do I?
Nobody said that.
They're one of the few
governments
in the world that does have the backbone to stand up to Israel and America. Yes. Does that mean that I support
the backbone to stand up to Israel and America? You mean like whenever they get bombed and then they don't do anything after that and then they kill their own people? It seems like the only thing that they really have the backbone to do is to kill their own civilians. Iran's really good at killing their own civilians.
Their oppressive policies, forcing women to wear hijab, sending morality police to beat up those who don't. Absolutely not. Yes, hijab is obligatory in Islam, but not by the force of random men in power. Committing murder...
So the problem is not the fact that they have to wear a hijab, it's who's telling them to do it?
Is a bigger sin than not wearing hijab, and the Iranian regime have done that, so I'm not going to stand here and say that I support everything they do just because I'm a hijabi Muslim woman. I'm of the standing that Iranians, regardless of where they sit on the political spectrum, should democratically elect their leaders and have the power to choose their representatives. Not Israel, not America, not us.
I think that people like this are intentionally trying to muddy the waters and make the Iranian Revolution seem like it's synonymous with America or Israel. I think that's what they're doing.
But truthfully, this whole thing goes...
This is exactly what I was saying.
Well beyond just, I want the freedom to show my legs and not wear hijab. You don't even have to go that far back in history to know that any regime change that involves America is never in the best interest of your people. How do you truly believe that installing a Zionist puppet Shah is going to benefit you in any way when...
Here we go.
Very same people that crippled your economy in the first place by placing you under decades of sanctions so that your economy could plunder. Please look at your neighbors.
Well, if the economy was already under sanctions, then why were they sending money to terrorist groups? I mean, if the government of Iran really cared about the people there, then why were they not taking the remaining amount of money that they had, and instead of investing it on terrorist groups that destabilized the region, they instead invested it in their own people? Oh, wow.
In Afghanistan, and then tell me that American intervention will work out in your best interests. You're literally liking Islamophobic Hasbara propaganda.
Oh my God. It's just that people in the West don't care about the Middle East. They care about hating Jews. Oh my God. Hasbara propaganda.
Comments about all we know is hating Jews. Which just further proves my point that your mainstream selective movement doesn't align with actual liberation, but the watered down Western version of it. But then also liking comments about the hate group is an oppressive...
The crowd is an uninformed mass that blindly follows the media. They have no idea, but by screaming Free Palestine, they're supporting another oppressive regime called Hamas. Well, what's she saying about this?
But then also liking comments about the hate group is an oppressive regime. Girl, they're orphans fighting for their right to live on their indigenous land.
The orphans fighting for their right to live on their indigenous land? By what? Raping prisoners and then killing their own people who disagree with them? They're terrorists. She's literally running defense for Hamas. Like, you can be against Israel and be against Hamas at the same time. You don't have to pick one or the other.
In fact, you see them as dangerous for fighting for their freedoms, but can justify it when...
Fighting for their freedoms? The freedom of what? To rape and kill people? Oh my God.
Iranians are trying to do the same tells me everything I need to know about you. Iran is a Muslim country, and like most Muslim countries...
No, it's not. It's forced Muslim because the government kills people that aren't. Like, it's just... Oh, man. I just... what's wrong with you? It's just complete, total propaganda. She's just going out there and lying.
They are not secular. In fact, they use...
No, that's not the only two options. Islamic and secular are not the only two options.
...religion to govern their countries via the Sharia. No, you shouldn't force women to wear hijab or kill them over it, but it's common sense that you can't dress skimpy in a Muslim country. Women...
Why? I don't even... What's the logic there? It's just... Oh my God. Another one? Yep, another one.
Life freedom, but when France and Switzerland and Sweden want to pass laws that ban women from wearing niqab or hijab, which essentially strips women of their choice to cover up, it's cricket. So I guess by this logic, we have to overthrow their governments and install puppet leaders because women still do not have certain freedoms. If I'm going to be real...
No, because they're not Islamic countries. You don't get to go around and force your ideology everywhere in the world.
Honest, a lot of this is just stemmed in the Western feminist idea of tying liberation and freedom to wanting to walk out naked. No thought on how America or Israel just want to use you for their own regional interests. But it's fine. You can steal our resources and put a lapdog in power to control us, but at least I can go out showing my legs.
Jesus Christ. Yep, there you go. Just a piece of shit. I know, it's nuts. And as a man, I wish this were true here. Yeah, I guess so. That's Muslim extremist world domination coming out. Yeah. I mean, I think that really the biggest, like, mask off for this is, it's talking about how, you know, the Hamas are orphans that are fighting for their home. Hamas create orphans. They create orphans themselves by killing the parents of people that disagree with them inside of Palestine. What are you talking about? It's insane. Like, I don't know how I don't know how they just keep finding themselves. How is it that this group of people keeps finding themselves on the side of terrorists? Isn't that weird? How does it happen?
Yeah.
They're two-faced. They show strength and they pretend that they have a lot of strength, but
sharing those videos with you of Iranians in occupied Iran who are fighting back, but also what Iranians outside of the country are doing. Outside of the country. But this is why both Armin and I, and in fact all Iranians, we're very nervous. We're very nervous, and we're praying that President Trump acts sooner rather than later, because the Islamic dictatorship, they're going scorched earth. They're going scorched earth, and they're going to try to take down as many innocent Iranians with them as possible. So the sooner that President Trump acts, the more lives he's going to save. So that's yeah.
First of all, I want to make a point and also read a message that actually adds to that, from a message that somebody sent from Iran. So the best way right now to honor the people who are dying is to win.
Exactly.
Is to win. That's what because we want to make sure that they didn't die for nothing. So there's no point in just crying and being upset about them. If you care about the people who died, then make sure that they didn't die for nothing.
Exactly. So that is why we are going to. And guys, I saw your super chats. So Armin, apparently someone made a compilation. Look at this. Cash Jordan made a compilation post about Iranian mobs storming Capitol. So we should go find that and see if we can play that. And then I also have a lot of videos of Iranians outside who are going to the embassies, and they're tearing down the terrorist flag and they're putting up the Lion and Sun flag, right?
Amazing.
I have a lot of
So that's good, because the message that came from Iran, that if it's this is a good time to read it or not, like I'm going to read that.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, because it also addresses the Iranians who are fighting outside Iran. It talks about them as well. Okay, so this is a message that somebody sent from inside Iran, and it was really hard for this person to get this message out. Okay, so it says, I barely managed to get temporary access to the internet amidst the chaos. Here is truly hell. For us, it smells of victory, and for them, it reeks of the stench of overthrow, and they know it too. Without exaggeration, this is what I've seen with my own eyes. The videos that come out that are coming in, which barely make it through, might only be 20% of the reality at best. It's impossible to show the entire population. The crowd is in the millions and astonishingly coordinated. This morning, I went to the grocery store to buy a few things for the house and asked how long they will be open. How long will they be open for? They said 3 p.m. They said if we don't close, it's a betrayal to the Iranian people. Here, everybody is talking about the king. Everyone is beaming with energy. Let it reach the king's ears that since he said he is preparing to return to Iran, the people have gained momentous energy. Nobody says anymore that if it happens, everyone knows that it's over. They are fighting with all their might just to make it happen sooner. I say it again, in the past few nights, I haven't heard any slogan other than Pahlavi is returning. Long live the king and death to Khamenei. Everyone wants the king. Don't let anyone claim that the people want anyone but the king. The people have such unity as if they've been practicing for this moment for decades. If it was possible to show everything, you will be witnessing by far the most magnificent revolution in history. I swear on this soil that I'm not exaggerating. Tell the people abroad that we've seen your... Oh, this is the part. Tell the people abroad that we've seen your gatherings and we are proud of you. Tell them we kiss your hands. Tell them we know your hearts are with us and know that our hearts are with you. Tell them that the great work that you are doing is no less than the battlefield we are on. The revolution is a team project, and each of us must properly fulfill our duties. Without you, we won't win. So hold your heads high and keep going. Victory for Iran, and the world is just around the corner.
Wow. You know what? Absolutely right. Every single Iranian right now in Iran and outside of Iran, we all have a role to play. Every one of us is playing a critical role. And Armin, you and I, we have pretty much become the de facto live breaking news where Mahi Artusi provides us with the news, right? And we're here providing all day commentary and sharing all the info and the context with you. So and I actually do have some comments on that, but I actually have to go because I have a TV interview with a TV channel in India. So I'm pretty excited about that. It's called NDTV. So I'm going to be speaking to people in India about the Iranian Revolution, and then I'll be back hopefully in about 15, 20 minutes. So you're gonna have to take it from here, but I'll see you in about half an hour.
Yep. I thank the Indian people on our behalf because they have been very supportive. They have been very supportive. It's been shocking. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right. I will be back.
All right. So guys, let me actually put this on the screen. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So these are pictures from inside Iran, and you can see people are saying Trump help. So by the way, guys, let me know in the chat, when do you think Trump is going to do something? Because we really need him like now, like yesterday. Like we need something. We need anything. And yeah, so let me actually play to you what Trump said. Hold on, let me just remove it. Not this one. Hold on, where is this? 1 second. Okay, so let's go over the things that Trump said and let's analyze it together. Let's see what you guys think, okay? And let me know in the chat what you guys think when Trump is going to. I think he's going to. I really do think he's going to do something because given the promises he's made, it's going to look really bad if he doesn't do anything. So I really do think he's going to do. So it's not we're not we're not pushing so that Trump does something, because he's probably going to do something anyways. But if it happens like tomorrow instead of today, we're talking about so many more people killed if it happens tomorrow instead of today, or it happens like if it happens a week from now instead of like now, that would be devastating, because so many people are being killed as we speak. So what do we have to do for this to happen today? Because I know United States is powerful enough to do and able enough, and they have enough intelligence to just do something today. So let me know why do you think it's not happening sooner? Because people are risking their they're giving away their lives as we speak in the middle, like for their country as we speak. So yeah. And by the way, Americans who might be worried about let me actually mention this. Americans who might say, "Oh, we don't want any. What are you talking about, Armin? This has nothing to do with us. We don't want any boots on the ground." This is not. We're not asking for boots on the ground. We are asking for just some missile strikes on maybe IRGC bases, or maybe even the place. Oh, this is actually important. The places where they keep where they're using. They're sending out like waves out there to block Starlink connections. If you could take out those bases, that would be very helpful. Or just sending in Starlink devices into Iran, anything like just anything that shows the Iranian people that there is support from outside. Actually, let's just listen to what Trump said, and we could analyze what he meant here, because there's like 3 different updates, at least in this one video, about what Trump said. Oh, thank you for the hold on, we got a giant super chat. Thank you so much for that. Saying, did you ever hear about June 2nd, 1967? The Shah came to visit West Berlin. There were riots. A student was shot by a policeman. Decades later, revealed as a spy. Okay, this led to the first generation of terrorists, Red Army faction. I haven't actually heard about that at all. I'm going to screenshot that so I can research that. And again, thank you so much for the support. All right, let's go to this video.
We do know Madeline Rivera. She is live now with the latest out of DC. Maddie.
Good morning, Todd and Carly. President Trump is closely watching the protests in Iran, so much so that he's set to meet with administration officials tomorrow to talk about next steps. The president, who has promised to respond forcefully if Iran resorts to mass violence, suggests the country is close to crossing his red line. The human rights activists news agency says...
Wait, what do you mean close to crossing his red line? Listen to this part again. I don't understand this. Like, we are way past the red line.
To respond forcefully if Iran resorts to mass violence, suggests the country is close to crossing his red line. The human rights activists news agency says at least 500 people have now been killed.
These are actually much more. It's in the thousands now. But even if it was 500 only, which is not, is that not like Trump said? Don't kill your people, and even if you think it's only 500, isn't that already a crossing of the red line?
It says at least 500 people have now been killed.
These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make it.
Yeah. So guys, I hope we move past just looking at the options, right? Like, looking at the options, like what do you guys think? Like, I really hope Trump does something. He promised the Iranian people he will do something. What do we have to do for us to move past looking at options?
And we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Iran wants to negotiate, yes. We may meet with them. I mean, a meeting is being set up.
So here's the part that I hope he's trolling them, or this is like deception or something. Okay, because Trump says is like apparently the Islamic Republic contacted Trump and they want to negotiate, which to me it suggests that they are terrified, that they know that this is the end. And Trump said that he's going to meet with them. I hope that this is the type of meeting that they were having during the 12-day war, which was a misdirection, because we shouldn't be meeting with the Islamic Republic. I hope he's like trolling them or something, because the Islamic Republic uses meetings to buy time. Right? So what do you guys think in the chat? Let me know in the chat. Do you think why is he meeting with them? Is this a misdirection? Is this just to trick them? Is this to give them false hope? Because negotiations with the Islamic Republic makes no sense. So let's hope that this is just like that famous 5D chess everyone talks about.
We may meet with them. I mean, a meeting is being set up, but we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting. But a meeting is being set up.
So a meeting is being set up, but we have to act before we meet with them. So he's going to hit them and then meet with them. That's interesting. So usually they meet so that they could avoid being hit. But Trump is saying, like, by act, does that mean he's going to bomb them or something? What does act mean here? So a meeting is being set up, but before the meeting, we're going to hit you and hit you hard, and then we're going to meet. We could discuss how badly I hit you or something. So yeah, I don't know. There's no point meeting with the Islamic Republic. Okay, these people are terrorists. You don't negotiate with terrorists unless this is just a misdirection or a trick or something.
Call. They want to negotiate.
The Wall Street Journal reports the U.S. options are not limited to just military strikes. Officials are also expected to consider boosting anti-government sources online, deploying secretive cyber weapons against Iranian military and civilian sites, and placing more sanctions on the regime. So we got a super chat saying, a sitting president cannot tell you what he talks about behind closed doors. Absolutely, this is a troll. He will not tell you anything until he actually does something. Yeah, I understand that, but we could
But that's why I'm saying that I'm not suggesting that what he's saying is necessarily what's happening. But we can talk about it though, even though, I'm just telling you, the Islamic Republic itself sees negotiations as a way to buy time, and we don't have time. Okay, and I agree with you that the only thing we could judge is what we see will happen. But even if we just focus on that, what I'm saying that is happening right now is that Iranian people are dying, and we needed action, yesterday. Okay, because guys, the numbers that I'm receiving from inside Iran are much, much higher than what they're telling you on mainstream media. So we are way past the red line that Trump talked about. Way past the red line. And I'm pretty sure Trump has enough access to enough intelligence to know that as well.
The Pentagon has not moved any forces in preparation for military strikes, which could be necessary in case Iran does.
Wait, did it say the Pentagon hasn't moved? Hold on. That's bad.
Deploying secretive cyber weapons against Iranian military and civilian sites and placing more sanctions on the regime. So far, the Pentagon has not moved any forces in preparation for military strikes, which could be necessary in case Iran does retaliate against U.S. troops in the region. Iran says U.S. military bases, ships, and other assets will be considered potential targets. But Al Jazeera reports this.
The potential target. The Islamic Republic says that U.S. bases could be potential targets. Guys, never believe that from the Islamic Republic. They're a paper tiger. They are not capable of doing any. Don't be threatened by the Islamic Republic. Okay, they are always. They always claim to be able to do things that they never are able to pull off. They're a paper tiger. Yeah, somebody's saying Trump promises made, promises kept. USA is with Iran. I hope so. I hope you're right.
Other assets will be considered potential targets. But Al Jazeera reports this morning for Iran's foreign minister, internet could be restored soon as the country tries to project control over the situation.
Yeah, one reason that the internet might come back sooner rather than later, it might, I'm not saying it will, is because the Islamic Republic itself is running out of money fast because of the shutdown of the internet and landlines and everything else, right? So remember, they didn't just shut down the internet for there are many businesses that they cannot call each other right now. They can't communicate with each other. This has the internet shutdown and the landline shutdown and all forms of communication shutdown has effectively worked as a strike itself because nobody can do business. I mean, think about it. You have no internet and you have no phone. Nobody can communicate with anybody. So basically, all businesses have shut down, and a lot of the government's revenue requires business activity. Like if they want to pay people to suppress the Iranian people, they need money. Like they cannot just run out of cash. So think about how scared they are that they're willing to lose this much money, like a lot of money. I forgot what the number was, but they're on a daily basis. The Islamic Republic is losing so much money because the internet is shut down. And they're just accepting that because they're so terrified. We got a super chat saying, I'm already feeling how massive stress following a massive stress following this topic gives me only following it. Thank you. I'm sure the Shah will meet you too and Mahir personally. Not maybe Goldie, but not me. Yeah, maybe Mahir and Goldie, but I don't think I have a chance. But yeah, one can dream. Javid Shah, Israel High. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyways, let's continue.
Would reportedly be restored to embassies and government ministries. Carly and Todd.
All right, Madeline Rivera, live for us in Washington. Maddie, thank you. Let's bring in former Deputy National Security Advisor and Heritage Foundation Vice President Victoria Coates. Victoria, good morning. It's great to see you. Let's start with this latest information that Maddie just mentioned about what Iran's foreign minister is saying today, that protests in the country are actually, quote, under control, and they are now working to restore internet access across Iran. Are you buying that?
Well, good morning, Carly. Good to be with you. No, not at all. I mean, this is the third week of protests. This is the most sustained protests we've seen in Iran since 1979. This is in no way under control. But the problem that the mullahs have is every day they have the internet shut down costs them billions of dollars.
There you go. That's what she's saying as well. Every day that they cut the internet, it costs them billions of dollars.
Really shuts down their economy. So eventually they have to start turning it back on, or else they're simply going to run out of money. So this is more on them than it is some kind of acknowledgement that they're in control of the country. I think what we need is more sustained pressure. President Trump has done more for these protesters than any American president in history already, and he's prepared to do more.
So when you say sustained pressure, that begs the question, what does come next? Here's the president on that. Listen.
Oh, there we go. This is
if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So look, Trump has already options that he says is very powerful and they can't imagine it. And he's going to use them if they, for example, attack U.S. interests. Let me see what the question was. Hold
He's prepared to do more.
So when you say sustained pressure, that begs the question, what does come next? Here's the president on that. Listen.
If they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe.
So I wish they had the question before. I wish they had the question that Trump is responding to, because I don't know I think he's responding to if the Islamic Republic targets U.S. assets in the region, then he's talking about the options that the U.S. has available. Okay.
Would Arvin, would that so would that be part of the audio then? How we were listening to a longer audio clip? Do you think the question would be there?
I think I listened to it. I think that's what he's responding to.
Okay.
But let's look at the options that they have available, because he says, like, listen to the options.
Why would they do that? We'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
The president.
All right, so Goldie, by the way, I will continue playing the rest, but while you were away, I want to get your opinion on this. Trump was talking about, he mentioned that the Islamic Republic has contacted Trump and they want to negotiate, and Trump said that he will meet with them, but before he said he will act first before he meet with them. We here in the chat, we agree that this is probably like him trolling them.
Well, is this something he said today or yesterday?
This is just from, well, let me see. This is
because remember, we already played that short clip where he says, I'll
this
meet
is from 6 hours ago.
Wait, isn't that the same one from last night? Because look, it's Sunday. It was posted 6 hours ago, but that's
it is yesterday, but we didn't play this video.
You know what? Audio. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, I forgot. So actually, we did play it, but that's when you weren't here. That's when you were on your Persian.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I got confused there. But so no, I'm glad you're playing it again, because this came up last night. So so you want my opinion on this? So my opinion last night, because a lot of people were like kind of like, oh my gosh, like he's going to negotiate, and like this is what I said. He's speaking politics here. Okay, this is political talk. And I believe he is trolling. He is trolling the Islamic dictatorship, right? Because President Trump, he's not saying that he wants to speak with them. He's saying that they want to speak with me, right? So just because the regime doesn't want, just because like the dictator wants to speak with President Trump, that doesn't mean that President Trump wants to speak with them, right? And President Trump says, I mean, sure, we're setting something up, but maybe we'll hit them first. Who knows, right? I mean, if the president of the United States, right, if the most powerful man on the planet, if he wanted to meet with someone, he would do it right away, right? Like President Trump calls
obviously they contacted him first.
But and he's saying like, so okay, so they want to meet with me. Yeah, sure, we'll set something up, but I don't know, we might hit them first.
Yep.
Maybe that's literally a political troll. It's literally a political troll, because if he wanted to meet with them, he would have already met with them.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't. They want to meet with him, like you said. But
here's the other thing. The other thing I also wanted to point out.
Let me just make one point. That's what he did during the 12-day war. He set up like a negotiating plan with the Islamic Republic, and while they were going through, he bombed them. Right? So the Islamic Republic was under the impression that because we're in the middle of a negotiation, Trump is not going to do anything. But then in the middle of the negotiations, he bombed Natanz, Fordo, and the nuclear site in Isfahan. So I'm hoping this is the same as before.
That's what I think so too. The other thing I want to point out is I didn't think about this last night. Again, like no politician will say something without a reason behind it, right? And President Trump is really smart. So he chose to give this information, right? So he chose to let the world know that the dictators want to speak with him to negotiate. So guys, you also have to translate that part. If the Islamic dictatorship, right? And Armin, can you bring up that video of like the jihadis who are like chanting death to America in the parliament? Can you bring that up?
Oh, yep. Okay. Don't we want to finish this one?
Well, I just want to bring it up because I want to go back to this for sure, but I just keep this one on pause. But bring that one because I just want to add the visual here, right? So look at this. So guys, these people, right? These Muslim savage jihadi terrorists who are constantly saying things like Magbar on recall, and then like the other one who's like we're gonna extract Trump Maduro style. Remember that the other one who was saying that. So play this. Yep. Play this here.
That was so delusional.
See, so these Muslim savages who are literally like Allahu Akbar, right? And then they're like Magbar, like that's America, right? These are the people, these are the Muslim terrorists who are now begging Trump for a meeting. So they are now begging President Trump for negotiations, right? So come on, guys. So the reason President Trump is even bringing this up is because he's basically telling the world, like he's basically saying without saying it, he's like, these guys are over, they're done. Because if these people are so confident, how the heck did they go from death to America to please, President Trump, please rescue us, right?
That's what they always do.
Yeah.
They're two-faced. They show strength and they pretend that they have a lot of strength, but they're pathetically weak. And by the way, for context, guys, this is Ghalibaf, this is in the parliament. This is the Majlis. This is the Islamic Republic's parliament when they're chanting death to America. They're saying Allahu Akbar, death to America, and then at the end they say that they want to be martyrs. Okay, and again, Trump. If you want to negotiate with them, this is their dream. They all want to be martyrs. They all chanted that they want to be martyrs. So please just make all their dreams come true, all of them. Yeah.
But this is what I want to point out, right? So because guys, President Trump could have easily kept this information to himself, right? President Trump didn't have to come out and say that they want to negotiate with him because he's obviously not interested in negotiating, right? The reason that he said this is basically to embarrass them, right? Because this evil Islamic dictatorship that's been chanting death to America for I don't know however many long, plus that one guy, I don't know, whoever was saying like we're gonna extract Trump Maduro style. Can you bring that one up? Right?
Yeah,
literally like 3-4 days ago, these Muslim terrorists, right? 3-4 days ago, these Muslim terrorists were saying that they're going to kidnap Trump and they're going to like instigate a revolution in the United States. Now they're begging President Trump for this guy.
So do you want to translate or do I translate?
You translate. You're better at that.
So this is state TV. This is state TV by the Islamic Republic. So they are in so they're in the city of Mashhad. They're now trying to they're responding to the latest statement from Trump. So he's saying that Trump in a ridiculous statement, Trump claimed that we have captured Mashhad. By the way, they're misrepresenting what Trump said. Trump said it seemed like the people of Iran have captured Mashhad, but these people are doing a straw man. They're misrepresenting what Trump said.
Yeah, they're basically saying like Trump said that America has captured Mashhad. Like it's very weird.
Mashhad. Yeah. And like, but we're in Mashhad. Like Americans haven't captured Mashhad. We're in Mashhad.
Oh my gosh, I always start with the Bismillah.
Yeah, they always start with in the name of Allah. So now he's trying to be sarcastic. He's trying to be funny. He was like, on my way to the TV station, I was walking here. I saw American soldiers on my way. So he's trying to be like, oh yeah, they have captured Mashhad, and I see so many American soldiers on my way. I saw their forces. I saw their tanks, American tanks in Mashhad. Okay, he's just really trying to make it funny. He's saying like, oh, but they told me, I asked them, can I go to my interview? And they said, like, sure, you can go. He's just trying to be funny and sarcastic. Oh, Trump allowed me to come. He's saying the thing that they did to Maduro, the thing the Americans did to Maduro, we should do the same thing to Trump. You know, Goldie, they say, Shator dar khab didat binat pan bedane.
Oh my gosh, that's a good one, yeah. Oh my gosh, but guys, so this, like, do you see how insane these people are? Like, this interview was from what, like 2-3 days ago?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Yeah,
3 days ago.
So 2 days ago, the terrorist Islamic dictatorship on state TV, they're saying, oh, we're going to do to Trump what Trump did to Maduro. And I know you guys, you can't understand Farsi, but go back and play that clip. And guys, listen for the words Trump. So in Persian, we say Tehran. It's just how it's pronounced. So Tehran. So he says Tehran, and then he also says Maduro. So you guys will be able to like catch that part. So go back and play it. Listen for Trump and Maduro.
Okay, where was it here?
یعنی ترامپ اجازه داد من بیام ما باید ان شاء الله ترامپ را اگر بشه یک مثل کاری که اینا با مادورو کردن ما یه همچین کاری باید با ترامپ بکنیم.
There you go.
ببینید طبق
Sure buddy, sure.
Crazy people.
در خاک امریکا و در سراسر جهان علیه منافع آمریکا و مقامات متصل به آمریکا.
So he's saying because of the Trump's threat against Mashhad, we now have the justification to attack all American interests in the region and everybody connected to America and Israel.
هر نوع عملیاتی رو انجام داد. حالا این آدم پلید رو سگ زرد وحشی.
So he's saying this wild yellow dog. So by the way, they refer to Trump as a wild yellow dog.
Probably because his hair is blonde, right? So they call him a yellow-haired dog. Yep. Very rude, by the way. But think about it. Like, guys, before we continue, do you know of like any other like political figure who refers to another politician as like a yellow-haired dog or something? Like, do you see how like classless and uneducated and savage these people are? Like, these people literally belong in like the 7th century, right? Like these people aren't politicians. They're basically like Islamic terrorist oppressors, right? Because who talks like that? It's very, very wild.
The reason why he's using dog as an insult is because, like, in Islam, dog is bad, right?
Yeah, they're
but it's
wrong
very interesting. Yeah, they're najis. But so it's an insult to call somebody a dog.
Yeah. So there you go. So I wanted to share that part with you. Yeah, no, I just wanted to share that part because what's really funny is that 2 days ago, like they're basically on Islamic regime state TV and they're like, oh, we're gonna capture Trump Maduro style, and we're gonna attack America, right? And then now, of course, President Trump, like he's a very intelligent person, he's a smart person, he gets briefed on all these things. So I guarantee you, he saw that clip. So this is why, like when President Trump said that the dictators have reached out to him to negotiate, that's on purpose, right? Because the only reason that 2 days later they're reaching out to him to negotiate is because they know that the Islamic regime is over. They know that like it's going down, and so they're trying to save their hides, right? So guys, that's the political message behind this. So I don't understand why the media isn't picking up on this, because when I heard him say that basically, like, this is a confirmation to me, right? As a politician, former politician, I do the analysis. That's a confirmation to me that the Islamic regime is over, right? So I don't know why people are panicking, but I thought it was pretty funny that he said that.
All right, should I play the rest of this?
Yeah, please.
Because this lady is from the Trump administration, and I think she has some good information.
Oh,
so
good.
I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
The president speaking there in generalities. We'd like you to address the question with some specifics if you can. What should the president do, and when should he do it?
Well, he'll have a range of options, Todd, but what he's demonstrated with the action against Nicolas Maduro is we have capabilities the mullahs in Tehran can't even imagine, and they know that. And what's more is we have a partner in the region that can also reach out and touch them anytime. That's Israel. And so we have this range, as I said, of options that can be implemented against leadership. We have additional technological options that we can use to get internet access into the protesters if they continue to shut down the internet. So we're going to have look at that range. But what's also really critical about the president's options is he has already demonstrated that he will use them. The B-2 bomber strike in June showed that he will use kinetic American force. Now, at the same time, he's saying, I will negotiate. If they want to talk, he'll talk. But if they refuse to come to the table and stop this horrible persecution of the free Iranian people, then he's going to strike them. And they know that.
You know, Victoria, one of the things that I was wondering about, the fact that we know that the president is meeting with top officials tomorrow and some of the options that are on the table, that's all been publicly reported. What do you think about that being made public? A lot of people will learn about this with deep interest, but does the public reporting on this undermine what the administration can do moving forward?
No. No, because they're not going to give all the details.
No, I don't think so, Carly. I think what it does is it signals to the Iranian regime that they're very serious. Now, what they discuss in that meeting will rightly remain secret, and that's as it should be. But for the regime to know that the American administration is meeting all of the senior people, all the people, I might add, who planned the Maduro operation, are getting together and discussing these options, that's a big warning to them that they should stop this crackdown. They should start to look at liberalization, ways that they can give the Iranian people their freedom, give them a voice in their government, or else something much stronger is coming.
From Iran to Cuba, President Trump says the administration...
All right, I don't want to do the Cuba part. Now they're going to talk about Cuba. So I have another video that was just sent to me that is in English and gives a summary about short summary about the MEK.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that because people need to know about the MEK, especially since, remember, guys, for those of you with us last night. Oh, Armin, were you here when we showed the MEK video?
With the
truck?
when they went through the crowd?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was here when I was shouting like, oh, and remember I said, Goldie, it's true. Remember you were wondering if it's true? And then
yeah.
Somebody gave us a super chat. Yeah, so that was what happened. Yeah, okay. All right, so this is should we update people about the truck or just show the video?
Well, no, I think we can show we can show the truck too, right? So let's show you guys, because we have been telling you guys for a while that the MEK is terrorist, right? And then yesterday, here, let me find it here.
Okay, you show that while I use I need a washroom break. I'll be right back.
All right, go ahead. I'm just pulling it up, guys. Sorry, I have so much going on. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. Look at that flag, guys. Look at that flag. Isn't that pretty? All right. Guys, how much do you like the real flag, everyone? Isn't it such a pretty flag? I mean, I might be biased. But I don't know. I think the flag is kind of pretty. So, okay, here we go. Look at this. So the MEK, right? The MEK, they're basically these Muslim, they're Islamo-Marxist communists, right? And they are very, very dangerous. So Armin actually has a video that he's going to share, which is going to provide a good breakdown and explanation of the MEK. But look at what they did yesterday. Like, these guys are basically like communist sleepers. Like, so they're not communists. They're Islamic communist sleeper cells, right? And you might think, okay, well, how does that work? Because communism and religion don't go together, right? That's how low IQ these people are, right? Like, unfortunately, for some reason, it seems like in Iranian politics, we literally have the most low IQ people when it comes to like terrorism and communism, right? Like we have low IQ terrorists who go on TV and like, oh, we're going to kidnap Trump, right? Which is like ridiculous. And then we also have like the low IQ communists who are like communist Muslims. Like it's the whole thing is weird, guys. I'm telling you, honestly, it's like a soap opera, what we've had to deal with. But anyway, so these communists were part of the 1979 Islamic Revolution to overthrow the Shah. And look at them, look at what they're doing here. Like they're literally driving through a crowd of peaceful people. Right? So just a bunch of like savage terrorists, right? Communists are just as dangerous and just as bad as jihadis. Yeah, this was yesterday. This was yesterday in Los Angeles. Yeah. So now Armin has a good video that he's going to share with you about the MEK. So let's watch this.
Okay. But as much as anti-Islamic I am, I truly believe that communism is worse than Islam. And I'm willing to debate that with anybody. All right, so let's watch this.
After graduating college, basketball star Lee Hawkins joined the Army, where after 2 decades of service, he was assigned to Iran. It would be his last assignment. On the morning of June 2nd, 1973, he stepped out of his house and 2 terrorists killed him in a drive-by shooting. They were members of the Islamo-Marxist terror group, the MEK. Paul Schaefer, born in the small town of Bryan, Ohio, was a decorated Air Force officer who served in both Korea and Vietnam. His friend Jack Turner served in the Air Force for 23 years. They too were assigned to Iran. And on the morning of May 21st, 1975, 3 gunmen stopped their car, threw them to the ground, and shot them, execution style. They too were members of the MEK. What would you say if American politicians were endorsing this group? What if they were taking tens of thousands of dollars from them? 50 years have passed since these American heroes were murdered. But Americans don't forget. Don't let our politicians forget.
So I think this was an important video because a lot of our viewers are American and think that when we are anti-MEK, they think that this is just our internal Iranian politics and like, oh, okay, you guys have a problem with MEK. No, you as an American, you should have a problem with MEK because MEK killed Americans. And now some of your politicians are supporting the terrorist group that killed Americans. So this is not just an Iranian issue, this is an American issue. So Americans should hate MEK as much as Iranians.
They also burn your flag. Do you have the flag burning video?
Yep.
They go around burning the American flag, yelling death to America. Like they're just as bad as the Islamic terrorists.
I mean, they don't do it anymore because they change colors. They're really good at changing colors, right?
Yeah.
But this was them before. This is when they ran away from the Islamic. But okay, so they used to work. Let me just give you a short history. The MEK used to work with the mullahs against the Shah, right? They were anti-Shah. They worked with the mullahs, and once the Islamic Revolution of 1979 was successful, they were supporting the mullahs, and they wanted more execution of people who were against the Islamic Republic. Okay, so they were campaigning hard on trying to get the mullahs to execute more people. And then when the mullahs were done with the executions of all the people that the MEKs were asking for, then they saw the MEK as competition, so they started executing members of the MEK, right? And the MEK started running away, and they ran away to many places like Iraq, and they also ran away to India. So this is the MEK in India, and they were burning American flags here and chanting pro-communist stuff here. So there's that. I also want to add that I'm not going to go into too much detail. If anybody wants to talk about it, you could talk to me about it in my discussion group.
Wait. Someone's saying 2CTV breaking. Let me just go check that. Is he live right now, or is he going to be going live soon? Let me just check here, guys. Let's see. Huh. Where do you see breaking? Guys.
Misinformation.
I mean, you know what? I'll check his Twitter account. Maybe he put something, or I shouldn't say Twitter. Maybe he put something on X. Anyways, continue, please. Sorry.
By the way, guys, this is a picture. Before Mariam Rajavi was the leader of the MEK, Masoud Rajavi, this guy, was the leader of the MEK. We don't know what happened to him. A lot of people think he's dead, but we don't know where he is. And look at this. The MEK was also a major ally of the so-called Palestinian cause, and it's important to see this. And just a lot of people don't understand, like, how does Islam and communism can merge? And so this all started with a man called Ali Shariati. Ali Shariati is the person that...
Quick, because someone had a quick question. This is important. So
yes.
Someone's saying, yes, the answer is yes. NCRI is MEK, 100%. They're literally the same thing.
Yeah, so because the MEK is like Mujahideen Khalq, and it has Mujahideen in it, which means the people who do jihad, they had to rebrand themselves. They had to change their logo, and they had to change their name to something that was more sellable in American politics, because they now are they have been trying to get into American politics. So actually, let me just show this to you. This used to be their logo. I mean, it's still their logo, but the logo that they use now is the lion and sun. But the logo before was this Islamic Marxist logo. And if you want to see where that other name comes from, here. When you said
Armin,
that's the National Council.
Sorry, so a couple of things. So people are asking to repost the link. So that video is from Nufti. So I think, like, if you have the Nufti link.
Can I make can I finish?
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, let's do that after. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So guys, a lot of people think that Marxism and Islam do not work with each other. Shia Islam actually has a lot of stories that works very well with communism. And they basically, in Shia Islam, a man named Ali Shariati many years ago turned the Hussein figure inside Shia Islam into a communist revolutionary and merged Shia Islam with Marxism. This is why a lot of Iranians are also anti-leftist, because even, you might not know this, but the Islamic Republic itself has still a lot of leftist ideologies within it, a lot of Marxist ideologies within it, the Islamic Republic. So it's not just the MEK that has merged Islam with Marxism. The Islamic Republic still has a lot of ideology that is Marxist, not just Islamic, but also Marxist. And again, I'm not going to go into details or what the hell Hussein has to do. Hussein is the most holy person among Shia Muslims, and what does that got to do with Marxism? I'm not going to go into detail regarding that, but if anybody wants to ask me, you could ask me in my discussion group. Okay, Goldie, sorry, you go ahead.
Someone was asking for the link to the video. I think Nufti has it. So
which video?
The MEK, like that the video you just showed, where they show how the MEK murdered two American soldiers in the 70s, right?
That's not from Nufti. That Arya Farah.
It is, because it's like I see the Nufti logo on the top there. So, anyways, but if you can.
Oh, you're right.
College basketball star.
Yeah, because Nufti.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah, and guys, I know 2C is going live in 30 minutes, so we'll go to 2C. That's fine. I put the link up top in the YouTube live chat as well. So yeah.
Can you send it to me as well for people who might want it in my chat?
The link? Yeah, sure.
Because some people might want it also in my chat on Atheist Republic.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I also have an interview in like 2 minutes, so it's just a phone interview. Oh, it's just a phone interview, so I'll be gone for like 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a link to the Nufti video.
Oh, no, not the link. Sorry, I thought you meant to 2C. No, I don't have the link to the Nufti video. But
okay,
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
I have a radio interview, that's why.
Okay, sounds good.
But this is my last interview of the day. I don't have any more interviews today, so after this interview, I'm going to be around.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Let me show you this beautiful video. Okay, so this is a beautiful video from, I think it's from last night. I'm not sure. I think it's from last night, from inside Iran, and you can see that she's just walking in the streets. Okay, she's not in a middle of a protest. There's nobody around her. Okay, there's nobody around her. She's just by herself, and she's giving us the first part of the chant, and the people from their buildings are just shouting out the window and responding to her. So just watch how beautiful this video is. She's just walking through the streets, and this video demonstrates how united Iranian people are, because she's just walking through a random street and she's giving the first part of the chant and people respond. So I'm not going to translate at first, or should I? No, just watch it because it's glorious, and then I'll translate later. She's saying you're so cool. Let me actually go through the chants. Let's actually translate her chants. Oh, thank you. We got a super chat saying thank you for the time you spent sharing your knowledge with us. Oh, thank you guys. By the way, guys, if you have any specific questions for me, let me actually put in the link to our group discussion. I have a group, I have a community. I'm going to put the link in the chat. And if you guys, because I'm not going to go into so much detail here, because I don't want people to like get too nerdy here with like a lot of details. Don't want to give people headaches. But I will put like I'm going to put a link into our community in the chat. I just did, okay? And if you guys want to come ask me, we're going to go there in about 2 hours. And if you want to come there, and we have a group call every day around the same time. If you want to come ask me questions or give me your opinions or anything like that, just come join the community. It's a free community, okay? And then just check the group calls. Just check the open group calls, the ones that are green that are open to all. And then come there, and in 2 hours, we're going to have a group call. You can ask me any questions or give your opinions about the stuff that are happening, okay? So let me just translate the things that she said. Oh, people saying I will today. Well, thank you. Okay, I'll see you in the group chat then. So Magbar Khamenei, she means like death to Khamenei. Look how happy she is that she's just walking in the streets and she's chanting and people are responding to her from the windows. Look how happy how happy she is. Okay, so apparently someone is also with her. So the people from the window, she said she's shouting, "This is the final battle," and the people from the window are responding, "Pahlavi will return." So this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. So she's saying Javid, and look at how cute the response is. Shah, the energy in the voice. She's saying Javid, and they're like Shah. Javid. So Javid Shah means long live the king. Javid. So Javid means long live, and Shah means king. So Javid Shah means long live the king. Javid. 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 She's saying Khodaya Shukrat, which means thank you God. When she's thanking God, what do you guys think she's thanking God for? She's thanking God for having such great people. Because she doesn't know who those people are. She's just walking in the streets and chanting, and people are responding. So when she says thanking God, she's basically thanking for having such beautiful people. She's saying you guys are so cool, and she's saying good job, guys. Sorry, I will add the emoticons, the lion and sun emoticons, and I will. Sorry, a lot of people are asking me in my chat, why don't you have the lion and sun emoticons for us in the chat? Is because as soon as I go offline, I am doing some other stuff that I don't know if I can't talk about regarding the revolution, like they're on the Persian side and my family. So I'm dealing with a lot on the other side. I promise I will figure it out at some point, and I will give you the lion and sun emoticons in our chat. I know that Goldie's chat has it. So guys, we're jealous of you on the Atheist Republic channel that you guys have it, but we will also add it to our channel, okay? At some point, okay? I promise you guys. I'm gonna watch this. Look at the energy, guys. This revolution, look at the hope these people have. Look at the energy. Look at the motivation. This revolution cannot die. This revolution cannot die. Look at the hope. These are Iranians inside Iran. Look at don't let these people's dreams die. زجه بزن سید علی داره میاد پهلوی. So this one is cry hard Khamenei, because Pahlavi is returning. So this, I love this shit. زجه بزن سید علی داره میاد پهلوی. So cry Khamenei. Sayyid Ali means Khamenei, okay? Cry Khamenei, Pahlavi is coming. زجه بزن سید علی. زجه بزن سید علی. زجه بزن سید. So she's saying زجه بزن سید علی, and they're responding داره میاد پهلوی. So زجه is like a really hard like cry, okay? زجه بزن سید علی. So Khamenei's full name is Sayyid Ali Khamenei. So Sayyid Ali Khamenei. So when they say زجه بزن Sayyid Ali, they're referring to his first name. I mean, his first name is just Ali. خدایا شکرت. Again, thank you God. Free our country. I think she's talking to God here. ایرانمون رو آزاد کن. She said like free our country. Free our country, free our nation. Oh, so she doesn't know this chant. So this chant, I know this chant. This chant is ایران شده آماده فرمان بده شاهزاده. So this chant is Iran is ready. Give us the command, Prince. So Prince, give us the command. So Iran is ready. Give us the command, Prince. So she's she's listening to try to learn this chant. Watch this. She's saying chi. She's like, what? What is that chant? Oh, so her friends are telling that chant. So yeah, now she knows the chant. Oh my God. Guys, that chant that she didn't know, that was one of the older chants. Okay, to me, this suggests that the Pahlavi movement has grown very significantly in the past few months. Okay, so the fact that she knew like some of the new ones, like obviously everyone knows Javid Shah, right? Or Ino Kharina Bar, the Pahlavi Bar. These are some of the more recent chants, but the one that she didn't know this is actually very good, because the ones that she didn't know was a little bit of an older chant, which means that the Pahlavi base has grown very significantly in the past few months. Do you understand my analysis of why this is really good? That she knew the more recent chants and she didn't know some of the older chants. That means that she's a newbie, and that means that the base of Pahlavi has been growing really fast among young people in the past couple of months. Javid. Oh my God. خدایا آزاد کن ایرانمون. She's saying, God, free our country. So she's asking God to free Iran. She's saying, thank God. That's what she said. All right, let me see. Let me actually respond to a recent video from Patrick Bet-David, because he's still trying to make. Here, watch this.
Next leaders for Iran.
He's still not giving up on his anti-Pahlavi propaganda. And by the way, it was exposed that he's working for the MEK. But look how stupid this guy is. Watch this.
Next leaders for Iran. If you go a little bit lower with the list of names and click more, they have Mojtaba Khamenei at 25%, which means it's going to be another Khamenei. Then they have.
So he has, like, I think this is Polymarket or somewhere. He has like a gambling website for predictions, and he's trying to show who will be the next supreme leader of Iran. And he's trying to show that there is no Reza Pahlavi in here. I think anybody who understands Iranian politics immediately realizes how stupid this clown is. So let me know if before I explain it, I want to see if you guys understand how stupid he is and how he doesn't understand the basics of Iranian politics. Watch this. Watch this guy embarrass himself.
For Iran, if you go a little bit lower with the list of names and click more, they have Mojtaba Khamenei at 25%.
So they have Mujtaba Khamenei at 25%. Mujtaba Khamenei is the supreme leader's son. Okay.
Which means it's going to be another Khamenei. Then they have Golsan Hossein Mohseni, 23%. Then have Hassan Khomeini, 19%. Who do you not see on there? You do not see Reza Pahlavi on there. Nope. So I contacted Kalshi and I said, we need to add Reza Pahlavi to this list. And Iranians, for those of you guys that are in America, this is what the world is looking at. Nowadays, decisions are being made by Kalshi. For you guys to go out there and sit there and say, wait a minute, how come he's not on there? By the way, Nargis is not even on this list. But Reza Pahlavi's not on this list. So the people that are betting are saying, we don't believe it's going to be him. But I do believe he has a shot.
Okay, guys, please tell me if you understand why his analysis is. Because this is we're on Goldie's show, I'm not going to use a swear word, okay? But I'm just going to say idiotic, just to be polite. Okay, but please tell me exactly. People are understanding it, bruh. Somebody's saying supreme leader ? Bruh. Right? So look at this. Did he not read the question? Look at the question at the top. Who will be the next supreme leader of Iran? Supreme leader. You guys understand? This is the religious supreme leader, the Ayatollah in chief. Okay, that's the question is about. That's what the question is about. That's what the question is about. Of course, Nargis Mohammed is a woman. Of course, she wouldn't be here. Like, the only people that get to be on this list are mujtahids, are people that are not just ayatollahs, but people that have the highest credentials among ayatollahs. Like, being an ayatollah is not enough. You need to be like an ayatollah and a mujtahid as well at the same goddamn time. Like, you need to be an ayatollah, and you need to have you have to be teaching classes on Islam, and you have to have you need to be somebody that has ayatollah as your students in your classes to be able to even be on this list. And you're like, oh, why is Reza Pahlavi not on this list? Because Reza Pahlavi is not an Ayatollah. This is a list of potential supreme leaders. So watch this one more time.
Next leaders for Iran. If you go a little bit lower with the list of names and click more.
Wait, did he not read it in full? Read the question.
Next leaders for Iran.
Look at this. He's so dishonest. He doesn't read the question in full. He says next leaders in Iran. No, you moron. It says the next supreme leaders in Iran.
If you go a little bit lower with the list of names.
Why are we playing Patrick Bet David the traitor? He's not even Iranian. Like, why are we even?
Oh, because he is getting invited to Fox News again.
Who cares? Fox News isn't going to determine policy.
I just want.
Oh, but you're right. You know what? But you know what? Actually, it is good to play it. You're right.
Yeah, I want Americans to know the people who are spreading BS. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Or they have Mojtaba Khamenei at 25%, which means it's going to be another Khamenei. Then they have Golsan Hossein Mohseni, 23%. Then I have Hassan Khomeini, 19%. Who do you not see on there? You do not see Reza Pahlavi on there. Nope. So
because he's not a dictator, you idiot. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, he's not an Ayatollah.
Need to add Reza Pahlavi to this list. And Iranians, for those of you guys that are in America, this is what the world is looking at. Nowadays, decisions are being made by Kalshi. Yeah, for you guys to go out there and sit there and say, wait a minute, how come he's not on there? By the way, Nargis is not even on this.
She's saying Nargis is not there. Nargis is a woman. First of all, Nargis shouldn't be there because she's MEK and
the list literally says supreme dictator.
Supreme leader. Yeah, Nargis Mohammadi is a woman and not an Ayatollah. Of course she's not under.
Guys, we don't want a supreme leader. We don't want a supreme leader. We want to like overthrow the system. We want to constitute we want a secular democracy, guys. What sort of secular democracy? Can anyone like show me any sort of secular democracy that has a supreme leader?
I know.
This is insane.
Yeah. And just look at the last, just 4 more seconds.
So the people that are betting are saying we don't believe it's going to be him. But I do believe he has a shot.
He has a shot. The person that the Iranian people are just shouting off the rooftops and in the streets his name, that all the chants are about him. He has a shot. Okay, Patrick. Well, thank you for that.
That's the stupidest thing. He has a shot. You know what? If someone asked me, does the current, king of Iran, does he have a shot of being the next supreme leader of Iran? My answer would be 0, because we don't want a supreme leader. We're getting rid of that entire political system, and we're going to bring in, a secular democracy. And whether or not it's going to be like a republic or a constitutional monarchy, that's up to the people. But no, we don't want a supreme leader. Like, I don't even know why PBD, like, I'm sorry, he's retarded. I'm sorry, he's retarded. I'm going to say it.
Oh my God, you said, okay, thank you, you said it. I was trying to, so hard not to use that word. I was like so many times going to say it. Like, guys, we're on Goldie.
You should hear the radio interview I just had. I'm trying to get the audio.
Okay, so you can play it for us.
Well, I'm trying to get the audio, but I went off on the radio interviewer that I just had, because we were talking about like, all this, the dictator, the Islamic regime. And then she just like, oh, I remember I covered the 1979 revolution, and the Shah's reign was just as savage. And I was just, and I just kind of, it was a radio interview, right? So I'm just like, okay. So I let her go on. Yeah. And I was like, actually, that's propaganda. What happened is that the communists and the Islamists put out fake news, and then the Western media spread the fake news of the communists and Islamists. So I was basically blaming her. So I was like, so the Western media are part of the reason why that happened, and we were living under dictatorship. And then she's like, oh well, like different opinions. And I'm like, well, people's, the only opinion that counts is the opinion of Iranians. We know what happened. We know who we want, and there's a reason that, so I went off on her. So
that good.
I don't think she was expecting that, but I was like, oh, so because she wanted to like, this is what I hate about like these old school reporters, and they're like, oh well, I covered the 1979 revolution and the Shah was savage. And then I even was like, really? The Shah was a dictator? Women in Iran had the right to vote in 1963. What kind of dictator does that? And then she was like, well, thank you for joining us. Have a good day. And I'm like, yeah, bye.
Good job. The Shah, with his white revolution, gave the right to vote for women ahead of some European countries.
Yeah,
we had the right to vote for women in Iran ahead of European countries. Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, guys, like if you like right now we're in the middle of a revolution, but like we both of us have spoken extensively about Iranian history. There was never like a women's suffragette movement. There was never like a women's suffragette movement, in occupied Iran, because the Shah of Iran, like, he gave women the right to vote before there was even a women's rights movement.
Exactly.
Like, I'm so sick and tired of this like Western media. Oh, the Shah was also a dictator. And then the other thing I also said, and then what she said is like, well, the Shah left. He was ill. And I'm like, well, the difference between the Shah and the Islamic regime is when the Shah left, it's because he didn't want to spill Iranian blood. In contrast, the Islamic dictatorship right now is spilling Iranian blood so they don't leave. That's the difference between the Shah and the Islamic dictatorship, and that's why we want our Shah back. That's what I said to her.
Okay. We got a big super chat, but I don't know what this means. PBD probably stole from his stomach. What does that mean?
Oh my gosh. Let's not. Oh, okay. I get it. Wink, wink, nudge,
okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Goldie, to your point quickly, I always try to okay, I'm not sure going to use that word, to make leftists angry by reminding them that the biggest two feminists in world history, and feminists, I'm talking about good type of feminism, first and second wave, not this third and fourth wave crap feminism. The biggest two feminists in world history were Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah. They have liberated more women. They have brought more women equal rights than any two individuals in history, and they are responsible for the position of Iranian women. If you see how strong Iranian women are, and if you compare them to other women around the Middle East, we were not like that. We were not like this. During the Qajar dynasty, the position of Iranian women was, before the Pahlavis, was below what it is right now in Afghanistan. If you see Iranian women, if you see the culture that made somebody like Goldie or like her mother or other Iranian women in the streets of Iran coming and fighting, and fighting for their rights and not being able, they're living under Islamic theocracy and still they have not submitted to Islam. The reason why Iranian women do not submit to Islam is because of the strength and the power the Pahlavis gave Iranian women.
I just find it absolutely incredible that we are literally in the middle of a historic revolution. We are fixing the mistake that the communists and the Islamists did. They made, along with the help of the Democrats, right? We're fixing the mistake that was made 47 years ago by them. We've paid for this with blood, sweat, and tears, right? Iranians right now are in the fight of their life. The fight of their life in occupied Iran, fighting against these brutal, savage Muslims. And then this, this geriatric old woman is like, well, wasn't the Shah a dictator? Really? That's what you want to go with? I'm so tired of this.
Was that leftist?
I guess so. I don't know. But she almost sounded proud. She almost sounded proud of the fact that she covered the 1979 revolution. I'm like, oh, so in my mind, so you're one of those people who's responsible for the pain and suffering of Iranians for the last 47 years because you covered it, but clearly you covered it wrong because you helped spread propaganda. So your hands are covered in blood as well.
Goldie, look. Lindsey Graham just quote.
What did he write?
Prince Reza Pahlavi.
Wait, which quote is he putting? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a new tweet. Okay.
So
wait, let's
Reza Pahlavi just.
How do I do this? Okay. There we go. Okay.
Reza Pahlavi just posted. Senator Graham is right. President Trump is not Obama. What? You want to read it?
Well, no. But I'm saying go down and see what he's responding to because he's responding to something, right? Okay, so let's read that.
Okay.
Okay.
This one is not responding. Oh, this one is responding to Newt.
Well, it doesn't matter about. Okay, yeah. So Newt says it's not enough to sympathize. You have to respond. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to read Lindsey Graham? Should I read Lindsey Graham?
You read. Go ahead.
Okay. Speaking, Gingrich nailed it yet again as the answer regarding the Iranian regime and their brutal oppression. Newt's analysis was 100% correct. It is not enough to say we stand with the people of Iran. The only right answer here is that we act decisively to protect protesters in the street and that we are not Obama, proving to them we will not tolerate their slaughter without action. President Trump has been the first president to openly side with the people against the regime. That will be seen in history as the ultimate game changer. We've encouraged the protesters to continue to risk their lives. Therefore, we must act decisively. As Newt states, this is the best chance since 1979 to change the course of the Middle East. It is not about negotiating Iran's nuclear program with pathologically dishonest religious Nazi regime. It is not about merely standing with the people against the thugs who killed them. It is about acting decisively on their behalf. Make Iran great again.
Iran great again. I love that.
And then the prince quoted Lindsey Graham by saying, Senator Graham is right. President Trump is not Obama. His words of support for the protesters in Iran show that. Now is the time to act. The president is a man of action and a man of peace. Now he can act to bring about the greatest peace the world has ever seen by helping Iranians finally end this criminal regime. The regime is weak and on its back legs. The people are ready to topple it. They do not need boots on the ground. All they need is exactly. All they need is the action.
We've never asked for boots on the ground. We don't want boots on the ground, but we need support somehow.
Exactly. I'm saying all they need is the action of the leader of the free world, negotiating with this criminal regime who is still threatening America, and the president will not bring peace. So negotiating will not bring peace. But immediate action to support these brave protesters will save thousands of lives and bring lasting peace to the region. That will be President Trump's legacy. So
amazing. Amazing. You know what, Armin? Go ahead.
I think this might be in response to what Trump said in the airplane.
It could be. It could be. But I think this is a good time to go to our song.
Before we go there, because there's a final.
Perfect.
Yeah,
let's.
Because this is the important. Lindsey Graham quote posted Reza Pahlavi by saying, the Crown Prince's statement about the folly of negotiating with the Iranian regime and the need to act on behalf of the Iranian people is beyond reasonable criticism and makes eminent sense. Oh, it's criticism. He's using it as criticism. Okay, it is imperative that we let the Iranian people know that under President Trump's leadership, when America says something, you cannot only take it to the bank, you can risk your life over it. President Trump has boldly sided with the oppressed people of Iran, like Ronald Reagan boldly called for the tearing down the Berlin Wall. We're on the cusp of the biggest change in the Middle East in 1,000 years. We must stay strong and follow through. Make Iran great again. Oh my God.
We are living in a timeline where we have American politicians literally having conversations on X with the king of Iran.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, I need some time to absorb this. And 2C is starting soon. So, wow. Okay, why don't we go to let's go to our song, our Make Iran Great Again song, and then we'll go to 2C TV after. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on 2C. Oh my God, I have to go thank Senator Graham. Oh, there we go. Guys, I think it's happening. I think it's happening tonight.
Streets are burning, voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Community regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap for which chicken out. Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Lock the loader, say it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you.
I think Tusi might be on. Tusi might be on right now.
Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are now in day 16 of the anti-Islamic occupation uprising. The Iranians are once again out across the country in multiple cities. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard are, of course, continuing the crackdown, and the state of Israel are now on high alert. Hospitals across Israel have now been told to be fully prepared for a potential imminent attack by the IRGC on Israel, as we are waiting for President Trump tomorrow officially to have the final conversations about the military action against the Islamic Republic. But you might get surprised, of course. We've heard this before when they say, oh yeah, we're going to do something on Thursday, then it happens on Tuesday. But let's talk about what's going on in the country. Before we do that, we're going to go to Israel and figure out what is going on with the emergency situation. So Israeli hospitals have now been ordered to prepare for an immediate shift to emergency operations as a precaution amidst rising tensions with the Islamic Republic. The instructions have now outlined preparations for mass casualty scenarios, moving operations to protected areas, mobilizing the medical staff and discharging patients, and scaling back non-urgent care. Now, of course, Israel learned from the 12-day war that despite a strong defense system, if the Islamic Republic wants to use everything that they have on a small country of Israel, obviously the defense system will be overwhelmed, and obviously Israeli civilian areas will be hugely damaged because the Iranian regime don't hit the military sites, they hit the civilian areas. Now, earlier today, before we go to the videos that we are now receiving from across the country, as of course the uprising is carrying on, people have not left the streets despite the massacre, despite the propaganda, despite the internet being shut down and everything for about 96 hours. But earlier on, the Islamic Republic thought it would be a good idea to do yet another propaganda rally, and it backfired massively. So this is so funny. About 5% of the population in Iran are the Islamic occupiers, the IRGC. So they are the actual members of the IRGC, their families, their relatives, their supporters, right? 5%. But Iran is a huge country. So 5% of it is about 4 to 5 million people, right? Out of that, they can't even get 1 million people out. They mostly got the elderly pensioners who were responsible for the 1979 paramilitary coup. They came out, no energy. They were to be there as well. They get free food and everything else. They get bussed around from all across the country. Watch this. Death to Israel, they say. They're chanting death to Israel. Death to America. This is so embarrassing. Look at it. So miserable.
I just really needed to pause for a second. Do you see like the utter nonsense that we have to deal with? Like literally, it's like a bunch of like old geriatric men who are just like Allahu Akbar, right? But it's, and then they're like chanting like yes, like guys, like I'm telling you, like it's insane. Like this is the insanity. But guys, so here's the thing. Okay, I just want to point this out, and I'm going to go back to 2CTV. This is what the mainstream media is going to show you. Okay, so they're going to show you this, and then all of you guys are all going to think that we Iranians hate Americans, right? Do you see how the mainstream media constantly lies to you guys, right? They're basically showing people who are literally part of the Islamic regime. These are the people who like murder us. But then the mainstream media shows this, and then you guys think we're all a bunch of like Allahu Akbar jihadi savages, right? So I just want to point that out. Mainstream media is always lying to you guys.
The funny thing about this is, as I said, they're supposed to have about 4 to 5 million people as part of the population. And this is what they get. They managed to bring out a few 100,000, right? And then that didn't go too well, so they thought they have to use old footage. So they started using videos from 2020, 6 years ago, from Qasem Soleimani's funeral, and last summer, obviously during their 12-day war, when they got everybody out from across the country, they brought about probably 1 million people. That was quite good. And but then it's just bad, because look at this. Let me just show you this. Look. In the middle of winter, it's freezing. Look at that. It's freezing right now. Look at the kid on the far right in a t-shirt. Yeah, I'm sure. In the middle of winter. But obviously, this has already been debunked. This is from videos from before. You go, oh, look at them. All the dead ones. But then they got Khamenei there. Why? So that's what's been going on the Islamic Republic State TV. In the meantime, the actual Iranians on the streets continue their uprising on the 16th day. Videos are still coming in from a few hours ago. Some of the videos from earlier. Some of the videos are from like literally 10 minutes ago. The miserable group are doing misery. Oh, death to Israel. Meanwhile, Iranian women dance around without their headscarves. See the difference? That's the difference. So yeah. Also, Oromia and many other areas have now risen up again. People are refusing to leave the streets. Let's go to the video we just received. Long live the king. No. This is the final battle of Pahlavi is returning. Thing is, what we've seen is one of the reasons you still get huge crowds being in control of many streets is I've been repeatedly saying they are everywhere. So the IRGC send out the IRGC military, and they hunt down people, they shoot them, but they are also cowards because they hide in corners, they hide on rooftops, and they use snipers. But they're all in certain areas that they basically have their personnel there, not the rest of the country. The rest of the country is under the control of the people. That's why they're able to do this. Despite this, we've had over 2,000 people who've been killed already, and that's obviously provoked President Trump. But imagine if the IRGC are stupid enough to actually go ahead with their threat, which they've been saying, we are going to do a preemptive attack on Israel before Trump even attacks us. What is that going to do? yes, you will be able to massively damage Israel. It's a small country. Well done. I'm proud of you. What's the point at the end? Because you're not still going to be completing your mission. The mission from 1975 was to wipe out the Jewish nation. And by Jewish nation, they mean all Jewish people. You're not going to be successful. Stop trying to wipe out the Jews. It's not going to happen. Now, all countries, the Western globalists, they're all jumping on a bandwagon. I told you this was going to happen. They're all turning, finally, Europeans are finally turning against the Islamic Republic, which is kind of funny. Expected this. The European Parliament have now banned all Islamic Republic diplomats from entering the European Union building. So, obviously, this is symbolic. This doesn't matter, right? But they are also adding new, fresh sanctions, which is completely paralyzing the whole economy anyway, because I'm going to explain what's going on with the currency in a minute. The Europeans, they realized, well, it's not really a good idea for us to stay quiet. President Trump is leading this right now in terms of the international community against the Islamic Republic. Seems like the IRGC are on their way out. It's probably best for us to jump on the bandwagon. But at the same time, the European leaders are also stupid people. And I'm going to explain what they've been doing over the last few hours in Tehran. Because it's kind of funny. It's embarrassing, but it's also funny. Let's go to Sattar Khan in Tehran as the crowd bigger and bigger. This is the year of blood. Khamenei will be toppled. So Ivan says, I've seen more enthusiasm at the funeral. Yeah, even their own funerals have more enthusiasm than the pro-regime rallies. Who are these miserable grandpas? They're the ones who did the 79 coup against the Iranian people. The lady dancing to helicopter, Javid Shah, yes. Big super chat here, thank you so much. Saying worked for and with true Iranian expats, both IBM and IEE fellows. Great guys. A new beginning for Iran. Say hallelujah, say amen, everything basically. Thank you so much from the state of New York. Now, let's go and talk about what is going on with the US. The Americans have now sent out a new message. The officials are now saying that the planning for military action against the Islamic Republic has now reached its advanced stage. For the US forces in the Middle East, they are now ready for any mission, including emergency mission, if needed. And so I'm guessing that technically includes if the Islamic Republic tries to F around by doing a preemptive attack on Israel. I don't think they will, because that is silly. They don't have the capability of doing that. And they know that, as I said, the US forces in the Middle East, in self-defense, they are ready to defend Israel. So in case they are needed for an emergency situation, the US forces are already prepared. But the full-on operation has now reached, the planning of it has now reached its final phase, which again means that tomorrow is the official day, according to the White House. But you never know what could happen between now and then. It's still highly, I don't think it's not unlikely for anything to happen tonight, but we'll keep an eye on that in general. In the capital, continue to increase. It's interesting that they are just not giving up at all. One of the things that the regime has started to do now, since last night when we reported, they started hunting down, that's actually from Hijday Day, they've started to do basically hunting down the people who have Starlink devices as well as satellite dishes, right? Now, one of the main reasons for the satellite dishes is that the Iranian people have access to international TV, including Iran International, and they are finding out about all the messages coming from the outside world, including President Trump, the Crown Prince, which we're going to go to in a second. But we've just received this video from Tehran University from earlier on, apparently, being on fire. Tehran University is the main university, not just in the capital, but in the country. 12th of January. It's a short video, so we'll get that verified. Of course, got the date, but you never know. But the currency. Talk about the currency. We've got fresh sanctions being added, right? At the same time, the absolute state of the Islamic Republic. The currency has fully collapsed to zero as a value against the euro. It's literally one real is €0. It's not 0.002. That was earlier on. It's now fully zero, but also against the pound. So I can technically buy the whole country with £1. It's not really how it works, but you know. I don't understand how they think, even if they manage to crush the revolution, even if they manage to wipe out the population, how and people stop coming out, how can they go back to their normal everyday activities? It's not possible. You don't have a banking system, you don't have an economy, you don't have your infrastructure anymore, you don't have personnel. It's not really a functioning country anymore. It's not, for example, like in 1989, 1990 China, where the Chinese Communist Party would just essentially wipe out the revolutionaries against communism and then just go back to normal because they still had the infrastructure, the CCP in Beijing. Now they don't in Iran. So even if they manage to crush these guys on the streets, nothing's going to go back to being normal. So I don't know what they think they're going to be celebrating about. But they are continuing the crackdown hugely. So the Islamic Republic have now officially announced their imminent executions for the protesters who started protesting from day one against the Islamic Republic. Officials have said that following expedited court proceedings, the first group of protesters will now be executed on Wednesday morning. So 2 days from now, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, will be executed for simply protesting and demanding to have freedom and democracy in their country. And one of them is actually the 26-year-old Irfan Soltani, who was arrested on 2 days ago. 2 days ago. So just 2 days after his arrest, he's now going to be executed on Wednesday. These are obviously kangaroo courts. They're not real courts. You know, you get arrested, they send you in front of a fake judge, and without a jury or anything, without you being able to defend yourself, without having a lawyer, you just stand there and they will just read out the charges against you. It's sort of like the Dark Knight Rises, where the whole place basically gets brought down, Gotham City, and then they have the kangaroo courts, and they just read out charges against you, and then you get convicted immediately, and then you get executed. So that's what they're doing. This 26-year-old guy is now at risk of being executed 2 days from now, and of course hundreds and obviously thousands of others, unless something happens by then, unless obviously there is help that comes between now and Wednesday morning, which is still highly unlikely because obviously the military operation and the assessment is still going to take time. Tomorrow is the key day for the decision by Pentagon and the White House. But these are the heroes and champions who are sacrificing their lives for freedom in Iran and the future generations. We have from Esfahan from tonight being on fire. Day 16. Now, the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, has released a new statement and speaking to he's actually, as opposition leader, he's speaking directly with President Trump now, which is good news. He also posted that Senator Graham is right. President Trump is not Obama. His words of support for the protesters in Iran show that. Now is the time to act. The president is a man of action and a man of peace. Now he can act to bring the greatest peace the world has ever seen by helping Iranians finally end this criminal regime. The regime is weak and on its back legs. The people are ready to topple it. They do not need boots on the ground
All they need is the action of the leader of the free world and negotiating with this criminal regime who is still threatening America, and the president will not bring peace. But immediate action to support these brave protesters will save thousands of lives and bring lasting peace to the region and, of course, to the rest of the world. That will be President Trump's legacy. Yes, of course. And President Trump, as I said, they've now said that they have reached the advanced stage of the military options. The fascinating thing about the European leaders, we talked about the European Union jumping on a bandwagon, right? Ursula von der Leyen, new sanctions. The European Parliament banned the Islamic Republic diplomats. But earlier on, this is the funniest thing I've seen in a very long time. The Islamic Republic invited the ambassadors of the United Kingdom. Remember these names of these countries: United Kingdom, Deutschland, Italy, and France. The top four: UK, Germany, Italy, and France, and several other countries, to come to a very interesting meeting, to come and watch. This is what they say: watch the videos of armed rioters backed by the Zionists and Americans killing innocent people. They have told the ambassadors to watch these footage and go back to tell your foreign ministries in your countries. So David Lammy in the UK, and of course the Germany, France, Italy, and the others. So obviously it's not going to work for Italy because Giorgia Meloni is going to be like, this is just nonsense. We know that. And Germany as well. They're not going to take any of this. The tricky situation is countries like the UK and France, who might actually believe this. So they basically fabricated these videos showing the riot footage, and they got the ambassadors sitting at the front, and these idiots actually decided to go and watch this. They said yes to the invitation. What is this? It's so funny. It's like, we got an email from the Islamic Republic. What do we do, Mr. Ambassador? Well, they want us to go and watch the footage of the riots. Like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go sit down. Oh, they got cameras here as well. They're filming us. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be a good idea. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Your classic liberal globalists, European leaders at work. Your taxpayers' money is being used to do this right now. Instead of doing their job, they're watching random videos of the riots. What is that going to do? This is just stupid. It's so silly. Desperation move from the Islamic Republic, and the terrifying decision by the European leaders to just sit there like a bunch of Muppets. Oh, wow. Absolutely. Wow. Now, I've heard that Trump has said the Iran regime now wants to negotiate. Negotiate what? Unless it's surrender. No, so this is not... what is wrong with these idiots? He says Trump will be worse than Jimmy Carter. If you don't like Trump, go see a therapist, okay? This is not your place for getting therapy. President Trump uses the same confused tactic, and there are idiots who keep falling for it every single time. Do you remember when he started calling the Persian Gulf Arabian Gulf for like 2 days, and then everybody had a meltdown? He was doing it on purpose to provoke the IRGC. And then he went around saying, yeah, we got a deal. The deal is coming. And then he bombed the whole place with Israel. And then he did the same thing with Soleimani 2-3 days before that. And then everyone got surprised. Oh, they just killed Soleimani. Whoa. He keeps doing the same thing, and people keep falling for it. He was random because they were journalists on Air Force One randomly saying, the Islamic Republic in the middle of a revolution have said, they are ready to negotiate for a nuclear deal. The nuclear discussion is over. Nobody's talking about negotiations over nuclear anymore. And President Trump was like, this would be a good idea. Because until that moment, he kept basically saying, yeah, we're going to bring down the regime. We're going to bring down the regime. But they kept asking him questions about the military action. He didn't want to answer those questions. So he said, yeah, they want to talk. Yeah, of course. We might talk. We'll see. We might talk to them about nuclear deal. There is no nuclear negotiations. It's completely irrelevant to the actual revolution. If the Islamic Republic were talking about, can we have negotiations to save the regime and will be nice to our people, then that will be a different conversation. That's not even what they were talking about. Imaginary negotiations about an imaginary nuclear deal. So obviously President Trump thought that would be a good idea to just randomly confuse everyone. So it's like, yeah, we might talk to them. And again, People on our side, they were having meltdown. Oh no, Trump is betraying the people he's talking to. Like, oh, calm down. This it's just random words that come out to confuse the process while Pentagon and the US military are sorting out the options, and they still have to decide whether they want to do something or not. There's no guarantee that the US military will take action. There's still no guarantee. Obviously, all indications point out that they will be doing something, but there's no guarantee, and the Americans don't owe anybody to do that. But of course, as the leader of the free world, it would be nice if he does it. But they could also send other type of support to Iran. Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different thing. If the Trump administration were going to say, okay, let's negotiate to save the regime, yeah, that will be a betrayal. But saying it doesn't matter. Even if they say it, it doesn't matter. Actions over words. Always action over words. Idiots everywhere. Another sleepless night ahead, awaiting updates from U2C until mid-morning. Oh, no. Tomorrow is going to be crazy, guys. What's going to happen with the Iranian currency versus USD? That's also flatlined. There's no value right now to the Iranian rial. This can end this in 1 hour. Khamenei gets escorted to Israel courtesy of US military. If they just go and pick up Khamenei, that would be nice, but it's not going to be easy because he's in a bunker. It's not like Maduro, who was just saying, come and get me. I'm in my bedroom. What? Pro-government walk attempt reminds me of the walk. Oh, yes, they're the walk from mummy. They are all mummies. Yep, they're not even alive. It's weekend at Bernie's. There's not a single American strike group or aircraft carrier in our waters. They are all in the Caribbean. There will be no attack on Iran in the next week unless they strike first. We've got military experts in the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this. Experts everywhere. I am an American vet and have been glued to you and Goldie's channel for 2 weeks. It amazes me how many people here have no idea what is going on. This should be on every news channel 24/7 by now. I know. But the thing is that a lot of people are also self-appointed wise people. Everybody knows about everything suddenly. Just wait. There's no guarantee anything's going to happen. There's no guarantee that things won't happen. As they said in the Loop, the movie, war is unforeseeable, but it's also foreseeable. No, war is not foreseeable, neither foreseeable nor foreseeable. Ryan has a new video on how Starlink can be jammed in Iran. Cool. And Michael says, the EU is now supporting the Iranian revolution, but are allowing the IRGC into their countries. Weird. I suppose it is a future insert of another Islamic fanatic. You can't insert another Islamic fanatic. It doesn't work that way in Iran. It's not Syria. If they control the cities, they can control many things. They should find a way to turn the internet on again. Yeah, it's not really a button that you just find in a room. It's not that easy. You rock while showing their pumped biceps. Oh, it's a super sticker. You guys send super stickers when I put it on the screen. It comes not as a super sticker. It just comes as a comment. Confused me. 2C voted Best Britain by Dan Wootton today. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Dan. Another super sticker. Thank you. And how can I support the Iranian people on the ground amidst the internet blackout? Where can I send my money? Don't send money anywhere. Any relief societies, international. No, do not give your money to any international entity. That is a terrible idea. The only thing that people can do from the outside is put pressure on your local politicians, representatives, to put pressure on your governments to kick the IRGC out of your countries. That will be nice. Please pray for Iran. Thank you, Maya. Several drinks on me at your pub. Wow, yes. Free drinks. Wait, it's on you. It's fine. It's not free. You have to pay. Thank you, Ron. And Spicy Chin says, hi, Maya. I just heard that GPS is being jammed in Iran. Did you hear on 2CTV? Because we reported this on X. You're giving us our own news. Yes, GPS signals have been disrupted across Iran as well. Of course, they're planning to continue the jamming of Starlink, but there's also a lot of weird activities that is happening in the region. So, where is the... let me just double check the latest on this.
As I say, it's going to be a long night, especially when it comes to the Israelis getting ready. We have received another video. It's literally just the shortest video I've ever seen in the history of videos. It's a 3-second video. You ready for this? You ready for a 3-second video? But it shows the clashes, ongoing clashes. Well, that was close. In the country. Let's go to Iran, and we're dealing with. Is that from now? That's not from now. No, that's not from now. That's, well, you didn't even see this. What am I doing? It's this video. This is not from now. It's from before. Yeah, that's an IRGC guy on fire. That's not from now. That's from before. Why are people posting nonsense? It's crazy stuff. And but this has come out now. Another one. Yeah, we'll figure out the rest of them. But yeah, so the videos that you saw today, this is another one from, where is this? Okay, let's go to the video from Tehran from earlier on. It's just come out now. A huge crowd have gathered. I am thirsty again, extremely dehydrated. Can't even speak anymore. So this is from the largest cemetery in Iran. Of course, people are still burying their loved ones, and they continue to do that while protesting. And let's double check the movements as well. So Pete Hegseth is now with Elon Musk. The Secretary of War is with Elon Musk in Texas. The conversation is about how to reactivate the internet for the Iranians, and airstrikes by the US military, now they're saying, is on the table. So the White House secretary, obviously they haven't fully made a move yet. So let's just quickly go to the White House press secretary, Caroline, and then see what we are dealing with here. This is the latest reaction from the United States government, and all right, let's quickly go to what is happening here. Ready? Yeah.
The table in Iran, and does he believe there's a potential path to end the protest there without military action?
Well, I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately. And I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages. However, with that said, the president has shown he's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary, and nobody knows that better than Iran.
Yeah, so the airstrikes obviously are on the table. But I think anything, if there are going to be airstrikes specifically, they will have to be extremely precise with a clear objective. You can't just randomly bomb government buildings. That's just a weird thing to do. It won't really do much. You have to actually target specific leaders. And the rest of it has to be certain covert operations. Otherwise, it won't really do much in terms of finishing the job. But we'll find out, obviously, when they decide to do something. Where are we? A few comments. Maduro left cookies out for Santa, for SF, like the kids for Santa. Oh, yeah. And it says, just so you know, there are plenty of liberals in the US who support regime change in Iran. I know that already. We all know that. If JFK was alive now, he'd be in favor of regime change in Iran.
just not the left-wing liberals. The right-wing liberals, yes, more slightly right-leaning, more pro-free speech, pro-market liberals, not the socialist liberals. They're not going to do that. You didn't read my message entire, my last message. Wait, where is it? Holly. There we go. This can end in 1 hour. Khamenei gets escorted by Israel as courtesy of US military. Netanyahu does the rest. Yeah, we did that. Okay, yeah, of course. It won't that way. It won't work that way. It's not in 1 hour because Khamenei is in a bunker and there's a huge tunnel network underneath, and he's not going to stay in one place. He's not an idiot. Expert X is a has-been. Oh yeah, because they're so-called self-appointed experts. So under pressure. Okay. And a US Navy P-8A aircraft crossed into Iran. When did that happen? Into Iran with their transponders on. Why would they do that? Is everyone going crazy? Hang on. Where's that? There's someone. He's not lying. He's not lying. Is this an error? What is going on? Hang on, let me just put this on for you guys so you can see as well. Is the flight radar gone crazy again? Let me show you what we're dealing with. He's not lying. But obviously that's not going to do anything because where is it going? Is that actually... Why is there a US... It's definitely an error. US Navy aircraft in the Iranian territory. That must be an error because, yeah, the blue line. It's going to come out. It's going to refresh and come out because that's not normal. That's not a thing. It can't be going in. Well, yes. So for the record, he wasn't lying. But let's wait for the flight radar to kind of update itself. I don't know what's going on here. Why is there a US Navy aircraft randomly in Iran? No negotiations. John 3:16. Former intel officer here. Europe has become Eurabia. Everything hinges on the loyalty of the security forces. Tiananmen Square versus overthrow of... well, yeah, true. But it's also... its own new version. It can't really fully compare it to Eastern Europe or Central Europe or Far East Asia. But yes, you can. I still agree with that comment. On a fast, they actually prepared a movie with Trump footage and incident in Minnesota and invited others to come on. Where's popcorn? Yeah, did they give them popcorn? Yeah, somebody to say where's that comment about the transponders? Because what is this? Where's the other one? Hang on. I'm worried we're losing momentum. Doesn't matter because the revolution is here. Feels like Trump is just feeding the situation to push a nuclear deal. The nuclear deal is completely irrelevant. Doesn't actually care about the protest. There's no negotiations for nuclear because there's no nuclear. It's all theater. Why do people keep falling for it? How do you see Iran's security after the fall of regime and knowing that the country has gone weak? No, China, Pakistan, and Russia could attack. No, they can't. Russia can't even take Ukraine. I mean, to be fair, in defense of Russia, they are fighting against the massively NATO-supported Ukraine. China is not going to waste their hard power on Iran when they can use it on Taiwan. Pakistan is not even a real country, so that doesn't count. So Iran's going to be fine. Check out US Democrats on X last 24 hours. They support the Hamas, something, Mamdani, AOC. Yeah, they don't care, obviously. None of these people care about normality. Is that plane moving? Hang on. What is happening here? It's gone off, right? It's gone off just outside territory and it's probably stuck. Yeah, as in, oh, it's moving on. Oh, it's coming back. It's coming. Whoa, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? There we go. It's back out. See, told you it wasn't in. Now it's in Dubai. Now it's in UAE. Where did it come from? Bahrain. Yeah, it came from Bahrain. Now it's going back to Bahrain. Told you it's going to get updated. What government is that one? Okay, that's not clear. That's the US as well. That's US Navy. Also took off from Bahrain. And that is a Saudi helicopter. So yeah, that one, I told you, it's going to get updated. Yeah, everything's fine. Everything is okay for now. And there's this super sticker again. Thank you very much. Big Daddy Trump, the God Emperor of mankind, hero of the Imperium, rules from his golden throne. Wow. Wow. Okay, that'll do. Check flight radar, US Navy in Iran. Yeah, that's the one we were checking. Thank you. American military airplanes inside Iran. Yeah, no, it's not. It's back. It's out. Flight radar being crazy again. Maya, do you think by summer Iran will be free? What is it now? Yeah, by summer. Yeah. Well, yeah, by the end. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. In that propaganda footage, the regime showed, I saw many protesters with firearms. Have the protesters managed to mount defenses? Yes, about 2 weeks ago, as we've been reporting on this channel, Iranians were armed with weapons. 2 weeks ago, yeah. From the river to the sea, Iran will be free. Brilliant. After 47 years, I'm hopeful that Trump will help remove the shame of President Carter's betrayal of the Iranian people. Yes, I hope so. YouTube is disallowing me placing ads for my pro-revolution music video. They claim it's interference in US elections. That's going to ruin Kamala Harris's campaign. Wow. Nothing bad in my video, but banned from promoting it. That's funny. They say the Ayatollahs in a bunker, probably just avoiding meetings with reality. To help message to Western politicians, MEK must be rejected from any considerations for replacement. They have no chance. They have no hope. They've got like 13 members. Nobody cares about them. Just ignore them. Can you explain why they are showing the videos from US Minnesota women driver and ICE agents on the screen? Because they're idiots. Have you not discovered that the Islamic Republic is a bunch of idiots? They don't even know what they're doing. So somebody got the videos, gave them to the people who were going to show it at the meeting to the European ambassadors. They didn't even check. They're like, yeah, just put any violent videos. Is war really happening? I heard the US move the B-52s. Well, it's on the verge of happening. It's everyone's on edge. Hasn't started yet, apart from that 1 second where the flight radar went crazy with the signal, with the US Navy plane going in. Did you hear the Islamists protest the Jewish restaurant in Notting Hill? Oh, they do that every week. They're mental. The US quite able to fool a flight radar. Transponders would be off. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to keep them on and go into their territory because that would be funny. In fact, the Americans should do that just for lols. Like, just because the air defense system is not going to work anyway. Just go. Don't turn off your radars. Pakistan is India. Fact. It's nothing. It's not even a thing. Most of it should be Balochistan. So Hitler inviting Western ambassadors to watch. Wow. Basically, yeah. It's a tactic of the US to exploit a glitch is estimated flight paths. I've seen this the last few days in Venezuela. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, actually, a few weeks ago, we had this whole drama during one of the live streams from Venezuela where I was like, don't worry, it's not actually in. And everyone's like, no, the planes are in. They've gone in. I was like, wait for the refresh. We live in a world where people want action now. Exactly. But this is in a video game or DoorDash. This must be done right or innocent Iranians may suffer. Also, as an American, it's odd to say, but Javid Shah, you can't say long live the king. That's treason in America. Very much treason. But ironically, yes, you can't expect military actions happen instantly. That's just not how the real world works. But people think it's a video game. People think it's well, you promised me you got to do something. You should do something. That's not how the real world works. Not just in terms of the actual military assessment and equipment and your personnel. There's also geopolitics involved. You're going to have to assess everything from the Russian side, the Middle East itself, the Arab allies, the Chinese communists, the European weirdos. Everything is happening at the same time. And you're like, why can't we just go in and bomb them? That's not how reality works. And or the same with the Iranian people. Why can't they just finish the revolution? What do you think is happening right now?
They can't just go and knock on a door. We are the people. We consider this revolution completed. That's not how it works. This might take months, or it might take 3 days. But it doesn't work that way. Even if the military gets involved right now, the ones who claim to have defected, it's still not going to be an instant change. The last one in 79 took over a year. Anyway, we'll take a break. I need dinner. I need food. I am dying. My water has run out. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Oh, that was fantastic. Guys, what do you think of the new emojis? Goldie's gang. New emojis just dropped. What do you think? Do you like them?
Goldie, I have some really good videos you're gonna love.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to them. You know what? I did notice some people in the chat. They were asking me to play Bepish, Bepish, Bepish. So maybe we'll play that song because I think people want Bepish, right?
Can I show these two before you do that? Can I show
all
two
the videos after? Is that okay?
Okay.
Or unless they're urgent. Okay, but you know what? If they're breaking, all right, go ahead. If they're breaking, let's do it.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to Bepish.
All right. So this is the prince's orders being carried out by changing the flags. Okay. So this is the Islamic Republic's embassy in Australia, and the prince ordered Iranians to go change the flags of different embassies to the lion and sun flag. So let's watch two videos. I have one from Australia and one from Rome. So let's watch them change the flags. So he's saying that by the command of the prince, we are changing the flag. So they basically rushed over to the Islamic Republic embassy and they're changing the flag to the lion and sun flag. And like even though the police was against us, we managed to change the flag. Look at that. And then we have one from Rome.
ایتالیا شهر روم سفارت ننگین جمهوری اسلامی.
So she's saying this is Rome, Italy, and she gives the date, which is basically just a few hours ago, and he says that this is the cursed embassy of the Islamic Republic. Like in the orders of the Shah, the command of the Shah. We're basically installing the national flag, the national lion and sun flag. Rome.
Javid Shah.
Javid Shah. Javid Shah. Javid Shah. Javid Shah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Armin, I actually have a lot of these videos because so for all of our viewers, like there's almost 20,000 people who are watching us right now. Just wanted to say that there are actually, guys, there are a lot of Iranians who are watching this channel right now. They're not commenting, but they're watching, and I'm telling you, they are so appreciative right now. They are so incredibly appreciative of all of you because, this is actually, we have been waiting for this moment for 47 years, but it's been an emotional roller coaster, right? So many Iranians are sort of waiting with bated breath, right? But I can tell you right now, the Iranians who are watching on X, the ones who are watching on YouTube, they are so grateful. They're so grateful because I've received a lot of messages, and they're constantly sending me videos that they want me to share with you guys. I actually put out a call earlier today, and I asked all of our Iranian, viewers and followers to send me videos of all, of everywhere they can find where Iranians are going and they're changing the flag of the terrorist Islamic dictatorship to the lion and sun flag. So I'm going to play all of those for you coming up. But I'm seeing a lot of requests for Bepish. It's absolutely like, honestly, guys, I'm so glad that you like this song. Like this song is such a classic. And Armin, do you want to maybe explain once again for our viewers the story behind this song? Let me just add it and then I'll pause it. Okay. Do you want to just maybe explain who he is and what the context is behind this song?
So Feridun Farrokhzad, he was after the Islamic Republic came into power and the Islamic Revolution, he was one of the people that was more than anyone else fighting to get Iran back to how it was. And he, more than other people, was outspoken, and he was an artist that many Iranian people knew and loved. He was a singer, many, and he was, a lot of people loved him. And
we still love him.
Yes, yeah, and he dedicated his final, years of his life to try to fight the Islamic Republic, even though at that point in time, many Iranian people have just accepted that the Islamic Republic was in power. He was in a revolutionary, the revolutionary mood that we have right now to get Iran back. He was ahead of all of us. He was like that right at the very beginning when the Islamic Republic came into power. And he was killed for it, right? Because he was so loved, the Islamic Republic feared him, and they assassinated him in Germany. And the German government, because they didn't want to make the Islamic Republic angry, they covered up the assassination, right? So the German government actually worked, kind of covered up because they were afraid of the Islamic Republic's reaction. And he sang many songs encouraging the Iranian people. Oh, by the way, Goldie, I have another song of him that is very revolutionary. And
does it have English subtitles though? Because if it doesn't have English subtitles,
I will send it to you. Send it to you.
I'll add the captions, and then you guys, we're breaking another Feridun Farrokhzad later today once I add the subtitles. So stay tuned, because if you like this one, you're gonna like the other one too. But do you want to give the story?
Yes. So this song is the song that he sings as if we are in a revolutionary mode but at this time we kind of weren't, but he sang it because he believed so much that we will be. And he also believed that he's going to die. Like, he knew that the Islamic Republic is coming for him. And he, even in one of his concerts, he opens up his jacket, and because it tells the people to come take me, like he knew that they're coming for him, and he said, come get me, kill me, shoot me, right? So he also said he gave this song to us. He wanted this to be played at the moment when the Iranian people finally become successful and they're in the middle of a revolution to get their country back. And he was so sure that we're going to be at that moment one day. So before his death, he said that please play this when that happens. So that's why he gave this song to us.
So yeah, guys, this was Feridun Farrokhzad's gift to us. And even though he was assassinated by the terrorist Islamic dictatorship, I know that he's in heaven. He's looking down on us, and I know he's smiling. And guys, honestly, when I played this song for you the first time, I never thought that it would be so popular, right? I never thought. So the fact that all of you from around the world, you're loving this song, this means so much to us, because we're the Bepish bros. Look at that. Oh my gosh, where's that comment? That's a fantastic comment. Yeah, we are the Bepish bros, right? Maybe I should change my channel name for the members to the Bepish bros. Because right? But guys, honestly, the love and support that you have shown us, and the fact that you guys love this song just as much as we do, it means a lot to us. So, thank you. Thank you for loving. Thank you for loving the song as much as we do. And I'm really glad that you enjoy it. So here we go. And you know what? Armin, we're making Feridun Farrokhzad's dream come true, because he made this song in the 1980s, right? He made this song 37 years ago, with the dream that one day when Iran is free, This is going to be the revolution song. And look where we are today. Millions of people around the world, or not millions, sorry, that's wrong. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people around the world have heard his song, and they're singing along and they're enjoying it. So guys, here we go. We're renaming it. I know the song is called Engelab, but Engelab is a bit hard to pronounce. I know, because we have like these, sounds in Farsi, in Persian, that you can't pronounce. So Iran Revolution Live, we're renaming the song in English to Bepish, okay? We're renaming to Bepish in honor of Feridun Farrokhzad. So here we go.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما درسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ایران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از مرد آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شان هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
There you go, guys. I'm so glad you like that song.
Oh,
yeah, Armin, go
I
ahead.
have some really important updates.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. So let me remove this one and then add this one. All right. So Isfahan, it seems, is on fire. This is from a few hours ago. I mean, yeah. Hold on, watch this.
Oh my God.
So, guys, this is the city of Isfahan from last night, just a few hours ago. And they're saying that these are the protesters. I don't know where they set on fire, but they're chanting, "This is the year of blood. Khamenei will be toppled." All right, so then I have another update.
I just wanted to explain something about that chant. So, guys, when Iranians are chanting "Imsal sal khune Sayyid Ali sarnegune," right? So when they're saying this is the year of blood, Sayyid Ali is gone, right? Basically, like what Iranians mean is like we are willing to shed blood, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves until the Islamic regime is gone. So that's exactly what's happening right now. It is the year of blood because for Iranians, it's now or never. And as we know, many Iranians are unfortunately being slaughtered, right? His Royal Highness, King Reza Pahlavi, he said yesterday in his interview with Maria Bartiromo, and we will play that for you in a little bit, but he did say that as of yesterday, the number of confirmed Iranians who've been slaughtered, it's the number of victims is over the number of victims from 9/11, right? So that was on Sunday. So Sunday he was saying that in the last previous 2 or 3 days, the terrorist Islamic dictatorship has assassinated and murdered over 3,000 Iranians. That was yesterday. But as you can see, this is why videos like this is so important, guys, because even though the terrorist Islamic dictatorship is murdering innocent Iranians, and as you heard from Mahir Tusi, hundreds or possibly thousands of them are scheduled to be executed on Wednesday. And it's actually very horrific execution. What they do, guys, is they wrap a rope around your neck, and then they raise you slowly from a crane until you die from choking. So it can take anywhere between 10 minutes to 30 minutes, and it's actually really horrific. I'm not gonna play any videos or anything, but what they do, and guys, this is what I mean when I say Iranians were done with Islam, we're done with Allahu Akbar, all that stuff, right? Because while they're murdering you, right? So they slowly raise you up from a crane. So you slowly suffocate to death. And then the entire time, they're literally chanting Allahu Akbar, right? So the entire time that our Iranian freedom fighters are being murdered, right? You have these Muslim savages down below, and they're just Allahu Akbar over and over again, right? So that's how they've been murdering us for the last 47 years. It's horrific. But what I want to point out, though, is that regardless of that, you can see that Iranians, they're even more determined. And now literally Isfahan is on fire, right? So Iranians are saying, this is the year of blood. We're not giving up. We're going to fight until you guys are gone, right? Because we're done with it. We're done with the savages.
So I'm gonna make a couple of points before I show the next video. By the way,
Okay.
before I do, I want something about the method of execution in the Islamic Republic is that it's not like when they hang people, it's not like the Wild Wild West when they have a trapdoor. So the difference that Goldie was explaining is if you open the door at the bottom, your neck breaks and you die almost immediately. But
Yeah.
the way the Islamic Republic does it, you die so slowly. Sometimes they have to bring a doctor multiple times to check if you're dead yet. And there are sometimes, and also there were people that chewed out their entire tongue from the pressure that they were experiencing when they were being hanged. So one update that I got from Preston Stewart is
Sorry,
that
I have a quick
Yeah,
comment here,
yeah.
guys. No. This is really important. So, guys, there's a lot of rumors and fake news. So, someone is asking. This is important. The protest in Iran is shrinking. It's not true. 100% fake news. The protests are in fact growing. This is from today. So that's part of the Islamic dictatorship's psyops, right? They've shut down the internet. They're making it more difficult for Iranians to share videos coming out. And now they're all over the internet and they're saying, oh, it's over. Like, the revolution is done. Guys, it is not done. I'm telling you, it's not done. So ignore the fake news. Ignore all of the Twitter trolls. The Islamic Republic, guys, the Islamic Republic has they literally have a ministry of cyber warfare. They spend over $1 billion on propaganda. So 100% fake news. They just basically what they want, this is their strategy, okay? They want to try to convince the world that, Iranians are done. And then, everyone like turns away. And then what they're going to do is they're going to like mass slaughter Iranians like they've done before. So we are here almost 24/7, but it's a lie. It's a lie. So if you hear look, guys, any news that you hear, if it's not coming from like Mahyar Tusi, or if it's not coming from our channel here, Iran Revolution Live, or, one of the official government accounts, whether it's, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, American politicians or Israeli politicians, don't trust it. We're here to give you the breaking news. So no, the revolution is not dying. In fact, it's getting even bigger. Sorry, Armin. I wanted to add that because that was really important. Because there's a lot of fake news going around.
Yeah. So actually, what I was going to say next actually addresses that. So let me actually go through this couple of points. Yeah. So there's reports from inside Iran where the police are saying that there was a police officer that was saying that everybody that is under his order believes that this is the end. Right. So everybody in his police station that is working under him thinks that this is the end of the regime, which is a really good news, because if the police officers think that this is the end, they might actually hold back. Okay, because if they think that the regime is about to change. So that was another report that I heard from Murad Vaisi, is that he got information directly from inside Iran. One of the families of the people who went on to get the body of the person the person who died in the protest. Okay, so somebody died murdered. Somebody was murdered by the regime in the revolution, and their families were going to go there to pick up the body. And the people who were responsible for killing the protester told the family that you're not allowed to go in unless you buy us breakfast.
It's messed up.
So there was 5 of them. So the family that went to pick up the body had to buy breakfast for the people who killed their children in order to be able to go find his body. Also, one more thing before I show the video is that the Islamic Republic is mixing the bodies of the people from their side, right, with the people who are dying from protesters.
Yeah.
They're mixing them together and they're presenting them as if the protesters are killing average individuals and regime forces, to suggest that these are basically radical terrorists that are just killing everybody. So that's the strategy that the Islamic Republic is doing right now. But also, so with that context, let's go to the next video. So this is Behesh Zahra. Behesh Zahra is like what is it called?
It's a cemetery.
Cemetery, yes, it's a cemetery in Tehran. This is from earlier today, and you can see that these are the people who are going to bury their loved ones from the revolution. and they're very defiant. So it's like, I mean, you hear some cries, but you also hear mostly shouts of anti-Khamenei chants while people are burying their loved ones. So watch this. Let's watch this. This is from earlier today. So like, these are the families here burying their loved ones, and people are chanting that Khamenei is going to be toppled. Oh yeah, they're saying this is the year of blood. Khamenei will be toppled. You can see, like, it's very interesting because you would think that everybody would just be crying and upset, but they're actually defiant and fighting back. So, which goes to Goldie's point regarding being defiant in such a moment. That's what we're supposed to do. Also, I have a new video from.
So wait. So going back to what you just showed, right? So guys, this is what I mean. So for those of you who weren't with us when we started our podcast or our live stream earlier today, let me just share this message again, okay? So as you guys saw, right? Those Iranians, right? They're at a funeral, right? Like they're there because the terrorist Islamic dictatorship is right now, they're slaughtering Iranians, right? They're murdering innocent, unarmed Iranians. But as you saw, instead of crying, right, they were chanting, "This is the year of blood. Sayyid Ali is going down." Sayyid Ali means Khamenei. That's the dictator, right? So that's why, like, this message, guys, is so important. Let me read it again, okay? So this is one of the messages we got from inside occupied Iran. So they're saying, "How are you? After 3 days, I could connect to the internet with very low speed. I don't know how long I have this connection, but this time the suppression forces got torn to shreds." So Iranians are fighting back, right? They're fighting back and they're actually killing, right? They're killing their oppressors. Again, I don't condone violence, but this is self-defense. So, it is what it is. And, for legal reasons on YouTube, I have to say that I don't condone violence when it comes to Islamic terrorists. Then they continue. "We had so many of ours killed. 2 of my family members were killed," right? So you saw that funeral, right? Hundreds of young innocent Iranians have been murdered. But here's the important part. "But we don't back down. We don't back down. Tell everyone tears are forbidden. We are so close. Lord knows victory is so close." So that is why, guys, right now on Iran Revolution Live, no tears, no mourning. We only push forward, bepish, that's what we're doing. We're pushing forward because Iranians in occupied Iran, they're telling us we are so close. And that's the reason why you're starting to see these rumors coming out about like, oh, people are backed off or whatever. No. We're so close. And the Islamic dictatorship is desperate. So we're saving our tears for after victory. But right now we're focusing on the fight because that's what Iranians in occupied Iran, that's what they expect from us. That's what they want us to do. So we are going to continue being their voice and sharing the message. All right. Sorry, Armin, I just want to provide some context there, but back to you. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Like, no, I would say no. That's good. That's really important. That was really important. Thank you. Okay, so this is Ghalibaf. I think they had a counter protest against the revolutionaries, and Ghalibaf came to speak and to listen, and he had a message for Trump. So remember, this is the same guy that Goldie got me to play the video of when he's the head of the parliament. But in Iran they call the parliament Majlis. So he's the head of the Majlis, and he was saying
Speaker of the House, basically.
Speaker of the House, yes. Okay, so now he has a new message for Trump. It's subtitled, so I don't know.
President Trump.
So just for President Trump. So just read the subtitles, guys. I'm not going to translate.
از میلیون‌ها زن و مرد ایرانی به رئیس جمهور متوهم و متکبر آمریکا میگویم که ما ملت ایران همان حرف حاج قاسم عزیزمان را به تو میزنیم. ای ترامپ قمارباز، ما حریف توییم. تو سردار مقاومت را شهید کردی که به اصطلاح مقاومت را نابود کنی. اما امروز همان مکتب مقاومت تبدیل به یک جریان جهانی شده و دشمن اسرائیلی را بیچاره کرده. امروز حتی در پایتخت سیاسی آمریکا با شعارهای ضد اسرائیلی در انتخابات به پیروزی میرسند. ما با تأسی از سردار شهیدمان، سرداری که مایه افتخار ایرانیان است، به تو میگوییم ما ملت امام حسینیم، ما منتظریم، ما مرد میدان برای تو هستیم. بیا تا ببینی همه امکانات شما در منطقه نابود می شود. بیا تا ببینی چه بلایی بر سر پایگاه های آمریکایی و کشتی های آمریکایی و نیروهای آمریکایی در خواهد آمد. بیا تا با آتش مدافعان ایران چنان بسوزی که درس عبرت برای همیشه تاریخ حاکم ظالم آمریکا شود. این حاکمان ظالم را ادب خواهیم کرد. بیا تا بفهمی که وقتی منطقه با آتش کشیده شود با چه تبعات سنگینی روبرو خواهی شد. ترامپ متوهم، دروغ‌هایی که به تو میگویند باور نکن. به تو گفته بودند مشهد سقوط کرده، ولی مریدان امام رضا علیه السلام ایستادند تا پاسخ توهمات تو را بدهند. ما از خون مردمانمان، از خون دانشمندانمان و سردارانمان نخواهیم گذشت. شنیده ایم ایران را تهدید کرده ای. بدان مدافعان ایران درسی فراموش نشدنی به تو خواهند داد و اخرى توهی از
What a psycho. Like literally, what a psycho. Can I just say, like, guys, so I don't know if anyone is watching from like the United States administration. Oh, look at this. This is actually a perfect comment, Armin. Look at this. Wait. It is 100%. So when we say that Iran is occupied, this is what we're talking about. And even Senator Lindsey Graham, I think it was in an interview. It was in the same interview on Sunday with Maria Bartiromo. He said that Khamenei, right? He's a supreme dictator. He's a modern day Hitler. 100%, guys. This is a Nazi regime that is occupying us, right? And they're literally murdering Iranians right now. And then you know how they literally like take what's happening and they spin it around, right? They spin it around. They're saying, oh, we're gonna like honor the blood of our martyrs. Meanwhile, there's, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of innocent Iranians who went through kangaroo court and they're set to be executed on Wednesday just because they want to live in a free and democratic society. But guys, it gets worse than that. There's something he said. Can we go to the part where he says, like, I don't know, Ma millat Imam Ali hastim or whatever? Can we go to the Imam Ali part? Because that's
Hussein.
Really, whatever. Ali, Hussein, Muhammad. Do you think it makes a difference?
Where was it? Do you remember?
I don't know. It was somewhere in the middle.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We're the nation of Imam Hussein.
Okay, so guys, this is what I mean when I say we're occupied by a foreign entity, right? Imam Hussein is like a Muslim Arab. Imam Hussein was one of the, like, I don't know, the Muslim Arab colonizers of Iran.
He was a grandson of Muhammad. He was the third Imam. He's the most holiest man in Shia Islam.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure, he is for them. But I just say whatever because I don't care. Like Imam Ali, Hussein, Hassan, whatever. It's all the same. Like, you know, Allahu Akbar nonsense to me. Anyway, but here's the thing: Imam Hussein isn't even Iranian. Imam Hussein was Arab, right? So for him to come and say we are the nation of Imam Hussein, right? He's literally admitting that we Iranians are occupied by foreign invaders, right? Because we're not Arab, we don't speak Arabic. We're Iranian, we speak Persian. So he's literally admitting, you know, we're the nation of Imam Hussein. Like, all right, whatever. So why don't you like go somewhere else and take your Imam Hussein with you and leave us alone? But they don't because they're occupying us, right? So honestly, Armin, if whenever, and also I don't even know if those videos are real, right? Because they're showing just random videos. I think that might be stock footage. I think that's B-roll footage from previous.
They sometimes do that. They sometimes they actually had some footage to show the protests to be bigger than they are, and some of them were from summertime, even though it's winter right now. So
we should go to that as well, because that just goes to show how fake the propaganda is, right? So, but this is what I mean. So when he says, we're the nation of Imam Hussein. Okay, so Imam Hussein was an Arab. We're Iranian, completely different, right? So these people are foreign occupiers. And honestly, I'm telling you right now, if there's anyone listening, the next time they do a gathering like this somewhere, if, for some reason something was going to drop down and just Allahu Akbar them out of existence so that they meet their 72 virgins, we wouldn't complain, because normal Iranians, we don't attend these gatherings, right? These gatherings are basically just for the Islamic regime and, their supporters. So I'm just saying, if something like this was to happen, later, tomorrow, whatever, if they were somehow Allahu Akbar out of existence, Iranians would be pretty happy about that. Just saying, because as he just admitted, he's not Iranian, right? He's the nation of Imam Hussein. Just saying.
Yeah, they don't even believe in nations. They believe in ummah. So they actually compare Ummatul Islami rather than a nation of Islam. They don't even, the concept of a nation state is actually anti-Islamic. But let me actually, I wanted to pause on this frame, because he is basically threatening Trump while wagging his finger. And I just wanted to show you some other people who were doing the exact same thing, threatening Trump while wagging their finger. Okay, so here is one, Qasem Soleimani. He's dead. He was doing the same thing and now he's dead. Here's Salami. He was doing the same thing and now he's dead. Here is Bagheri. He was threatening Trump, but similar words, wagging his finger at Trump, and now he's dead. And here's Hajizadeh. He was also wagging his finger at Trump and threatening him, and now he's dead. So just wanted to show you.
Do you remember that? I need to find it on my phone, and then I'll send it. Do you remember the time when those Salami and the others, they were in the Situation Room, and then they were I don't know, it was they were sending a ballistic missile or something to Israel, oh my gosh, that's so funny. I'm gonna find it and see if I can play it. But guys, I also want to explain something to you. So President Trump has actually been popular and loved by Iranians since 2020, right? Because when he exterminated Qasem Soleimani, Iranians were celebrating. Did you guys know that? Do you have any footage of that, Armin? I'm sure I have something on my end.
What? Say that again?
Of Iranians cheering on when President Trump exterminated Qasem Soleimani.
Oh my God! Yes, we were having everybody was going live on the Persian side, and everybody was celebrating. People were dancing.
Yeah,
it was one of the best days of our lives. Yeah, of course.
We were so President Trump has been loved by Iranians since he exterminated Qasem Soleimani, the terrorist, because these people have the bloods
Kotlet.
Yeah, so here's a little bit of dark Iranian humor for you. The day that President Trump exterminated Qasem Soleimani, and basically turned him into hamburger, right? So we actually celebrate the anniversary of Qasem Soleimani's assassination by making kotlet. Kotlet is basically the Iranian version of hamburger patties. So yeah, so
it's better than hamburgers.
We celebrate Qasem Soleimani's execution by making kotlet. Just saying, that's kind of a little bit of dark humor for you there. Oh yeah, there you go.
This is kotlet. It's so good.
So,
by the way, there was an Iranian who, on the anniversary of his death, there was an Iranian who went on Instagram and he shared his kotlet recipes without mentioning anything about Qasem Soleimani, and they came and arrested him for sharing kotlet recipes. Yeah, it was a chef. Yeah.
But again, like that's how messed up the Islamic dictatorship is, right? Like, so this one Iranian chef, shared a cutlet recipe on the anniversary of the extermination of Qasem Soleimani, because he didn't mention Soleimani, but he just posted that, and that was enough to get him in jail. Is he still in jail, Armin? We haven't heard from him, have we? We don't know what even happened to him.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, thank God at least he's out. But there you go, guys. There you go. Right now, like, that's how messed up occupied Iran is, where literally posting like a food recipe to Instagram is enough to get you put in jail.
Yeah. They knew what the joke is, so
yeah,
that's why they
got the joke.
Yeah. By the way, Nigel Farage showed up in front of the Islamic Republic's embassy, I think.
Nice.
In London. Do you want to see this? What he had to say?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So Nigel Farage joined the Iranians where I don't know if it's actually not in front of the embassy. Where the Iranians in London are gathering, Nigel Farage joined the Iranians. So let's watch this.
People voice. They silence our people, and unfortunately, some of the governments they're still negotiating with.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Apparently Pahlavi is speaking on CBS News. Let me just if I can find that.
Oh.
Well,
okay,
you continue this.
More...
I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Okay. Let me actually go to the part where he just speaks here.
Yeah, you go to that.
You wonderful people, you freedom fighters. This time, are we going to win? Yes, we are. We're going to win. And it is a terrible price. A terrible price being paid by many innocent people in every Iranian city right now. But you've got to believe that this is the moment.
You got to believe that this is the moment. Let me see. Was the other one more?
People voice.
This one.
Wait. I found it.
Let's go.
Okay, I'm bringing it up.
To their deaths, do you bear some responsibility?
As I said, this is a war, and war has casualties. In fact, in order to preserve and protect and minimize the death toll, minimize innocent victims yet again be killed by this regime, action is needed. The regime is going to try and brutalize its citizenry as it has always done. But we are in a fight for liberation. I didn't ask the people to come to the streets to fight against the regime because I wanted so. They asked me to step in to help them and to be their voice on the outside world, to do everything that we can so we make this uprising successful this time. And I think we have some serious leaders that understand what is necessary, that understand the ask of the Iranian people and are responding to that. I think President Trump is responding to the call that the Iranian people have. The Iranian people have heard his words. They are naming streets after him in Iran. There's a difference. They know he's no Barack Obama or Joe Biden. And that's why they do have a higher expectation. And we'll see what happens. And as you say, I think the president has a decision to make fairly soon. We're doing what we need to do regardless of whether help will come or not. I'm just stating that the best way to ensure that there will be less people killed in Iran is to intervene sooner so this regime finally collapses and puts an end to all the problems that we are facing. We are at war, and we have to make sure that we are victorious. There's no way back for us. We know that as Iranians.
And Reza, are you communicating directly with President Trump or members of the Trump administration?
Yes, we are.
And what has been your message?
I think the president said it best. He said, we'll see what happens. And I think part of the consideration is that they already know what we propose as an alternative, as a transition. Right now, the focus is on the immediate issue. I think the world is waiting to see in what way the Iranian people will see that they are not alone in this fight, and that the regime that has dared a response will probably get an answer fairly soon. And that's important to embolden a nation. Look, any campaigns of liberation has occurred at the time that the world finally took the side of those people vis-a-vis oppressive regimes. That put an end to apartheid in South Africa. It put an end to the Soviet Union and liberated countries that were stuck behind the Iron Curtain. There's precedence in history. And I think Iran should not be the exception. In fact, the game changer for the whole region is Iran. And Iranians are fighting this fight not just to liberate themselves. They know that as a result of Iran's liberation, the whole world will breathe easier, that the stability that the whole world is looking for will finally achieve. Because unlike this regime that has always hated America and its allies, the Iranian people are supportive and want to be a friend of America and the rest of the world, of course.
Reza, one thing we have talked about is what is different about this particular revolution or this uprising. And one thing is that now many of the protests are rallying behind you, chanting slogans with your name in it. And I know you have talked about wanting to lead a transition, but I want to ask you about that because here is what the Wall Street Journal wrote over the weekend. They said this: the 65-year-old Pahlavi's prominence is a departure from previous bouts of protest when the heir to the controversial dynasty was rarely referenced. His father, who ruled Iran from the 1940s, was widely despised in Iran for his autocratic rule, his political repression, and what critics saw as his subservience to the U.S. Few analysts think Pahlavi has a real path to the throne or leadership in Iran. His improved reputation in recent years says more about the mounting discontent with the Islamic Republic than it does about a genuine desire by Iranians for a return of the monarchy, analysts said. So I want to allow you to respond to that, Reza. Why would you be the right person to lead such a transition? And why should people trust you to return the country of 90 million people and bring them towards a democracy?
Well, it's interesting the way you characterize it, because if the people did not actually believe that I can be the person doing that for them or the person to be trusted, there wouldn't be the millions on the streets of Iran, in the four corners of Iran, chanting my name and asking my return. They do. And that should be indicative of the reality on the grounds. But why is it that I offer my service to Iran? I'm answering their call. I've stepped in to lead this transition, and I have a plan for that. I have a whole host of people who are helping us, lawyers, jurists, economic experts. So we're not just talking about a regime that needs to go. We're also talking about what's the alternative. And in terms of the political alternative, it's a constitutional process. The interim government will be able to organize free elections so the people can send their representative in a constituent assembly to ultimately debate what ought to be and the final form that a future democratic secular system in Iran should take. I'm not here to advocate for a republic or a monarchy. I'm here to be the honest broker above the fray in complete neutrality, making sure, however, that we have a fully transparent democratic transition. But the expectation of Iranians is to be able to have a smooth transition, to be able to have a stable transition. And that is why a big part of my campaign depends on having, unlike other scenarios of regime change in the region that did not pan out so well, the Iranian scenario includes maximum defections of elements that can be part of the solution. That is why I've launched this campaign many months ago, and we had over tens of thousands of respondents, members in the military, paramilitary forces, and the civil bureaucracy that will be able to be part of the solution in the future, so long as their hands is not soiled with the blood of the Iranian people. And that is something that will bring people a sense of confidence that they're responding to my call, that they can trust me in this. And I intend to do exactly what I said, to help them achieve that end. I'm a bridge and not the destination at this point.
But Reza, how can you promise and how can you make people who may doubt what's next with you in charge of a transition, that this will not be a return to a monarchy, that this will not be a future autocratic government?
Because they have followed my path and my track record for 46 years. From the very beginning, they know what I stood for. What I tell you today, Nora, is what I said 40 years ago. I've been a man of my word, and I'm my own man. And that's why they know who they're dealing with. It was difficult for them to have that information, but today's generation of young Iranians know even more about me than people of my own age. The fact is that they have followed me all these years. They understand where it is that I'm coming from. They understand my vision. And most importantly, my commitment to a democratic alternative. I lived my life, most of my life, Nora, in a democratic world. I've seen the importance of institutions. I understand the importance of checks and balance. I understand what it takes to guarantee a society that we don't deviate from a democratic path and what's necessary to be done fundamentally, institutionally. It's not about somebody in charge at the top of a pyramid. It takes much more than that to maintain democracy. I've learned it. I prepared for it. I trained for it. And that's why I think that trust that you hear now in me is because they understand me, my goal, and what it is that I'm offering. And I'm responding to their call. I'm responding to their ask to step in and lead them. They call my name. They don't call somebody else's name. And that puts a huge load on my shoulder that I intend to discharge in the best of my abilities to heed their call and be a servant of my people and my nation.
But Reza, you have not been back to Iran in nearly 50 years, half a century. What would it mean for you to go back?
The whole world. Look, I've never felt detached from my homeland. I've always been in touch with my fellow compatriots, literally on a daily basis, in various ways. And, you know, as time went by, and we all now have a step to take back and look at the perspective of things, where Iran was going, where it happened since then, and where can we go from here. There's a whole host of experience that we have all gone through. And now we have a pretty good picture of where we want to be. We know
Reza,
exactly what we
I heard
want
you say
and what we
over
don't want.
Forgive me, Reza, I heard you say over the weekend that you are willing to die for this cause. What does that mean?
Yes. But look, the first time I was ready to die for a cause when I volunteered to join the Iranian Air Force during the Iraqi attack on Iran and the breaking of the Iran-Iraq war, when the revolutionary government of Khomeini was already in place. My patriotic duty was asking me to, as a pilot, to go and fight alongside my military brethren in that war. I was prepared to die then. I'm prepared to die now. There's no greater cause for that, the liberty. And what is my life when I'm thinking of millions of young Iranians who today call my name? This young girl who a doctor in Tehran was operating on because she was shot in the face with bullets that had broken her jaw. The doctor said, "Where are you going?" He said, "I'm going back to the street. I'm going back and I'm going to the streets so that, and I wait until Reza, my leader, comes back and saves us." That's the degree of commitment they have. How could I not possibly be unprepared to die for them, to die for liberty, to die for saving our nation? I'm prepared to do that. I've trained for it all my life. I prepared for it all my life. And maybe this is a time that I can be there alongside them to fight the final battle.
Reza, when I have talked to my sources in the region about what is happening in Iran, they point out that there has been this cycle that we talked about, starting with the Green Revolution in 2009. And every year, and what occurs is people rise up in Iran wanting change. And then there is this violent crackdown with hundreds, thousands killed, and then it fizzles out because there are not cracks in the regime. There is not a crack and fissure within the elite. What can you say today that makes this any different? There's no sign yet that there have been any cracks in the regime.
Well, that's not accurate. There has been cracks in the regime. Defections are beginning to occur. In fact, as I said, there have been an outreach of elements that I've already said that are prepared to do that at significant levels of authority, both in the armed forces side as well as the civilians. They know that this regime is on the verge of collapse. They need to be ensured that they can really have a place in the transition, a place beyond this regime. And that's exactly the kind of dialogue we have with those elements. Khamenei, the first thing that happened during the 12-day war, he was hitting on the ground in a bunker. They are gearing up to escape from the country. They're loading up planes to take off and maybe end up in exiling themselves. That's how close it is. This is when we get intel from inside the secret meetings within we call it Beit Rahbari, which is the supreme leaders, the sort of inner circle of decision making. There's a lot of demoralized people sitting right there, including Khamenei himself. As I said, they're just using brutality just to hope that they can yet again intimidate the country and in total obscurity go ahead and do whatever they want to do. But what's different this time is people have had it. They're committed to liberate themselves. And I think Iranians know that unlike the past that they were thrown under the bus, at least under two different administrations, the first time in 2009 and Barack Obama was in charge, and lately under the Biden administration, which basically gave the regime in a mode of appeasement an opportunity to gather second steam. It's not going to happen this time. It's too much at stake to let this regime survive. It's not just us knowing it. I think many serious leaders in the world know that. And that's the difference between what happened before and the way it can happen this time.
And with you publicly calling for these protests and saying that you will be the leader of this transition, you have made yourself the face of this opposition in many ways. And I want to ask you, because Bobby Ghosh of Time magazine calls you a Pahlavi pretenders and says that you lack any meaningful organization with Iran. I want to allow you to respond to this. He wrote this, quote, "The Islamic Republic couldn't ask for a better foil than Pahlavi. His visibility allows the regime to portray protesters as tools of foreign powers and the discredited monarchy. Every photo op in Washington, every meeting with Israeli officials, every call for international intervention reinforces the regime's narrative and undermines the legitimacy of the protests." So again, what legitimacy do you have as the opposition and a potential leader of the transition?
Well, again, I refer you to what the people are asking for on the streets. Whose name are they writing on the walls? Whose name are they chanting in the streets? I mean, I'm sure you have monitored the footages that came up in Iran in the last few weeks. Of course, the regime is going to try to build a narrative that would discredit me or attack me. In fact, they have committed agents to do exactly that, and for mainstream media to then again buy into that false narrative. But I refer you to the people on the streets in Iran in the four corners. They are very clear in what they're asking and identifying with who they want them to lead in the process. And yours truly's name is the only name that appears. I'm not saying this because I'm trying to cash in anything. I'm just telling you this is why I respond to their call. And I accept their ask for me to play my role in helping them in that process. That's the reality on the grounds. And I don't think that the regime in any kind of trickery or the apologies for the regime, and we know who they are, who have for long tried to lobby against Iranians who try to liberate their country and try to justify why this regime has to continue to be in place, won't be able to have a true case to offer. My case is made by the people in Iran themselves. And I'm just there to help them. And I know we will succeed despite the regime attempts to try to discredit me or the movement in whatever ambitions that they have in creating a false narrative of the reality.
Well, the world is watching very closely what is happening in Iran as those protests continue and as President Trump prepares to meet with his top military advisors tomorrow to discuss potential military options. Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us and for this conversation. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Nora.
Thank you. This has been a CBS.
Wow.
What? She's so rude. Why is she keep calling him Reza? What amazing responses from the prince. Those were fantastic responses, but what unfair questions. I mean, I'm so glad she asked them so that he could respond to them, because she did such a good job. Every time I got angry that she's asking a stupid question, then I got actually, when I heard the prince respond, I was like, okay, that was good. I'm glad she asked that so that he could give. But why is she so freaking rude? Reza? Where is she getting that from? Reza. Hey, Reza. Hi, Reza. That was insane. But guys, wasn't he perfect? Every freaking response were on point. On point every single time.
do you see how much leftists and the media hate us? Like, we're
Yep.
literally in the middle of a revolution, right? All the videos are out there. All the videos are out there, and yet she's like pulling up these propaganda pieces from these people who are associated with the communists, right? So she's basically she's pulling up MEK talking points, right? Then she's like, where does your legitimacy come from? Like, are you kidding me? But guys, let me tell you something. What you just witnessed and experienced, okay? That's the same mainstream media that attacked our Shah, attacked his father, right? So his father, it was the same mainstream media using the Islamist and jihadi narrative that put out that fake propaganda that the Shah is a dictator, all that like garbage nonsense, which then led to the unfortunately the 1979 coup d'etat. And now they're, you know what, Armin, I think someone is pushing this the Shah was a dictator memo out, because now all the reporters are asking it. I was actually asked that same question in my radio interview. Someone was like, oh, well, what about his father? The Shah was a dictator. And I was like, that's bullshit. Like, that's nonsense, right? Complete and utter nonsense. The people have made their choice. We know who we want. We know why we want them. I'm sorry, but you know what? I have to say though, guys, this is why he's our leader, and this is why we trust him. Because did you see, like, so graceful and
Goldie,
just,
I have to go, but to our group chat, I'll be back in 1 hour.
Okay.
Just putting the link to my group chat. If anybody wants to come talk to me there in the chat, I have to go. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry, Goldie. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I have to go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead to the group chat.
Okay.
Bye. So, jeez, guys. There you go. So this is how they smeared his father back in 1979, right? They put out these like lies and propaganda about him, and now they're trying to do the same thing to the Shah of Iran, right? But did you see like how gracefully he responded? And like, you could even tell at some points, like the way he's just like looking at her, he's just like, really? Like, I have to deal with this nonsense again? Guys, the communist left, they are trying to take over the revolution because they're pushing out the same narrative now. Oh, the Shah was a dictator, right? But first of all, it's a complete and total lie. He was not a dictator. He was beloved, and we love him. But now they're trying to smear our leader, right? It's like, whose side are they on? Are they on the side of the Islamic regime? But this is why, guys, this is why we say that our king, yeah, you're right. He was literally perfect, right? And this is why we trust him. He's the only person who can take us from a brutal Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democratic society, right? There you go. Wow. That was whew. This is also one of the reasons why Armin and I decided to kind of do our own sort of, Iran Revolution live stream, because now that you guys are here and now that you have been with us and watching for a long time, you're seeing right here, right, how crazy it is. Now, and here's like the messed up part. You guys, obviously, what's going on because we've been talking about all this for a very long time. We've shown you the videos, we've shown you the footage, of everything. But think about all the people right now, all the Americans who just watched that interview and they have no idea of anything else that's going on. They're probably watching that interview going, yeah, okay, like he doesn't seem like a legit guy, right? Right? Because they have no clue about the truth. But as you can see, that was totally fake news. That, guys, literally, Iranians in Iran are yelling King Reza Pahlavi. Like, they're saying it in English. Let me show you a video. Like, they're literally saying it in English because Iranians don't want the movement to be hijacked, right? Oh my gosh. I think I need to go for a break to like calm down because oof. look at that. That's a royal family. That, guys, this is our beloved Shah. So this is actually this is the last family photo that the Pahlavi family took before the Shah passed away from cancer. Oh wait, someone said stop showing the, what did they say? They said stop showing the Iran protests. It's Islamophobic. Guys, we are just getting warmed up. We are just getting warmed up. You think that's Islamophobic? Here, let me share some videos with you. Wait, where is it? There's one where they're literally chanting King Reza Pahlavi. Okay, guys, listen to this. So when our leader, the king of Iran, some people call him crown prince, I prefer to call him, the Shah, but to each their own. We're not gonna complain. But guys, look at this. So wait, how do I do this? All right, that's good enough. So when I say like not me actually. So when he says, right? When he says that people across the country are calling for him, right? Like we're not exaggerating. Like the proof is right there, but these people are just choosing to ignore. Look at this, guys. Look at this, okay? Wait, it's too small. Let me fix the settings here, because Armin's not around now. Now you guys are just stuck with my giant face. All right, there we go. That's better. Okay, let's go to the beginning. I think you should be able to like read the captions now. But okay, so when that ignorant guy, and you know what's really frustrating about all of this as well? What's really frustrating is that this isn't regular politics, right? It's not like it's not like some government policy. We're literally talking about regime change. We're literally talking about people's lives are on the line, right? So it's literally a matter of life or death. Iranians in occupied Iran are fighting for their lives. They've said who they want, and yet you have these like ignorant people in mainstream media, and look how they're like going after him. I'll go for a break in a bit. I just want to play this, and then I'll go for like a 15-minute break, and I'll be back. Do you see this? So like look at this scene. Look at this scene. So these are unarmed Iranians, okay? They're unarmed. They're being shot at, right? Like they're literally being shot at, right? And they're still they're chanting Javid Shah, long live the king. So while the forces of the Islamic Republic are shooting at them, they're chanting Javid Shah, which means long live the king, right? Right? Mainstream media doesn't show this. They don't show this. And by the way, the mainstream media, they sided well, not all of them, but the communists and the leftists, they sided with the jihadis. They sided with the jihadis, and they're partially responsible for turning our country into a 7th century Islamic hellhole. Oh, guys, by the way, I have some crazy news for you. Do you want to know something? Guess who's going on Piers Morgan tomorrow? You have no idea who is like, but you know who else is going to be on Piers Morgan? Cenk Uygur, however you pronounce his name, the chunky yogurt guy. So I don't know why, like I don't know what chunky yogurt has to say about the Iranian national revolution, but I'm assuming he's probably going to like, I don't know, say that it's like, Israel or Mossad or something, right? So now I have to go on Piers Morgan and deal with like chunky yogurt. That's going to be fun. I like Piers Morgan though. I actually do like Piers Morgan. So I'm actually looking forward to that. I'm actually really looking forward to going on and calling out chunky yogurt. So, because this is the thing. Like what's happening in Iran? It's the Iranian national revolution. It's by Iranians. It's for Iranians. And it's, the Islamists are upset, right? So the Islamists are upset because we're basically rejecting Islam, right? No, you know what? Piers was fantastic. I've been on Piers Morgan before when I was speaking out. So guys, I was on Piers Morgan before when I was speaking out against the Nigerian genocide, and I basically schooled the Nigerian foreign minister, and I called him a liar, and I said, "You're a liar. Shame on you for denying the Nigerian genocide." I actually really enjoyed going on Piers Morgan. So I'm going to go on Piers Morgan to talk about Iran. Yeah, I should ask him about the Armenian genocide. I'll be like, what are your thoughts on the Armenian genocide, Chunky? No, I'm going to pronounce his name properly. How is it pronounced? Is it Cenk or is it Senk? I actually don't know. I like Piers Morgan. And, wait, what? What will you do if New Yorker? Oh, what would I do if like someone accused me? Guys, I was already accused of Islamophobia like 2 years ago. I was actually so guys, the National Council of Canadian Muslims accused me of Islamophobia like a year and a half ago because I was raising awareness on Iran, and they actually didn't like the fact that I spoke with Tommy Robinson about Iran and Islamic terrorism. So the National Council of Canadian Muslims accused me of Islamophobia for the crime of speaking with Tommy Robinson. And so I was kicked out of my party because of that. I was kicked out of my party because of that. So guys, I don't care if someone calls me Islamophobic, I'll be like, Iran is literally a country of 90 million Islamophobes. We're literally burning down mosques. So that's not really an insult. Like, I'm Iranian, like that's actually kind of like it's kind of like a compliment, right? It's a compliment. Because after what's happened to us in the last 45 years, I mean, someone calls me Islamophobic, I'm like, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, guys. It's like, I'm Iranian, right? So there's actually someone who posted something really interesting. I retweeted it. He does use a little bit of naughty language in his post, right? But it's like, here's the thing, like, the reason we're sick of it is because they literally murder us. Like, it's been jihad, right? Oh, by the way, guys, I wanted to point this out too. So I don't know who did this, but one of you did this. So someone made this like AI photo of me, and they posted it on their, I guess, Instagram, and it has like 9,000 likes. And then I don't know which account this is though. So I just thought that was kind of cool. So apparently, like, this has been making the rounds, and like, eventually, like, my mom forwarded this to me. It kind of looks like me. So I was like, this is kind of cool. Like, it kind of looks like, I'm live casting Iran Revolution live from, like, from a liberated Iran, right? So I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool. So I don't know who did this. I'm trying to find out the account, but yeah, that was kind of interesting. So kind of gone. Honestly, I didn't realize that was that popular. So I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, very, very soon, very soon. We're not there yet. but very soon. Although, guys, I'm just gonna say there's a couple things I'm missing in that photo. I'm missing my American flag, and I'm also missing my bubbly, right? I'm missing my bubbly because usually in the evenings, I have my bubbly. But I don't, I miss it. But other than that, it's kind of cool. So I don't know. I don't know which one of you did this, but if you did it, let me know. Let me know. Yeah, armpit heart. That's funny too. Okay. Where's the thing that maybe I just, see guys, so this is what I mean, okay? So this is the sentiment that a lot of Iranians have right now, okay? And I'm not saying like, this is probably the best thing to have, but given what we've been like dealing with for the last 47 years, like this is why like we Iranians look what they did to what? Yeah, Trump, yeah. Anyway, so like for us, right? For us, like this is why we don't care if people call us Islamophobic anymore, right? Like we're literally fighting for our lives because we have been suffering under the shackles of Islamic oppression, right? And it's not just me, right? So look at what he says here. He says the Islamic regime is handing out death sentences to protesters in Arabic, a language that Iranians don't understand, right? That's the other thing, right? We're Iranian. We speak Persian. We don't speak Arabic. And yet, the Islamic dictatorship is handing out death sentences to protesters in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic. I don't understand Arabic. I'm not Arab. But this is what I mean when I say they're like a foreign occupying thing, right? And then I've been told that their Basij forces, right? So those are all the imported proxy groups, right? They play the Arab chant of Haydar, Haydar over loudspeakers while they're shooting unarmed Iranians, right? So this is happening right now. They're literally playing their like Islamic jihadi chants while they're like shooting unarmed Iranians. They're now calling on Arab militias to come kill Iranians. This is what Shia Islamists fundamentally are. Arab worshippers who hate Iran, Iranians, and the great Iranian civilization. And that's true, right? And like, look at this, open source intel, right? They've reached out to allied Iraqi militias, including Kataib Hezbollah. Kataib Hezbollah is literally like a terrorist group, seeking support to help suppress the ongoing protest. And that's Fox News. So Fox News reported that, right? So even Fox News is reporting that the Islamic dictatorship is reaching out to terrorist proxy groups to come to Iran to murder Iranians. Right? Like, how messed up is that? So they can bring in their jihadi Allahu Akbar savages to come murder us. But if we complain about it, we're the ones who are Islamophobic, right? Do you see how that works? Do you see how messed up it is? But again, this is why I'm saying I don't care. I really don't care. I'm already beyond being caring about whether or not someone accuses me of Islamophobia, because we're a country of 90 million Islamophobes, right? Because we're burning down mosques. Why are we burning down mosques? Because we understand that these mosques are hubs of terrorism, right? Guys, look what Glenn Beck did. He did that yesterday. Isn't that nice? Yeah, we heard about the executions. Oh, here's another one. So I'm not going to repeat the swear words, but this is another Iranian, right? So here's the thing: as the Islamic dictatorship gets closer to its downfall, Iranians are now feeling more empowered to, share the truth about how we feel, right? Because we have been suppressed by an Islamic dictatorship for so long. So this person writes, Muslims have gotten way too comfortable shoving their beliefs down everyone else's throats thanks to Westerners spoiling them. We in Iran don't care if you call us Islamophobic. Phobia means fear of something harmless. This is the important part, guys. Islam has killed and effed up enough lives in Iran for it to be real trauma, not some irrational fear, right? So this is very important because we're dealing with actual trauma, right? I mean, even now, like, you know, that message from occupied Iran, where they said they're slaughtering us, but we're fighting back. And he said, now is not the time for tears, right? Now is not the time for tears. So yeah, we don't care. We don't care if we're called Islamophobic, right? I mean, look at this. Look at this. They're burning a mosque and they're standing around it and they're cheering, right? Because this mosque was a hub for terrorism. This mosque is where the Basij militia, right? The Basij militia, they go in there, you know, they do their namaz, they do their Allahu Akbars in that mosque. They keep their weapons and stuff in that mosque. And then they come out, you know, once they're done going in there and, like, you know, chanting their Allahu Akbars, they come out and then they murder Iranians. So Iranians are burning the mosques. In fact, my understanding is that there's been like over like, well, I mean, we don't know the true numbers now because the internet, you know, it's shut down, trickling in slowly. But we've heard of somewhere like between at least 500 to 1,000 mosques so far have been burned down by Iranians, right? Sorry, not sorry, right? But now apparently people on X, like, you know, all of like the jihadis on X, they're like, oh, you can't post about the Iranian Revolution because it's Islamophobic, right? So those people would rather that we Iranians remain oppressed under a foreign terrorist occupation, right? Do you see how like evil they are? They don't care about human rights. They would rather us remain oppressed by like a foreign Islamic occupation than for us to speak out about it because they don't like the fact that, you know, we're burning down mosques. Well, guys, we're just getting warmed up. We're just getting warmed up, right? There you go. So, oh, look at this one. Look at this. So that's the same photo. This is a video, okay? So while the mosque is burning, everyone's like around it. Like this like, I don't know, tens of thousands of people, right? And they're all like they're like boop 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 Iran, right? So they're literally burning down a mosque while they are chanting Iran, right? Because the Iranian national revolution is literally about reclaiming the Iranian identity. It's about getting rid of, you know, the shackles of Islamic oppression, and yeah, we're burning down the mosques. Look at this. Iran! 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 There you go. So they're burning down all the terrorist hubs, right? But I also want to say they're not burning down the privately owned mosques because there are a lot of like private owned mosques that are not affiliated with the Islamic dictatorship, right? So Iranians are not like, they don't care about the private mosques, right? But the government-owned ones, government, right? Like the ones that are affiliated with the Islamic dictatorship, they're burning them down. And guys, here's actually the really scary part for you guys, okay? So the scary part here is that the Islamic dictatorship also has several mosques and Islamic cultural centers in Western countries. And these mosques and Islamic cultural centers are basically a front for Islamic terrorism and radicalization. And you guys have a whole bunch of them in your countries. You have a whole bunch of them in your countries, right? Let me show you, let me give you one example. Hamburg. Your guys, your countries are full of them. They're full of them, okay? So look at this. Look at this one. So Germany shuts down Islamic Center Hamburg, okay? The Islamic Center Hamburg was under investigation for several months over its alleged support to Lebanon's Hezbollah group, which is backed by Iran, right? Iran, of course, being the Islamic Republic. Hezbollah is classified as a terrorist group by Germany. So here's literally, you know, like they call themselves the Islamic Center of Hamburg, and they're openly, like, you know, supporting Hezbollah, and they're getting funding and money by the Islamic dictatorship, right? German Interior Minister Nancy Faeser said on Wednesday that the Islamic Center Hamburg would be banned for propagating extremism and that its famous Blue Mosque was being searched by police. It is very important to me. Yeah, this part's nonsense. We're not acting against a religion, whatever. But just against a group accused of undermining the German state as well as women's rights. The Imam Ali Mosque, known locally as the Blue Mosque, is one of Germany's oldest mosques and is operated by the IZH. So do you see that? Like the Imam Ali Mosque, literally, it's one of the oldest ones, which means guys, these terrorists have been infiltrating your countries with their mosques and Islamic centers for a very long time. Very long time. All over the US, all over Canada, right? UK, like everywhere. But here's the thing. So all of these like jihadi savages, one of the reasons that they want the Islamic dictatorship to continue, and the reason that they're now calling us Iranians Islamophobic, is because they don't want the rest of the world to wake up and realize that, you know, we're not burning down this mosque because we hate Islam. We're burning down this mosque because it is a hub of Islamic terrorism, right? It's a place of extremism because that's what the Islamic dictatorship uses it for. The regular, you know, the privately owned mosques are fine. But the reason that all these people on X or social media or whatever, the reason that they're accusing us of Islamophobia is because they don't want you guys to figure out the truth. What's the truth? The truth is that any mosque that is funded by the Islamic regime or the Muslim Brotherhood, those are not regular mosques. Those are like places of extremism, right? And here's a perfect example. But these, you know, jihadi savages in your countries, right? They just say, "Oh, Islamophobia," right? Because they want you to like feel scared and be like, "Oh, okay, well, you know, we should look away," right? But they're all fronts. They're all fronts. And what they're really scared of right now, is that when the Islamic regime falls, we're going to go in and we are going to expose every single one of these mosques, right? We're going to expose all of them. And you guys are going to be very, very shocked to see how many of these Islamic cultural centers in your various countries are actually fronts for terrorism. Right? Not all of them, right? But the ones that are affiliated with the Islamic regime, 100%, they're fronts for terrorism, right? Here's one example. So this is what I mean when I say that Iranians are burning down mosques, right? It's not because they hate religion. Guys, I guarantee you there are Iranian Muslims in this crowd who are burning down this mosque because we're all just sick and tired of religion and politics. Like, you know, we just want religion to be private. Everyone can go home, worship whatever they want to worship, but like leave it out of the public sphere, right? So there you go. And we also recognize which mosques are terrorists and which ones are not. So there you go. A little bit of nuance for you, right? A little bit of nuance. Okay. Guys, with your permission, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, if you don't mind. And what I'm going to do while we're taking the break, it's not 100%. It's not 100% is funded by Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah, 100%. While I take a short break, I'm going to play the interview with wait, how long is it? Duration? No, that's not the one. Okay, so while I take a short break, I'm going to play yesterday's interview because, you know, we saw a really, really terrible interview with CBS. Saw a very terrible interview with CBS and, of course, the Shah of Iran. But I want to play you the one that he had yesterday with Maria Bartiromo, okay? So I'm going to play that one. It's about 15 minutes long. I'll be back in 15 minutes to continue. All right, here we go.
Welcome back. Now, revolution underway in Iran. Massive protests against Ayatollah Khomeini and its brutal regime are persisting in Iran, as Iranian citizens take to the streets over its failed economy and skyrocketing inflation, up 50%. Food prices surging more than 70%. President Trump has warned Khomeini there will be severe consequences if protesters are killed. But the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran is threatening to strike U.S. military bases in the Middle East if the U.S. tries to take down the Iranian regime. Here's the president on Friday.
Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
As protesters ramped up on Thursday, the Ayatollah dug in by cutting all internet service and international calls inside the country. The internet has been out for 60 hours so far, with Iranian officials also trying to jam up Elon Musk's Skylink to further isolate the country. As protesters have heeded the call from my next guest, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, called on the people to mobilize and take to the streets against the authoritarian government. Demonstrators calling for Pahlavi to return and to lead Iran. Pahlavi's father, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, was Shah of Iran from 1941 until 1979, overseeing key modernization initiatives in the country with close ties to both the United States and to Israel, until the extremists and the terrorists overwhelmed the monarchy, forcing the Shah and his wife, Empress Farah Pahlavi, to flee and the Ayatollah to return from exile. Iran then shifted overnight from a U.S.-allied monarchy to an anti-Western Islamic regime, soon to become the largest state sponsor of terrorism, funding Hezbollah and Hamas, among other groups. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio posting this weekend on social media that the U.S. stands with the people of Iran, with the president writing this is not the Obama administration when it comes to standing up to the Iranian Ayatollah and his religious Nazi henchmen, and standing behind the people of Iran protesting for a better life. The president retweeted that tweet from Lindsey Graham, who will be joining me momentarily. To the regime leadership, Graham wrote, "Your brutality against the great people of Iran will not go unchallenged." Join me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive. In the middle of these calls to return to power and free the people is His Royal Highness, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Your Highness, thank you so much for being here this morning.
Good morning, Maria.
We have seen other times when the people have risen up, but it feels different this time. You called for the people to mobilize for 2 straight nights this week. Does it feel different? Assess for us what is taking place this weekend in Iran.
Maria, to put it into perspective, in the last 48 hours, Iranians have suffered more casualties than America did after the 9/11 attack. This is a moment that is defining. Despite being completely cut off from the world, internet shut down, and for a regime that is massacring its own people, this is an opportunity to liberate that nation. Remember, the same thugs that hate America also hate their own people. And this is an opportunity to help a nation that starves for liberty, that starts to be rejoined with the free world, and to have the same relationship that we had with America before this revolution occurred, to liberate ourselves and come back to the fold and contribute to world peace and stability, regionally and beyond.
Now, Your Highness, you have called for the opportunity to become the transitional leader. You've said many times with me on this program, you are hoping to be a transitional leader. What is your plan in that transition? What would the first 100 days look like? Because we know that these protests are economic in nature. They are about food and life and democracy second.
Maria, I'm a fighter pilot. I've trained all my life for exactly this moment, and people are calling on me to step in and lead this transition. I'm here to lead and help our nation go through that transition. But beyond liberation, we have to have a plan for a stable, smooth transition, a plan that, unlike other scenarios we witness in our neighborhood, like the de-Baathification in Iraq, will not lead to chaos. We have to ensure stability. We have to be able to protect the citizenry. We have to be able to stabilize the economy. And for that, we have very comprehensive plans. I'm helped by numbers of economists, scientists, jurists, and specialists in every field, so we can, in fact, address all of these issues the moment the opportunity comes. More importantly is what we're doing right now. As you can see, people are still fighting despite this crackdown. They hope that there will be assistance in protecting them from further bloodshed. I've called upon further strikes, and that's beginning to unfold. We're beginning to see more and more defections, which is very important as part of the transition. So all of this is at play as we speak.
You have tweeted directly at President Trump, and you have a message for President Trump. What is that message, sir?
Mr. President, you have already established your legacy as a man committed to peace and fighting evil forces. There is a reason why people in Iran are renaming streets after your name. They know that you are totally opposite to Barack Obama or Joe Biden. They know that you're not going to throw them under the bus as they have had before. This is why they believe that this time they are empowered by the hope that you have their back. Your words of solidarity with the Iranian people and your administration has had tremendous positive effect. Let's hope that we can permanently seal this legacy by liberating Iran so that we and you can make Iran great again. Let's partner on this and have a better future for our countries and for our people. This is an opportunity that has presented itself. I'm prepared to return to Iran at the first possible opportunity. I'm already planning on that in the transition team. We hope only that the Iranian people this time will be victorious, and they will be, because I know that Iranians are prepared to die for this cause, and so am I. We're doing everything we can, and I think it's not just for us as Iranians, it's for the whole world. Iranians are prepared to sacrifice not just for themselves, but to make sure that all the evil that has been brought by this regime from the time it came to power dissipates, and we can finally breathe in an atmosphere of tranquility, good relationship with our neighbors, with the Israelis, with our Arab neighbors, and the rest of the world. And this will happen because, unlike this regime, this is the commitment of a nation.
Are you willing to make the commitment to free and fair elections after the transition, sir? How long are you expecting a transition to take, and what happens then?
The most important process in the democratic process is for the people to have the opportunity to have their representative debate all what needs to be debated in a parliamentary process. My job is to lead this transition, to make sure that no stone is left unturned, that in full transparency people have an opportunity to elect their leaders freely and to decide their own future. Under international observation, we will know that this will be fair and fair elections. I am committed to that. That has always been my objective. But it is important that we have a good process established so the world understand, and the people of Iran, most importantly, understand exactly this time how we're going to achieve that. Unlike what happened 47 years ago, where nobody really had a clue what it would mean to have what Khomeini planned for Iran. And by the time they woke up to it, it was too late. This time we cannot afford not to be clear on the alternative.
Welcome back to 2CTV, ladies. Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are now in day 16 of the anti-Islamic occupation uprising. The Iranians are once again out across the country in multiple cities. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard are, of course, continuing their crackdown, and the state of Israel are now on high alert. Hospitals across Israel have now been told to be fully prepared for a potential imminent attack by the IRGC on Israel, as we are waiting for President Trump tomorrow officially to have the final conversations about the military action against the Islamic Republic. But you might get surprised, of course. We've heard this before when they say, oh yeah, we're going to do something on Thursday, then it happens on Tuesday. But let's talk about what's going on in the country. Before we do that, we're going to go to Israel and figure out what is going on with the emergency situation. So Israeli hospitals have now been ordered to prepare for an immediate shift to emergency operations as a precaution amidst rising tensions with the Islamic Republic. The instructions have now outlined preparations for mass casualty scenarios, moving operations to protected areas, mobilizing the medical staff and discharging patients, and scaling back non-urgent care. Now, of course, Israel learned from the 12-day war that despite a strong defense system, if the Islamic Republic wants to use everything that they have on a small country of Israel, obviously the defense system will be overwhelmed, and obviously Israeli civilian areas will be hugely damaged, because the Iranian regime don't hit the military sites, they hit the civilian areas. Now, earlier today, before we go to the videos that we are now receiving from across the country, as of course the uprising is carrying on, people have not left the streets despite the massacre, despite the propaganda, despite the internet being shut down and everything for about 96 hours. But earlier on, the Islamic Republic thought it would be a good idea to do yet another propaganda rally, and it backfired massively. So,
enemies of God. That's what Iran's regime is calling its own people as protests explode across the country, with chants for the Shah's return growing louder by the hour. The IRGC is cracking down violently, and on Saturday, President Trump signaled the U.S. may be ready to act. As Iran enters its most dangerous moment in decades, the real question is, what comes next and how Israel fits into the fallout? Stay tuned for today's Jerusalem Minute. Welcome back to Jerusalem Minute here on JNS TV. My name is Josh Haston, correspondent for JNS in the JNS Media Hub in Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the state of Israel and the Jewish people. Across the world in Central America, the country of Panama, is the CEO of JNS, Alex Trayman, on a business trip. Alex, good to see you over there.
Good to see you, Josh.
We'll talk a little bit more about your travels in Panama, but first we got to get to the news here. Top stories, everything going on in Iran. There are reports indicating that thousands of people have been killed by the Iranian regime as we are headed into the second week of protests against the government there in Iran. Officially, they're saying 42, but from various sources and various reports, it could be in the hundreds, if not thousands, of people killed by the regime there. Protesters have now set their sights on government buildings, government officials. I heard on the news earlier that the tax authority in Tehran was targeted, the building there. Chaos in Tehran.
בשל המצור האינטרנטי, זה נראה שישנה האטה בהפגנות. המשטר מארגן הפגנות משל עצמו, יורש עצר, קורא למפגינים לכבוש את מוסדות התקשורת. למרות שיש כבר מאות הרוגים באיראן, הנשיא האמריקאי דיבר על שיחות לעסקת גרעין חדשה. שמי הוא רמי מערוץ לאומנות, ובסרטון זה נזכור את ההתפתחויות באיראן. נכון ל-11 בינואר, היו לפי ISW רק 22 הפגנות במדינה, רובן בנות מאות ואלפי משתתפים כל אחת, ולא ידוע ההיקף המדויק לאור המצור האינטרנטי. הצהריים פורסם כי איראן הצליחה באמצעים צבאיים להגביל את פעילות סטארלינג במדינה ב-80%, מה שמצמצם כל תיעוד שיוצא מהמדינה, לכן התמונה לא מלאה. מאלו שכן יוצאות ניכר היקף נרחב של מפגינים ומאבק בכוחות הביטחון. המשטר מתייג את המפגינים כעושי דברן של ארצות הברית וישראל. זה טוען ל-114 הרוגים מתחילת המחאות ב-28 בדצמבר, רובם אנשי משמרות המהפכה והבסיג'. באספהאן לבדה נהרגו 39 מהם בעימותים מול המפגינים. לעומת זאת, במחאות אמיני של 2022 עד 2023 נהרגו 70 אנשי כוחות ביטחון, מה שמצביע על היקף התארגנות וחימוש, כל שכן לוחמנות נגד המשטר בניגוד לשנים עברו. היום שר החוץ האיראני אראגצ'י הצהיר שהמצב תחת שליטה, והם היו חייבים להגביל את האינטרנט מסיבות של ביטחון. אראגצ'י השתתף בהצהרות התמיכה בממשל שהוא ארגן היום בערים טהרן, עראק וזהדן. המשטר מנסה לגייס את תמיכת אוהדי משמרות המהפכה להתעמת מול המפגינים, ודווח שהוא מגייס אנשי מיליציות שיעיות מעיראק להמשך הדיכוי. הוא עדיין עומד בסכנה של מרידות אתניות, הן של PJAK הכורדי בצפון המערב, והן של ה-MPF הבלוצ'י בדרום מזרח המדינה. מספר ההרוגים עוד לא מאומת. הנתון הנמוך ביותר שצוין של ארגון הומניטרי אייג'רנה, שניתח 585 עדויות, הוא של 544 הרוגים. לפי אקסיוס, המודיעין הישראלי טוען ללפחות 1,000. בכל מקרה, מדובר בהיקפי הרוגים נרחבים, מספיק כדי להורות על תקיפה אמריקאית. הלילה, הנשיא האמריקאי טראמפ אמר לכתבים שהם קיבלו בקשה איראנית למשא ומתן ויתחילו בשיחות לעסקת גרעין חדשה. בשלישי, טראמפ צפוי להיפגש עם צוותו כדי לדון בהמשך ההתפתחויות באיראן ותגובה כלשהי להרג, אולם זו גם יכולה להיות תגובה קלה, כמו התקפת סייבר ולאו דווקא התקפה צבאית נרחבת. היום אחר הצהריים, משרד החוץ האיראני פרסם שאראגצ'י נמצא בתקשורת עם וויטקוף. אתמול בישיבת הממשלה נתניהו אמר שישראל עוקבת מקרוב אחר הנעשה באיראן, והיא תומכת במאבקם של האזרחים, וכולנו מקווים שהאומה הפרסית תשתחרר בקרוב מעול העריצות. הגיעה השעה להתקפה, בין אם זאת תהיה ישראל או ארצות הברית. אחד היעדים העיקריים אותם צריכים להשמיד הוא שרשרת הפיקוד של משמרות המהפכה והבסיג', לתקוף מאגרי דלקים של משמרות המהפכה ובסיסים שלהם, ורק פגיעה באלו תחליש את הכוח של האייתולה בשטח ותוכל להניע את ההפגנות למרד מוצלח. ואילו יורש העצר קרא למפגינים לצאת ולכבוש את מוסדות התקשורת במדינה כי הם על סף ניצחון, וקרא לכל השגרירויות והקונסוליות של איראן בעולם להחליף את דגל הרפובליקה האסלאמית בדגל האריה והשמש. כרגע עוד לא ידוע מה יהיה, וגם לא ידוע מה התמונה המלאה. אולי ההודעה של טראמפ היא עונה, אולי יש תקיפה על הפרק ולא ימתינו מספר ימים, אבל ברור שמדובר ברגע מכריע. זו הייתה סקירה של ערוץ לאומנות על ההתפתחויות באיראן. אם אהבתם את הסרטון, אתם מוזמנים לשתף אותו ולהצטרף לערוץ כמנויים.
You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survive.
Is carrying on. People have not left the streets despite the massacre, despite the propaganda, despite the internet being shut down and everything for about 96 hours. But earlier